On a dark and stormy night, rain pours down relentlessly over a secluded village nestled in the mountains. This is the headquarters of the infamous Black Death sect. Through the downpour, a lone figure appears, cloaked in black and hidden under a wide-brimmed hat, walking steadily towards the sect's entrance. As if announcing his arrival, a massive bolt of lightning cracks across the sky, illuminating his solitary silhouette against the ominous gate. Inside, he is met with a courtyard full of armed warriors, all standing at the ready, prepared to defend their territory. The sight of the lone intruder makes the guards grit their teeth in anticipation. Panic erupts from the crowd as they recognize the visitor. One of them screams that the nameless swordsman is here and gives the order to kill him on sight. Without a word, the swordsman springs into action, his blade clashing against theirs in a flurry of movement. He moves like a phantom, a whirlwind of death cutting through their ranks with terrifying speed. As blades come at him from all directions, he stands his ground, calmly preparing to counter. In a flash, his hand moves to the hilt of his sword. He unleashes a devastating slash, a wave of crimson tearing through the charging enemies. One of the cultists can only watch in horror as blood splatters across his vision. Beneath his hat, the swordsman's expression remains unreadable, his eyes cold and focused amidst the chaos. More warriors rush through the rain-soaked courtyard to join the fight. The remaining sect members surround him, their leader once again shouting the command to kill him. But his attack is effortless, and another body is sent crashing to the ground. Every swing of his sword is a deadly arc, slicing through flesh and bone. He moves through the horde like a force of nature, his dark cloak whipping around him as he cuts down one enemy after another. He tightens his two-handed grip on the sword, building momentum for the brutal onslaught to come. His blade moves in a blur, each swing followed by a spray of crimson that cuts through the pouring rain. Like a phantom, he dances between his opponents, his form a whirlwind of deadly precision. One of the larger warriors manages to get behind him, raising a massive, electrified weapon to deliver a crushing blow. Thinking he has the swordsman cornered, the warrior roars in triumph, sure of his victory. But the attack never lands. The huge blade stops just inches from his hat, as if frozen in time. A strange, glitching sound fills the air, and the world seems to distort for a split second. In the next moment, the swordsman has vanished from his spot and reappeared behind the brute, delivering a fatal strike from the rear. The warrior's eyes bulge in pure shock, unable to process how his target teleported behind him. From beneath his hat, the swordsman's eye is visible, showing not a flicker of emotion. Soon, the only sound left is the relentless drumming of the rain. The courtyard is now silent, littered with the fallen and their broken weapons. The nameless swordsman stands alone in the center of the carnage, the last man standing. His work is not yet done. He calmly walks towards the main temple building. There, sitting on the steps, a lone figure waits for him, the leader of the Black Death sect. The old man doesn't seem surprised, as if he knew this moment was inevitable. He looks up, a slight, knowing smile playing on his lips as he gazes at the intruder. The swordsman slowly makes his way across the empty courtyard, his focus entirely on the man waiting for him. As they finally come face to face, a bolt of lightning flashes across the sky, marking the start of the final confrontation. The two warriors lock eyes, a silent battle of wills unfolding in the pouring rain. The sect leader is the first to speak, his calm voice cutting through the storm. "So you are the nameless swordsman." The nameless swordsman remains perfectly still, offering no response. The sect leader scoffs, finding it suspicious that a so-called swordsman of justice would hide his appearance so thoroughly. The swordsman's reply is short and cold, "Because I'm not one." The leader is taken aback by this. If he's not a righteous warrior, he demands to know why the swordsman has been hunting down the unorthodox sects. Lifting his head, the man reveals a pair of glowing red eyes from beneath his hat, making a chilling declaration. "I am not a righteous swordsman." This answer seems to please the sect leader, a cruel grin spreading across his face. He lets out a hearty laugh, amused that the world has been so easily fooled. But the swordsman denies deceiving anyone. He simply claims that people saw what they wanted to see. The leader calls him an interesting man as he finally draws his own blade, a blue aura beginning to pulse around it. He states that even if he were to die here today, Meeting such a unique opponent means he would have no regrets. With his own eyes now glowing a demonic red, he roars for the swordsman to bring it on, ready to fight to the death. The nameless swordsman grips his sword, a red aura of energy swirling around him as he prepares to charge. The sect leader takes his stance, his blade shining with a brilliant blue light. The world seems to fall silent as the two warriors face off, the moment stretching on as a single raindrop falls between them. The instant the droplet shatters, they dash forward at blinding speed. The swordsman's eyes glow a fierce red as he closes the distance. The sect leader meets his attack with equal intensity, his focus absolute. Their swords clash, filling the air with a cacophony of screeching metal. After the battle, a quiet darkness settles over the mountain temple. The scene changes, moving up a flight of stairs into the shadows of an unknown building. The swordsman walks away, his footsteps splashing in the blood-filled puddles left in the storm. Blood and water drip from the tip of his blade, washing away the evidence of his grim work. The lone warrior now leaves the Black Death sect's headquarters, the ruins smoldering behind him. He walks with his sword slung over his shoulder, a faint, chilling smile on his face. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of lightning illuminates the sky, revealing his face for the first time. He's younger than one might expect, with messy black hair and blood splattered across his cheek, his expression one of weary disappointment. The scene shifts as plum blossom petals begin to drift through the air. They land gently, floating on the surface of a pool of freshly spilled blood. Here lies the aftermath of another massacre, this time at the legendary Mount Hua. The lone swordsman walks through the sea of bodies, his steps echoing in the silence. The camera pans out, revealing a member of the defeated Mount Hua sect. A massive coalition army, composed of warriors from the orthodox sects, ascends the mountain path. Their leaders can only stare in disbelief, lamenting the horrific fate that has befallen the once great Mount Hua sect. Looking down, they see the path is littered with the corpses of the sect's disciples. A monk utters a solemn prayer, horrified by the scale of the slaughter. The martial artists are outraged, questioning what kind of demon could have stained the sacred mountain with so much blood. Just then, one of them senses someone approaching. In the distance, standing among the fallen, is a lone figure, the same man from before. He walks slowly through the field of bodies, the wind whipping his cloak around him. His whole body was battered and bruised as he struggled to drag himself forward. With his breath coming in shallow gasps, he wheezed that the entire Mount Hua sect had been completely annihilated. The coalition masters are stunned, recognizing him as a plum blossom swordmaster, one of Mount Hua's elite, and shocked that anyone survived. With his final, ragged breath, the plum blossom swordmaster confirms their fears. The entire sect was annihilated by a single person. Before the masters can process this, the killer is already on the move, lunging towards them like a crimson comet. A warning cry rings out as one of the coalition leaders orders everyone to block his path. But it's no use. He cuts through the front ranks of the army in a bloody whirlwind. The main force of the coalition braced themselves against the overwhelming murderous intent, their weapons gripped firmly in hand. One of the leading masters holds his ground, his eyes narrowed as he prepares to clash with the impossibly fast swordsman. But none of them stood a chance. The Mount Hua sect master was instantly cut down in a flash of crimson light. Another master roars in fury, demanding that the cowardly killer show himself. The swordsman lands silently in front of them, his foot splashing in a pool of blood. He nonchalantly tosses forward the severed head of the plum blossom swordmaster he had just killed. Looking over the assembled crowd, he begins to list off the names of the powerful sects who have come to face him: Shaolin, Wudang, Qingcheng, and Namgung. He stares at them with an unnervingly gaunt physique, mockingly noting that they certainly brought quite a crowd. An enraged master orders him to shut his mouth, unable to stand his arrogance. He furiously demands to know who the swordsman is, and what reason he could possibly have for committing such a large-scale massacre. The swordsman replies with a bored expression, explaining that he only came because he heard Mount Hua was the strongest. With those words, he casually tossed the severed head he was holding right into the crowd. It rolled over and over, painting a long, crimson streak across the earth. He finishes his thought with a look of disappointment, concluding that the rumors about their strength couldn't be trusted. The Grandmasters were left completely stunned and reeling in horror, realizing the severed head belonged to the Mount Hua sect leader. A blood-splattered blade slices through the air, leaving a battlefield of warriors behind. A lone swordsman stands amidst the chaos, his sword dripping with blood. He looks at the surrounding army and scoffs, wondering if there'll be any more of a challenge than the last group he slaughtered. A strangled roar escaped one of the martial artists, his eyes rolling back in pure fury at the unknown warrior's maddening audacity. The fallen warrior's allies cry out in rage, vowing to kill the swordsman and avenge their fallen brothers from Mount Hua. Surrounded by a storm of martial arts moves from every angle, Dong Bongsu stood his ground in perfect calmness. With a mocking grin curving his lips, he pondered. This place is a lot of fun. His eyes gleam with excitement, finding genuine joy in the life-or-death struggle. Suddenly, the world around him begins to glitch and pixelate. The fierce warrior in the game is revealed to be just a player, Dong Bongsu, sitting in the real world with a VR headset on, a twisted grin plastered on his face. He removes the headset, the red glow from the virtual world still reflected in his eyes as he disconnects from the game. Letting out a deep breath, he slumps back onto his couch. The intense battlefield is replaced by the quiet of his dark, lonely room. He touches his neck, still feeling the phantom sensation of the battle. He wonders if taking on so many opponents at once was too difficult, even for him. On the table in front of him sits the VR gear and the game case, ready for his next dive. The game was called Murim Online. It was a newly developed virtual reality game set in the world of Murim. However, its extreme violence, featuring realistic bloodbaths and dismemberment, had sparked outrage, with countless emails demanding it be shut down. Staring at his phone, Dong Bongsu admits to himself that there's simply no other game quite like it. He then turns his attention to the TV, lounging on the couch as he considers a different, more quiet approach for his next endeavor. A news report flashes across the screen. The CEO of Dido Industries, a man named No, has been reported missing. A sinister smile creeps across Dong Bongsu's face as he watches the news. Assassination, he muses, seems like a good choice too. Just then, from a room down the hall, a muffled voice can be heard, weakly begging to be spared. The plea becomes clearer, a desperate cry of "Spare me," now audible from the other room. The sound snaps him back to reality. "Oh, right," he mutters, as if remembering some unfinished business. In the reflection on the TV screen, the terrified face of the missing CEO becomes visible. He gets up from the couch and grabs a nearby weapon, ready to get back to work. In another room, the missing CEO No is on his knees, bruised and bound. He looks up at Dong Bongsu, pleading for his life. Tears and sweat stream down the CEO's battered face as he continues to beg. Dong Bongsu walks into the room, raising a heavy sledgehammer, his silhouette casting a terrifying shadow over his captive. He grabs the CEO by the chin, forcing him to look up. "Spare you?" he asks with a cold, mocking tone. Choking and terrified, CEO No insists he's innocent, claiming he has no idea why he was kidnapped. In response, Dong Bongsu simply tosses a stack of photos onto the floor in front of him. The CEO's face drains of color. The photos are undeniable proof of his horrific crimes. Stuttering in disbelief, he asks how Dong Bongsu could have possibly gotten them. Dong Bongsu looks down on him, his voice chillingly calm. He explains that if No were truly innocent, he never would have become his prey in the first place. Caught red-handed, the CEO completely changes his tune, screaming that he's reflecting on his actions and begging to be spared. Dong Bongsu grabs his face again, clearly getting tired of the man's cries. That phrase, "spare me." He's heard it so many times before. A sinister smile spreads across his lips as he continues. He lifts the hammer high, his eyes glowing red with bloodlust. "Isn't it getting a bit tired?" Without another word, he brought the hammer down with brutal force. But in that split second, a glint of murderous intent flashed in the old CEO's eyes. He had sniffed out an opening. Letting out a furious roar, the CEO sprang to his feet and threw a straight punch right at Dong Bongsu. Although Dong Bongsu was forced backward by the blow, he quickly regained his balance. As if the fear of death grants everyone the power of a Superman, the CEO strained his two meaty, pig-trotter arms, desperately fighting his bindings. The bindings ripped to shreds, completely freeing the twisted creep's meaty, pig-trotter arms. The moment he was freed, He gritted his teeth, let out a furious roar, and hurled a barrage of curses at our protagonist. His face twisted with rage. The officer points at Dong Bong-soo and vows that he's dead meat. For a moment, Dong Bong-soo is caught off guard, his eyes widening in surprise. He slowly looked up, a chilling smile gradually creeping across his lips. In his twisted vision, the grotesque, obese CEO was hurtling through the air with a hammer in hand, roaring that he would take his life. The CEO brought the hammer down in a furious, lightning-fast strike. But Dong Bong-soo is no longer in the real world. In his mind, he's back in the game. His eye glows with a menacing red light as he prepares to counter the attack. A devastating punch landed square in the CEO's ribs with such terrifying force that it literally warped his body out of shape. A devastating punch landed square in the CEO's ribs with such terrifying force that it literally warped his body out of shape. But he wasn't done yet. Dong Bong-soo's leg whipped upward, delivering a devastating kick that tore through the wind. He follows up with another devastating blow. The CEO was sent flying across the room, knocked out cold on the spot. Sprawled face down on the floor, the CEO's battered and mangled face was twisted in pure horror at what had just transpired. He scrambles backward, desperately trying to get away from the unfolding madness. His voice cracks as he screams over and over, "I don't want to die." Dong Bong-soo looks down at the pathetic man and begins to explain his twisted worldview. He starts by saying that most humans are like herbivores, weak and harmless. But among them, he continues, there exists a small number of carnivores. These carnivores are predators who hunt and attack those weaker than themselves. They exist only to devour the weak. As CEO No stares up in horror, Dong Bong-soo's shadow falls over him. He finally reveals his twisted purpose, declaring, "And I am the hunter." Who hunts those carnivores? His single red eye glows in the darkness, a predator staring down its prey. As Dong Bong-soo approached with a sledgehammer, the CEO screamed for him to stay back. Cowering in fear, the CEO screamed at the crazy bastard to keep his distance. But right as he prepared to deliver the killing blow, the door at his back violently crashed open. The police swarm into the apartment, their boots thundering against the floor. They surround him, shouting, "Don't move!" Dong Bong-soo is finally cornered, standing over the battered CEO. The lead detective steps forward, his face grim as he calls out his name, Dong Bong-soo. Holding up his badge, the detective formally places him under arrest for kidnapping and confinement. And murder, Dong Bong-soo stares back, his red eyes completely unfazed. He calmly wonders to himself how the police managed to find his hidden location. Without warning, the detective fires a warning shot into the ceiling. He points the gun directly at Dong Bong-soo, warning him that he's using live rounds and he better not try anything funny. But Dong Bong-soo isn't listening. His eye glows red as he peers through a crack in the door, his mind already somewhere else. In his eyes, the police are no longer police. They are an army of warriors, just like in the game. His gaze remains fixed, a strange sense of familiarity washing over him. He thinks to himself that this situation, being surrounded and outnumbered, feels quite similar to his past battles. The detective, getting increasingly agitated, asks if he has any idea what's going on. Dong Bong-soo finally speaks, gesturing to the man on the floor. He informs the police that this scumbag killed 6 women. He explains how the CEO tortured and toyed with them, even taking photos before they died. He then points to the wrapped corpses in the background, revealing that they are all the same, murderers and criminals. These men, he states, are beasts, carnivores that hunt innocent people. "I'm just the hunter who catches those beasts," he says, his voice devoid of emotion. He then points at the cowering CEO, telling the detective that the real monster isn't him, but the man on the floor. The detective is completely unmoved. He calmly lights a cigarette, his gun never wavering. He dismisses Dong Bong-soo's twisted logic, stating that all he sees is a psychopathic killer who kidnaps and murders people. Dong Bong-soo's expression remains stoic, but a subtle shift in his eyes shows he understands. He lets out a sigh, realizing it's useless. He can't communicate with the police, with the herbivores of this world. Done talking, he tightens his grip on his hammer, ready to act. The detective screams, "Freeze!" as he sees him tense up, his finger tightening on the trigger. But Dong Bong-soo is already moving, lunging forward in a terrifying blur. A sharp gunshot tore through the air. Blood splattered everywhere as the heavy hammer crushed the sick CEO's skull, a split second before the bullet could reach its target. As his life fades, a final thought crosses his mind. If there is a next time for me, I hope there are plenty of beasts I can kill without worry. Yeah, a place like the Murim. His body hits the floor, and the world around him begins to fracture. Reality itself seems to split apart, glitching and distorting like a broken game. For a moment, Dong Bongsu looks shocked as he's pulled into the strange digital rift. Then his expression turns cold, his red eye glowing as he accepts his fate, pulled into a new world. In a brilliant flash of light, he vanishes from the real world, his wish granted. A scream tears through the silence as Dong Bongsu is jolted into consciousness. His eyes snap open, wide with disbelief. The last thing he remembered was the sound of a gunshot, but somehow he was still alive. A gruff voice cuts through his confusion. A man named Mackle looks down on him, surprised that the boy he'd left for dead was still breathing. But the boy's terrified expression was gone, replaced by a cold, sharp glare. A flash of red in his eyes signals that something has changed. Mackle recoils slightly, unnerved by the sudden change in the boy's demeanor. Annoyed, he lunges forward and grabs the boy by his collar. He shoves his face close, yelling about how much trouble it was to get him from the marketplace, reminding him of his place. He threatens to kill him for real this time, but Dong Bongsu just stares back with an unnerving calm. Frustrated by the lack of fear, Mackle shoves him away and storms off, declaring he's done for the day. From the darkness, Dong Bongsu watches him go, his glowing red eye filled with a cold, calculating light. As Mackle disappeared from view, Dong Bongsu remained on the ground, his hand tightly clutching a stone. His mind was racing, desperately trying to process this bizarre new reality. Once he was completely alone, the tension finally left the air. Suddenly, a strange energy surges through his body. He grits his teeth, a painful scream escaping his lips as his body is racked with power. But the surge is too intense. The frail body can't handle it, and he collapses to the floor, coughing violently. As he recovers, he glances at his hands and his eyes widen. Something feels wrong, very wrong. He frantically touches his own chest, his arms, his face. The realization begins to dawn on him. Surrounded by a dark aura, he looks down at the skinny limbs and bony torso. In a moment of chilling clarity, he understands. This body wasn't his. His hands trace the unfamiliar scars covering his new form. He had no memory of getting these wounds. He crawls towards a nearby window, desperate for answers in his reflection. His eyes tremble. The face staring back from the dark glass isn't his, it's the face of a stranger. As he stares at the strange yet familiar scenery, a chilling realization washes over him. He knows this place. Looking out from the dilapidated stable at the moonlit village, the name finally clicks in his mind. He has been reborn into the world of Murim, the setting of the brutal VR game he loved more than life itself. The weight of this revelation is immense. He slumps against the doorway, trying to process the impossible. He clutches his head, his frail body trembling. Is this a dream, a hallucination? Finally, he collapses to the ground, utterly overwhelmed. But the tears that stream down his face are not of sorrow or despair. They are tears of pure, unadulterated joy. His deepest, most twisted wish has finally come true. A system window flashes before his eyes, confirming his identity, player Dong Bongsu. A welcome message seals his fate. He has officially entered Murim Online, a world governed by strength and survival. A horrifying, ecstatic grin spreads across his face. The psychopath has found his paradise. The next morning, the sound of a horse snorting fills the stable. The manic killer is gone. In his place is So Sam, the quiet stable boy, diligently cleaning the stalls as if nothing happened. Suddenly, the stable doors are thrown open, and a voice bellows his name. Hey, So Sam. It's Mackle. Dong Bongsu immediately slips into character, turning with a frightened look and stuttering the man's name. Pinching his nose in disgust at the smell, Mackle orders the boy to follow him for a job. Playing the part of a timid servant, Dong Bongsu meekly protests, stuttering that he hasn't finished cleaning yet. He instinctively flinches, anticipating the violence that always follows any hesitation. Mackle's patience snaps. He glares at the boy, making it clear this isn't a request. He grabs Dong Bong-soo, reminding him that he's just a worthless orphan who has forgotten his place. He snarls that So-sam is nothing more than a slave, a creature meant to obey. But behind the boy's terrified facade, a predator's eyes watch and wait, cataloging every weakness. Makal drags him through the village to a blacksmith's forge, where a massive pile of discarded weapons awaits. Another man, Guak Dongo, arrives with Makal. The blacksmith seems surprised, asking why Makal isn't there himself. Dongo smirks, explaining that Makal is busy at the Bungyang Inn. He makes a crude gesture, implying that Makal is enjoying himself with a woman. The old blacksmith sighs, knowing it's pointless to argue. He eyes the two of them skeptically. He points out that the pile of weapons is far too heavy for just the two of them to move. Dongo laughs heartily, dismissing the old man's concerns. He gestures towards So-sam. Then, without warning, he brutally kicks So-sam, calling him a beast of burden. Dong Bong-soo collapses, the impact knocking the wind out of him. Dongo taunts him, asking why he's lying on the ground. With a menacing grin, he towers over the boy, ordering him to get up and start moving the weapons immediately. Dongo cracks his knuckles, a wicked thought crossing his mind. He suddenly remembers he also has an appointment at the inn, and decides to dump all the work on the boy. He pats So-sam on the head condescendingly, wishing him good luck before turning to leave. The old blacksmith watches the scene unfold, his face etched with pity for the boy. He can only shake his head in resignation, knowing there's nothing he can do to help. Left alone, Dong Bong-soo struggles to lift an enormous sack filled with blades, the weight nearly crushing his frail body. The sharp points of the swords and spears dig into his back, drawing blood. He stumbles forward, each step an agonizing effort, leaving a trail of discarded weapons in his wake. He collapses, picks himself up, and continues to gather the scattered blades over and over again. He drags the immense weight through the streets, his body screaming in protest with every step. By the time he finishes, the sun has set, painting the sky in shades of blood red. The old blacksmith watches with a worried expression, telling him he's done enough and needs to rest. He notes how pale the boy looks, his face ashen and his body trembling. He says the boy looks like he's about to die, but Dong Bong-soo simply brushes it off, claiming he's fine. As he walks, the memories of the body's original owner, So-sam, begin to surface, echoing the boy's name in his mind. He feels the boy's final moments, the biting cold and the crushing despair of a pathetic, bug-like existence. Flashes of the brutal beatings the boy endured assault his senses. He sees through the original So-sam's eyes, filled with hopelessness and fear. He remembers the towering figure of his tormentor, yelling at him for being in the way. And he feels the boy's pathetic apology, a desperate plea to avoid more pain. But the apology meant nothing, the violence came anyway. In his final moments, So-sam wondered where it all went wrong as he was kicked and beaten. Was it when a storm killed his family, leaving him the sole survivor? Or was his mistake seeking shelter with the Danri clan, only to be treated as less than human? As his life faded, all the boy could feel was the cold ground beneath him. His last breath was a desperate, unheard plea for someone to save him. The memories fade, leaving Dong Bong-soo lying on the floor of the dark, musty stable. But the despair is gone. In its place is a cold, burning hatred. The predator inside him has fully awakened. A low, chilling chuckle escapes his lips. This pathetic, brutal life was not a tragedy to him, but a perfect opportunity. He picks himself up and walks towards the water trough, the animals in the stable instinctively shying away from his presence. Looking at the reflection of the stranger staring back, he finally puts a name to the face. So-sam, that was the boy's name. He grips the wooden edge, a quiet growl rumbling in his chest, a mix of disgust for the boy's weakness and excitement for his new vessel. He stands in the center of the stable, the very place where the original So-sam took his last breath. It all made sense now, the stable, the memories. The original So-sam was beaten to death right here. And in the boy's empty shell, his own consciousness had found a new home. Just as he accepts his new reality, something catches his eye. A glowing blue panel materializes before him. It's the status window from Murim Online. The game has followed him into this world. A system window suddenly materialized, welcoming the player to Murim Online. He could only stare in disbelief, recognizing the interface from the game. His vision cleared, revealing a world straight out of ancient history. The architecture, the people's clothing, it was all unfamiliar, a far cry from the modern world he knew. He found himself holding a bowl filled with a mushy, unappetizing meal, the kind of food given to the lowest of the low. A man named Jang Ho grumbled to himself, annoyed that he was the only one in the entire Danri clan tasked with cleaning up horse manure. He thought that if the boy had finished his work, he should have just gone home instead of causing trouble. He cursed his bad luck for running into the infamous psycho, Ping Duryang, and worriedly recalled sending someone named Dongo with him. Jang Ho's frustration boiled over. He couldn't understand why a great man like himself had to clean up the messes of a half-wit. In the darkness of his thoughts, a sinister idea formed. He decided he should just kill the boy himself. His hand twitched, imagining the act. But he quickly dismissed the thought, clenching his teeth as he realized the risk was far too high. If he got caught, he knew he'd be the first to be executed. With that, he kicked the door open to where the boy was staying. He hurled the bowl of food at him, screaming in frustration about how the boy's useless existence was making his life difficult. The bowl clattered onto the dirty floor, its contents spilling everywhere as the boy sat weakly on the ground. But through the matted hair and grime, his eyes were open, quietly observing everything. He thought to himself that it had already been 2 weeks since he first woke up in this strange place. Based on what he'd gathered from Jang Ho's ramblings and his own observations, he began to piece together his current situation. First, even though the people here use Chinese characters, this place was clearly not China. The reason was simple, proven by the warriors training in the courtyard. He watched as their swords pulsed with a strange, blue energy, an impossible sight in his old world. It was the undeniable proof that this world possessed something that didn't exist back on his Earth, real martial arts. Techniques he once thought only existed in fiction were now completely real. In this world, people could leap through the air, defying gravity as if it were nothing. They moved faster than the eye could follow, their blades cutting through the air with impossible speed. A warrior let out a powerful shout, his voice echoing with energy. An entire legion of fighters trained in perfect unison, their combined shouts shaking the very ground. His eyes, now glowing a faint red, took in the unbelievable sight before him. He finally understood. In this place, the martial arts he'd only read about were a living, breathing reality. It was exactly like a live-action version of the game he obsessed over, Murim Online. He continued his analysis. His second major discovery was the glowing blue status window floating before him. To be precise, the status window from Murim Online was fully functional, but for some reason, he was the only one who could see it. He clenched his weak fist. Initially, he'd thought this was all just a game, but the feeling of his own hand, the air in his lungs, this was definitely reality. He thought about the people he'd encountered so far. Every single person here had their own will, their own twisted emotions. They weren't just mindless NPCs. They were alive, and they were moving according to their own desires. He looked at his reflection in the system window, a crucial question forming in his mind. In this world, was he a human or a player? A small, curious sound escaped his lips. The question didn't scare him, it intrigued him. Suddenly, a voice cut through his thoughts. A portly man with a greasy smile leaned through the doorway, sarcastically greeting Brother Sam. The man's face twisted into a sneer. He was furious that he'd been punished because of some idiot, and he was here to take it out on him. The man advanced, looming over the boy who sat silently amidst the filth on the floor. But he paused, a confused sound escaping his lips. To his surprise, the boy was slowly getting to his feet. Then the boy did something unexpected. He picked up the broken, dirt-covered bowl. In front of the stunned bully, he began to shovel the spilled contents into his mouth as if it were a gourmet meal. The man could only stare in disbelief. His shock quickly turned to fury. He screamed at the boy for ignoring him, his voice cracking with rage as he threatened to end his life. But in that moment, something changed. The boy's eyes flashed a terrifying red, and in his hand was a sharp fragment from the broken bowl. Before the bully could even react, the boy lunged, driving the ceramic shard deep into his flesh. A choked scream escaped the man's lips as blood sprayed from the wound. The boy's attack was brutally fast and precise. Gone was the weak, trembling child. In his place was a predator, his eyes burning with a cold, merciless fire. He clamped a hand over the man's mouth, his grip like iron. The only sound was a muffled, gurgling gasp for air. As the man, Guak Dongo, choked on his own blood, the boy leaned in close to whisper a chilling secret. The words came out in a low, guttural gurgle, a sound of pure malice. He snarled that the weak little boy he used to torment had died a long time ago. A low growl rumbled in his chest, the sound of a beast finally unleashed. But he wasn't finished. He began to pummel the man's face with his bare fists, each blow landing with sickening force. Guak Dongo's screams of agony filled the air as the boy brutally gouged his fingers into his eyes. The attack devolved into a red haze of pure, unrestrained violence. In the darkness, his form became a demonic silhouette, methodically and joyfully tearing his victim apart. Blood splattered across the stable, a chaotic canvas painted by a psychopath's rage. When the frenzy finally subsided, only a shadowy figure remained, standing over the mangled corpse of his first kill in this new world. A deep, satisfied laugh echoed in the bloody silence. He closed his eyes, covered in blood, feeling a familiar warmth spread through his body. "It's hot," he muttered. It was the exhilarating heat of the hunt, a feeling he hadn't realized he'd missed so much. He stood amidst the carnage, the previous question returning to him. Human? Player? In the end, he realized it didn't matter at all. The warmth of the blood, the thrill of the kill, it all confirmed his suspicion. This place, without a doubt, was reality. He could feel it emanating from the corpse at his feet, and from the other bully Makil. It was the great, unspoken law of this world. A world drenched in blood and ruled by a single brutal principle, the law of the jungle, survival of the fittest. A spark of ecstatic realization lit up his eyes. He had found his paradise. If this was his new home, then he would no longer have to hide his true nature. He could finally hunt to his heart's content, just like the predator he was. Because in this savage land, other carnivores, even stronger and more monstrous than him, roamed free. This was the jungle they called the Murim. A twisted, blood-soaked grin spread across his face. He finally felt alive. And he made a silent vow. As soon as this pathetic body recovered its strength, the hunt would begin again. He wasn't interested in the small fry. He would go after the true predators of this world. Here, under the cold moon, a monster had been unleashed upon a new hunting ground, the Murim. The room where Guak Dongo's body used to be. The hunt for his next target is about to begin. The scene flashes back to the blood-soaked room where he sat after his first kill. But from behind the mask, Dong Bongsu's thoughts are cold and clear. A man like Makil isn't even worth hunting, but there's something he needs to test. With the bloody mess of his first kill before him, Dong Bongsu begins to inspect the strange new powers he's acquired. He calls out a single command, activating a familiar feature from the game he used to play, the inventory. But as Dong Bongsu stares at the swirling blue panel, he realizes that something about it is very different from what he remembers. In the game Murim Online, the inventory was a simple grid where each item took up a single slot. This, however, wasn't a grid at all. It was one enormous empty space. He reaches out and his hand phases right through the surface, plunging into the void within. He's stunned by the sheer size of it, a personal dimension that feels at least 300 square meters large. His gaze shifts from the inventory back to the corpse lying on the floor. An idea sparks in his mind as he once again reaches for the system window. He grabs the body by its head, remembering a key function from the game. With his hand covering the man's face, he gives the command, "Store in inventory." Instantly, the body begins to glitch and dematerialize, as if being erased from existence. It's pulled into a swirling vortex of light, breaking apart into digital fragments. And just like that, the corpse vanishes without a trace. A glint appears in Dong Bongsu's eye, an inventory that can make a body disappear instantly. This is an incredibly useful feature for someone like him. But this newfound power raises a chilling question in his mind. Can he put living things in there? And if so, what would happen to them? A sinister smile creeps across his face. He realizes he'll need to do a few more experiments to find out. Meanwhile, the day is bright and peaceful at what appears to be a local sect's headquarters. In the courtyard, two warriors are deep in conversation, completely unaware of the monster lurking nearby. They're sharing some juicy gossip, laughing amongst themselves about the latest rumors spreading through the sect. But their laughter dies down as one of them notices the silent figure of Dong Bongsu standing nearby, his face an unreadable mask. He turns around abruptly, his attention now fully on the boy. In a flash, he shoves Dong Bongsu back, confronting him aggressively. The man, his supervisor Lord Mackle, sneers at him, mocking him for having gone mute. Dong Bongsu just lets out a few grunts, putting on a disturbingly vacant smile to play the part of a half-wit. Mackle shoves him again, clearly disgusted by his presence. He points towards the stables and orders him to take a horse out for a walk. With another unintelligible grunt, Dong Bongsu bows deeply in submission. Mackle clenches his fist in frustration, complaining about having to deal with a brat who can't even speak properly anymore. A short while later, Dong Bongsu is quietly leading the horse through the village streets. The marketplace is bustling, with people going about their daily lives. Everyone seems to be minding their own business, trading goods and talking amongst themselves. But through his lifeless eyes, Dong Bongsu sees everything. He notices a group of children hiding in an alley, clearly waiting for him to pass by. As he gets closer, they leap out from their hiding spot and hurl a rock at him. It strikes him hard on the side of the head, yet he doesn't even flinch. He just keeps walking. Blood begins to trickle down his neck, but his expression remains utterly blank, as if he felt nothing at all. Emboldened, the kids run after him, making faces and mocking him. They call him dummy and stupid So Sam, laughing that he can't even talk anymore. But their taunts catch in their throats when one of them looks up, his face suddenly filled with fear. For just a split second, the image of the weakling flickers, replaced by a terrifying predator whose eyes glow with a menacing light in the darkness. The child rubs his eyes, convinced he must have imagined the whole thing. When he looks again, Dong Bongsu is just the same dummy as before, with a vacant smile as he gently pats the horse. The terrifying monster is gone. Without another glance, Dong Bongsu turns and walks away, leaving the confused bullies behind. The lead bully tries to save face with a forced, nervous laugh. He yells insults after him, but his taunts are weaker now, shaken by what he just saw. As their voices fade, we hear Dong Bongsu's true thoughts. To them, he's just a mute who can't do anything, an easy target. And that's exactly what he wants them to think. An idiot is the perfect disguise for a predator. He continues on his way, his plan already in motion. Elsewhere, Lord Mackle is complaining to himself. He feels that a man of his talents shouldn't be stuck cleaning weapons, and is annoyed that his subordinate, Guak Dongo, has been missing for days. He heads towards the weapons storeroom, sarcastically wondering if the man dropped dead somewhere. But as he reaches the door, he's surprised to see Dong Bongsu walking out. Mackle's eyes go wide. He looks past the boy and sees that every single sword and spear in the room is sparkling, having been perfectly cleaned and organized. He can't believe it. He wonders if this mute brat actually did all of his work for him. Dong Bongsu just offers him that same, creepy, subservient smile. Mackle is completely bewildered. He thinks to himself that ever since So Sam almost died, he's become a completely different person, fast, efficient, and doing things without even being asked. He even has the thought, has he finally become a decent human being? With a twisted smile, So Sam offers a heavy pouch of coins to his greedy supervisor, Mackle. Mackle takes the pouch and opens it, his eyes catching the glint of the gold coins inside. He can't believe his luck. His eyes widen, a wave of pure greed washing over him as he stares at the small fortune. Mackle bursts into laughter, throwing his arm around So Sam. He praises the boy, thinking the fool has finally learned to bribe his way into favor. He pats So Sam's head condescendingly, telling him to keep up the good work, completely oblivious to the boy's true intentions. As Mackle walks away clutching his prize, So Sam watches from the shadows, a sinister smile spreading across his face. The bait has been taken. His expression shifts, the mask of the fool dropping to reveal the cold, predatory eyes of a killer. So Sam thinks to himself with dark amusement. The idiot doesn't even realize he's just accepted payment for his own funeral. Later that night, Mackle struts through the town, proudly holding the pouch and lecturing someone off-screen about being more flexible. He shakes the bag, feeling its weight and gloating about how full his pockets are for the night. With a twisted grin, he decides to visit a woman named Chasun instead of his usual pick. Tonight, he's a wealthy man. He arrives at the Bungyang Inn, a place of food and entertainment, casually tossing the pouch of money in the air. He's ready to spend. The portly innkeeper rushes out to greet him with a wide, welcoming smile, recognizing Lord Mackle immediately. Mackle doesn't waste any time, ordering the man to bring out Chosun for him. The innkeeper hesitates. He notes that Mackle usually asks for someone else, and the name, Chosun, catches him by surprise. Mackle just confirms the order with a crazed look in his eyes, his patience clearly wearing thin. The innkeeper's face darkens, a hint of suspicion in his eyes. He knows Chosun is expensive, and Mackle isn't usually this wealthy. Sensing the doubt, Mackle shoves the pouch forward, telling the innkeeper not to worry because he has the cash right there. His greed satisfied, the innkeeper's smile returns. He tells Mackle to head to a room on the second floor, promising to bring Chosun right away. Mackle settles into the private room, sipping his drink and waiting eagerly for his guest to arrive, completely unaware of the true danger that awaits him. A voice announces their arrival from outside the door. The guest has arrived. The door slides open, and Mackle's eyes go wide. A woman named Chosun stands there, and he's completely captivated. He's completely stunned by her beauty, thinking to himself that she's on a completely different level from anyone he's been with before. Trying to act composed, Mackle clears his throat and awkwardly gestures for her to sit down. Chosun gracefully kneels before him and offers to pour him a drink. Mackle is so flustered he can barely speak. He nervously agrees, laughing to himself, completely absorbed in the moment. Yet outside the room, someone was spying through a gap in the wall, watching the oblivious bastard blindly admire Chosun's hands. He beckoned her closer, and right through the crack, a single glowing red eye became clearly visible. The red eye of Sosam glares through the opening, watching his prey with terrifying intensity. The hunt is on. A predatory grin spreads across his face as he prepares to make his move. The scene briefly flashes back to the innkeeper's instructions, confirming that this isolated room was part of Sosam's plan all along. The innkeeper watches as his new high-paying customer walks up the stairs, heading straight into the trap. The innkeeper looks down, disgusted that Mackle would spend so much on a girl young enough to be his daughter. He opens the pouch of coins, his greed taking over. But in the end, he shrugs it off. Money is money, after all. He puts a coin to his eye with a huge, greedy grin. Suddenly, a shadowy figure appears at the door. The man inside calls out a welcome, but then trails off as he recognizes the visitor. It's Sosam standing there like a phantom. The man inside is shocked to see him. The man, who seems to be a guard or another employee, quickly stands up, startled by Sosam's sudden appearance. He gets in Sosam's face, sneering as he asks what a mute is doing in a place like this. He threatens Sosam, telling him to get lost right now, but his threat is cut short mid-sentence. Before the man can finish his sentence, Sosam shoves the bag of money into his hands, his eyes wide with a crazed, desperate look. He lets out a few stutters, playing the part of a terrified mute who can't speak properly. The man looks down at the heavy pouch, his expression changing from aggression to curiosity. He opens it and sees that it's filled to the brim with coins. His eyes widen in shock and greed, just as Mackle's did. He's been successfully bribed. His demeanor completely changes. With a sleazy grin, he tells Sosam that if he waits in a nearby room, he'll bring another girl right away. The path to Mackle is now clear. And just like that, with the guards paid off, Sosam walks up the stairs of the Bungyang Inn, completely unobstructed. Inside the room, Sosam prepares his weapon, a simple strip of cloth. He sneaks up behind Mackle, who is too busy flexing and admiring himself to notice. The fool is completely defenseless. In one swift motion, he wraps the cloth around Mackle's neck, pulling it tight. The attack is sudden and silent. Mackle's smug expression instantly turns to one of shock and pain. He chokes, his eyes bulging as the cloth cuts off his air supply. He gasps for breath, his hands clawing uselessly at the garrote around his throat. Sosam pulls even harder, the fabric digging deep into Mackle's neck. With his last moments of consciousness, Mackle turns his head, finally seeing the face of his attacker. He can't believe who it is. Mustering every last ounce of his strength, he viciously headbutted Sosam in the jaw, sending a spray of blood from his mouth and forcing him to reel backward. With one final, desperate shove, Mackle threw his remaining weight forward, sending both of them crashing backward. Both of them slammed hard onto the floor with a heavy, sickening thud. But not a single ripple of emotion crossed So-Sam's face. His glowing red eye radiated nothing but a cold, chilling satisfaction. He relentlessly kept pulling the cloth tight, making absolutely sure his target would drop dead. The first hunt in this new world was still going exactly as planned. A man's eyes shot open in pure terror. The bastard's arms and legs started to spasm, thrashing helplessly in the air as his body lost all control. The strip of cloth continued to tighten relentlessly around his neck, choking the life out of him as he struggled in desperate agony. The one behind the attack, Dong Bong-soo, revealed a twisted, predatory smile, his red eyes glowing with excitement. He stared upwards with a look of pure ecstasy, savoring the final moments of his victim's life. The man's eyes went bloodshot, a silent scream frozen on his face. From the darkness, a pair of crimson eyes stared back, belonging to a monster in human form. It was over. The man lay dead, his eyes pale and lifeless, while Dong Bong-soo looked down, completely satisfied. A cold, calculating gaze replaced his earlier frenzy. The hunt was done. Now he had to deal with the aftermath. He got up, looking down at the body with a detached expression. He sat in the quiet room, the deed done, his mind already moving on to the next step. His eyes narrowed, focusing on the corpse. It was time to test his new power. With the body left on the floor, Dong Bong-soo walked towards the center of the room. He stood before a wooden wall, the bodies of his other victims scattered around him. There was no trace of remorse on his face. He focused, and a slit of light appeared in the empty space before him. He reached out his bandaged hand towards the strange phenomenon. A blue spatial portal opened up, his personal inventory. He knew he had to stash the corpse immediately. He smirked, thinking to himself that his prior practice with the inventory was paying off. Seeing how the evidence from his last kill vanished without a trace, he knew this ability would be a massive help for all his future hunts. However, his mind was already elsewhere. Something had just been confirmed. He checked his system window, a suspicion solidifying in his mind. And there it was, just as he'd hoped. The system notified him that he had gained experience and his level had gone up. The horrifying truth was now undeniable. In this new world, killing people granted him experience points. The implications crashed down on him. With enough experience, he could level up, and leveling up would make him stronger. His eyes widened, glowing red with a dark realization. He looked at his hands, realizing that being stronger would make hunting easier. And as hunting became easier, he would gain experience even faster, a terrifying feedback loop. It meant that in this place, he could become infinitely strong. He clutched his head, a manic ear-to-ear grin spreading across his face as the corpse from his hunt still lay on the floor. For a killer like him, this world was truly a wonderful place. A low-angle close-up captures the pure satisfaction in his every movement as he continues to savor the lingering aftertaste of the hunt. He stared down at his victim with cold, predatory eyes, only to suddenly notice something rather intriguing. Framing his hands like a camera lens, he admired his masterpiece, a silent predator observing its prey. His victim, Lord Mackle, was now dead. Dong Bong-soo's only regret was that he didn't have a camera to immortalize the moment. Meanwhile, outside the room, a guard stood watch, completely unaware of the murder that had just taken place. Suddenly, a woman named Chasun rushed down the hallway, startled by the guard's presence. She hurried to the door of the room, calling out to see if the guest was inside. The innkeeper of Bungyangin appeared, annoyed at the delay. He impatiently told her to get in there, reminding her that even if the customer is a mute, he's still a paying one. Chasun quickly agreed, opening the door and apologizing for being late. The innkeeper watched her enter, a flicker of suspicion on his face. He frowned, a strange thought crossing his mind. Were those two moving in together or something? It seemed odd. He gritted his teeth, his patience wearing thin. Something was definitely wrong. He knocked loudly on the door, calling for Mackle and telling Chasun to come out. When he still didn't get a response, he told them to get some rest, his voice laced with irritation. But from inside the room, there was only dead silence. The innkeeper's face flushed with anger. He couldn't believe they were seriously ignoring him. He opened his mouth to yell at them for their disrespect. But he was cut off by a blood-curdling scream from within the room. Without a second thought, he slammed the door open, demanding to know what was happening. His eyes widened in absolute horror at the scene that greeted him. Inside, a body was hanging from the ceiling, swaying gently in the dimly lit room. The feet of the corpse twitched in their final moments. It was Makil. The guard who had been standing outside stared in disbelief, stammering his brother's name. Our story begins in Anhui, a land of vast plains where the Hua and Yangtze rivers flow. Since ancient times, its fertile lands and intersecting rivers have made it a major center for commerce and trade. But wherever money gathers, so do thieves and villains. Bandits from unorthodox factions began to run rampant across the land. In response, many clans and sects dedicated to upholding the code of the Murim were established in Anhui to fight back. Among them, two were the most prominent: the Namgung clan, one of the 5 great clans, and the Danri clan. Though not as powerful as Namgung, the Danri clan boasted its own specialized fighting force and an intelligence group called the Black Crow Squad, making it well known throughout the region. The Black Crow Squad's information network was so formidable that even the beggar sect had to admit they were superior, at least within Anhui. But recently, this very squad has been struggling with a new and unsettling case. Inside the clan's headquarters, a subordinate reports to his superior, holding out a scroll with the latest findings. The man receiving the report is Gi Dihyo, the sharp-witted leader of the Black Crow Squad. His expression is grim as he listens to the disturbing details of the case. He reflects that while suicides are not uncommon, the recent spike in numbers is highly unusual. Something is definitely wrong. What troubles him the most is how perfect each case is. All evidence and circumstances point unequivocally to suicide. He narrows his eyes, questioning if such a thing is truly possible. His instincts tell him something is being overlooked. Gi Dihyo asks his subordinate who the first victim was. The man replies that it was an armory artisan from their clan named Machil. This confirms Gi Dihyo's suspicion. The incident involved someone from the Danri clan directly. Losing his patience, Gi Dihyo grabs the man, demanding to know where Machil died. The subordinate quickly answers that it happened at an inn, the Phoenix Tavern. Without hesitation, Gi Dihyo announces they're going. His subordinate is shocked, saying there's no need for the leader to investigate in person. But Gi Dihyo is resolute, declaring that he has to see the scene with his own eyes. Gi Dihyo and his men arrive at the Phoenix Tavern, the place where the first victim died. Standing before a closed door, he turns to the innkeeper to confirm if this is the correct room. The innkeeper of Bangyang bows his head, confirming that this is indeed the room where he and his employee found Machil's body. Gi Dihyo's mind races. If this suicide plague is actually a string of murders as he suspects, then how did the killer get into this seemingly sealed room to murder Machil? He steps inside to investigate. He meticulously inspects the room, his footsteps echoing on the wooden floor. After searching every nook and cranny, he confirms his initial assessment. There's no way for a culprit to have entered without being seen. His gaze then falls upon the wooden wall separating this room from the next. He realizes the only remaining possibility lies there. His sharp eyes examine the vertical logs making up the partition wall. He realizes that if these logs were removed, it would provide easy access from the adjacent room. But there's a major flaw in that theory. A closer look reveals the logs are covered in undisturbed dust. They haven't been moved in a long time. He turns to the innkeeper and asks if there's any way to remove the logs without taking off the entire roof. The innkeeper dismisses the idea immediately, explaining that the logs are set into deep grooves in both the ceiling and floor beams. He states that it's physically impossible to pull them out without dismantling the structural beams first. The room is a fortress. With all possibilities exhausted, Gi Dihyo is forced to consider that it might have been a suicide after all. But his instincts won't let him give up. He asks one final, critical question. Was anyone staying in the room next door at the time of death? The innkeeper confirms that there was another guest, someone who likely arrived at the same time as Machil. Gi Dihyo's eyes widen with intensity as he demands the person's name. The answer comes back: So Sam of the Danri clan. A new lead, the name of the man from the room next door, So Sam. And at that very moment, the man in question, Dong Bongsu, is calmly leading a horse through town, his mind preoccupied with the results of his last hunt. As he walks, Dong Bongsu checks his status window. He recalls that the experience points from his most recent kill were far greater than any before. He quickly comes to a realization. The man he killed must have been a martial artist. He clenches his fist as he grasps the fundamental rule of this world. Killing stronger opponents yields more experience points. But he remains pragmatic. With his current frail body, he knows fighting a proper martial artist would be suicide. He's weaker than even the lowest-ranking warrior of the Danri clan. This means he needs a specific kind of target, prey that can bridge the gap between weak commoners and powerful martial artists. Just then, a coarse voice breaks his concentration, mocking his appearance. His path is blocked by a group of thugs. They surround him, taunting him for not greeting his elders. One of them leans in close, trying to get a reaction. The leader laughs, sarcastically defending him, saying little So Sam would never ignore them. Dong Bong-su's eyes narrow in annoyance. He recognizes them as nothing more than common street thugs. He scoffs internally. The original So Sam was still part of the Danri clan. It was pathetic that he let himself be pushed around by such scum. The thug leader sneers, wondering aloud how So Sam could have lived such a pathetic life. Losing all patience with the brat's stony silence, he flew into a rage, lashing out to grab Dong Bong-su by the head and yanking it back violently. His eyes flashed dangerously as he dragged So Sam away by the head, deciding it was time for a private chat. They drag him and his horse into a dark, secluded alleyway. As he's being dragged, Dong Bong-su's mind is already calculating. Could he kill them all and disguise it as another suicide? He considers using his inventory to dispose of the bodies, but causing a scene here is too risky. It's better to maintain his cover as a weakling for now. Besides, the experience points from killing them would be minimal. He decides to take the beating for now and eliminate them later. The thug sneered, remarking that he'd put on some decent weight lately, before bracing himself to deliver another heavy blow. Just as the fist neared his face, an icy voice cut through the air. Enough! A silhouette gradually materialized, walking out from the darkness into the light. The thugs are frozen in shock by his sudden command. From the shadows, their leader, Jang Ho, emerges, casually asking his men why they didn't bring So Sam over nicely. One of the thugs stammers his name, clearly startled by his appearance. So now he had a name for the man in charge, Jang Ho. Jang Ho completely ignores So Sam, instead turning his attention to the magnificent horse, stroking it with a greedy smile. He reveals his plan, mentioning that his own leader is obsessed with fine horses and that he intends to present this one as a gift. He then turns back to So Sam with a mocking grin, asking for his opinion on the matter as if he had any choice. A thug grins sinisterly, the group's malicious intentions now perfectly clear. So Sam's eyes narrow. The blatant killing intent was undeniable. They were going to kill him and steal his horse. But in that moment, Jang Ho had made a fatal mistake. He had chosen the wrong person to prey on. Completely unaware that he had just made a fatal mistake, Jang Ho shoved his face right into So Sam's, threatening that he wouldn't ask a second time. But So Sam's demeanor has completely changed. He looks up with cold eyes, challenging them. Then just kill me, why bother asking twice? The thugs are stunned into silence. They couldn't believe it, the mute could actually talk. Before they can react, So Sam moves with blinding speed, striking Jang Ho. He calls out a single word, inventory. A brilliant flash of light erupts from his hand. In a split second, a gleaming sword materialized in his hand, lunging straight for the leader's throat before he could even let out a scream. The world twists and blurs from the dying man's perspective as his life fades away. Jang Ho, bleeding from the first attack, stares in disbelief, unable to comprehend how this weakling suddenly became a demon. His arms slowly went limp, the spark of life in him gradually faded away. As the thug collapsed, a brilliant pillar of light erupted from So Sam's body, enveloping both him and his horse. An explosive wave of energy blasts outwards. He has just leveled up. A thug raised his hand to block the encroaching light, feeling an overwhelming weight as if heavy chains were grinding him down. Suddenly, a notification window appears in front of Dong Bong-su. He's reached level 2. As the light slowly faded, it revealed the thugs' faces, already drenched in cold sweat. The air grows cold. The weak, frail boy is gone, replaced by a dark figure emanating pure killer instinct. Seeing this transformation, One of the thugs stammers in pure terror, calling him a demon. Witnessing the scene, the thugs bellowed in rage, shouting for everyone to swarm and put an end to the monster in front of them. The thugs charge, but their assault is met with brutal force, and one of them lets out a final, agonizing scream. Witnessing this, one of the thugs backed away, his will completely shattered as he prepared to bolt. He stumbled away in a blind panic before collapsing, his body hitting the ground with a heavy thud. Scrambling backward, he looks up and sees the terrifying figure walking toward him from the end of the alley. Frozen with fear, the man's face twists in horror as he begs for his life. But his plea is met with a swift kick that sends him flying through the air. He crashes hard against the wall, slumping to the ground in a heap. His vision starts to fade as he lies there, defeated and broken. He reaches out a hand, his mind refusing to believe that this is the end. As his life flashes before his eyes, he remembers Dong Bong-soo as nothing more than a weakling. He was just a money bag, someone they could beat up any time to get some cash. He can't understand what went wrong. He never expected this. It was supposed to be a simple shakedown, just like all the others, but instead of an easy mark, he ran into a monster. Just as the thug's consciousness starts to fade, a hand grabs his head. Dong Bong-soo's cold voice mutters that this whole situation is just frustrating. As Dong Bong-soo stands over him, the last thug can only lament his fate. To think he would die at the hands of some ordinary-looking kid who turned out to be a demon. Sometime later, the thug slowly begins to regain consciousness in the dark alley. He groans in pain, his body aching from the beating he took. He snaps awake, letting out a horrified gasp as the memory of the massacre comes rushing back. A calm voice asks if he's awake. The thug looks up to see Dong Bong-soo and can only stammer in terror, calling him a demon. The thug, now tied up, trembles on his knees. Dong Bong-soo lets out a sigh, clearly annoyed. Suddenly, a knife appears in Dong Bong-soo's hand, the sharp blade gleaming dangerously. With a predatory glint in his eyes, he holds the knife to the man and asks for the name of the thug who died first. Terrified, the thug stammers, asking if he means their leader, Jang Ho. Dong Bong-soo confirms the name, pressing the blade to the man's throat as he tries to remember the name of their gang. The thug panics and blurts out that they belong to the Black Snake Society, a name that catches Dong Bong-soo's interest. He quickly explains that the Black Snake Society is part of the larger Ebony Syndicate that rules the city's underworld, and that Jang Ho was one of its executives. Dong Bong-soo processes this new information, an executive of a major gang. This was becoming more interesting. He then recalls Jang Ho mentioning a leader, pushing the thug for more details. Panicked, the thug reveals everything. Their leader is Bang Po-yom, and it was he who ordered Jang Ho to kill Dong Bong-soo and steal his horse. Dong Bong-soo smirks. So these organizations had a proper hierarchy, much like modern gangs. They would be his new hunting ground. The thug breaks down into tears, completely broken. Dong Bong-soo simply says, "Fine." He then makes an offer. Tell him everything about the Ebony Syndicate and the Black Snake Society, and if the information is good, he just might let him live. A glimmer of hope appears on the thug's face. He asks with desperate joy if he's really going to be spared. But it was a lie. After extracting all the information he needed, Dong Bong-soo disposed of him just like the others. With the fight over, Dong Bong-soo activates his inventory, making the bodies of the thugs vanish without a trace. He lets out a small sigh of relief, glad that the cleanup is finally done. He surveys the now empty alley, where only his horse remains, quietly waiting. Taking a moment, he sits down to process the events of the day and analyze what he's learned. He reflects on the fight, realizing he has learned several important facts. First, he now has a new target, the Ebony Syndicate. He had been looking for prey that was stronger than a civilian, but weaker than a true martial artist to gain experience. And now he's found the perfect targets. From this point forward, he will hunt them down one by one. The second thing he learned was a crucial detail about leveling up. He looks at his hands in astonishment. The old scars that once covered them are now completely gone. He realizes that leveling up doesn't just heal recent injuries. It erases every single wound and scar on his entire body, making him physically perfect again. A cold, calculating look appears in his eyes as he grasps the full potential of this ability. He wonders if it could even heal fatal damage to his heart or brain. This means that if he's close to leveling up, he can take on far greater risks in a fight. Finally, there was the third discovery, the light. He remembers the massive pillar of light that erupted from his body the moment he leveled up. While powerful, he instantly recognizes it as a major disadvantage. It wasn't just flashy. It was a beacon that would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention and danger. This is something he must hide at all costs. His methods of killing and his very abilities must remain an absolute secret. After all, a true hunter must appear ordinary, blending in perfectly with their prey. Only when you're completely indistinguishable from the crowd can you become the ultimate predator. He concludes that to avoid the flash of light, he must time his level-ups perfectly, either at the exact moment a hunt ends, or in a secluded place where only his prey can witness it. With his plan formulated, Dong Bong-soo gets to his feet, ready to leave the alley. He grabs the reins of his horse, the early morning light beginning to peek over the rooftops. He takes one last look at the alley, the site of his first significant slaughter in this new world. As he walks away, he thinks about how close he came to danger. If Jang Ho had been just a little stronger, things could have ended very differently. He walks through the awakening city, realizing that his old camouflage of pretending to be a mute is no longer enough to keep him safe. To survive and thrive, he needs to grow stronger and quickly. And the only way to do that is to hunt down and kill more powerful targets, all without revealing his true nature. Just as he's lost in thought, plotting his next moves, a hand suddenly grabs his shoulder. A stern voice cuts through the morning air, asking if he is So-Sam. Dong Bong-soo turns to find a man with a sharp, intense gaze staring him down. The man gets straight to the point, asking him directly, "Did you kill Makil?" The question hangs in the air, and Dong Bong-soo's hand clenches into a fist, energy crackling around it. He's been found out. Suddenly, a system window popped up, flashing a stark warning. A critical error had occurred. The message updated, specifying the error was within the Murim online system, but casually suggested there should be no issues with the game. So-Sam sat alone in the dim light, recalling that this strange error only appeared after he hit level 2. He stared intently at the screen, a chilling thought crossing his mind. He was probably the cause of this glitch. He reasoned that the problem stemmed from a fundamental conflict. His own existence, something that shouldn't be here, operating at the same time as the game system. A faint, twisted smile played on his lips as he covered his mouth. The situation was starting to amuse him. After all, wasn't his very presence in this world the biggest critical error of them all? Thinking it was a bit late to worry about that now, he simply dismissed the error message with a tap of his finger. He pulled up his status window, revealing all the familiar stats from the game: strength, health, agility, and martial arts power. But as he scanned the screen, his eyes widened slightly. Something was different. He realized the stats that were previously displayed, as question marks had now changed into solid gauge bars. He wondered if this was another side effect of the critical error, or perhaps just the system's way of adapting to a reality that couldn't be neatly quantified like a game. Curious, he decided to check his skills next, tapping the button on the holographic interface. A new window materialized before him, displaying a list of passive skills he had seemingly acquired. He read through the first few techniques: slash, stab, all basic attacks. The list continued with block and throw, standard defensive and offensive maneuvers. He recognized them immediately. These were all the common passive skills automatically given to a new character in Murim Online. But as his gaze drifted to the bottom of the list, he paused, a thoughtful expression on his face. There was one skill that didn't belong. His eye began to glow with a faint blue light. The name was Spirit Eye, a technique he had never seen before. Even stranger, it came with no description, leaving him to wonder what kind of skill it was. But he had no time to ponder the question. A new notification flashed urgently before him. The activation conditions for Spirit Eye had been met, and it was casting automatically. The system finally provided an explanation. An enemy with a level difference of 10 or more had entered a 20-meter radius. A countdown began, putting So-Sam on high alert. 19, 18, 17. The numbers ticked down, each one echoing the sound of approaching footsteps. His eyes darted to the glowing screen, his mind racing to process the sudden alert. This was the true function of his new skill. He quickly pieced it together. It was an early warning system for powerful threats. The countdown continued, relentless. 15, 14. With every passing moment, the unknown danger drew closer. The heavy tread of boots stopped right outside his cell as the counter hit 13. So Sam sat in the darkness, his attention fixed on the door. The countdown dropped to 12. Just outside, a fist clenched, tight with purpose. This visitor wasn't just passing by. As the count hit 11, So Sam slowly rose to his feet, turning to face the impending arrival. But instead of panic, a calculating look appeared in his eyes. He quickly deduced that this was probably not an enemy. He reasoned that very few would be foolish enough to try and infiltrate the Danri clan's heavily fortified headquarters. Besides, a true assassin would have moved much more quietly. The slow, deliberate footsteps confirmed his suspicion. The person approaching had to be an expert from within the clan itself. He glanced at his status. He was only level 2. Considering the number of lives it took to get there, a 10-level gap represented a massive difference in power. He grimly imagined the mountain of bodies he'd have to stack up to reach level 10 by killing ordinary people. It would take thousands, if not tens of thousands. For high-level martial artists, their strength was a direct reflection of the value of the lives they had crushed to get there. With the countdown nearing its end, he quickly tried to figure out which high-ranking clan member would be coming to see him. 3, 2, 1, the countdown vanished. With a heavy thud, the door to his cell slid open, flooding the room with light and revealing the silhouette of a man. A captain of the Danri clan, Gidihio, stepped into the cell. His sharp, suspicious gaze swept across the room, finally landing on its sole occupant. So Sam didn't miss a beat. He immediately shrank back, his face twisting into a look of absolute terror as he stared up at the imposing figure. Gidihio loomed over the boy, his expression grim. So Sam in turn kept up his act, looking up with wide, terrified eyes. He grabbed the boy's shoulder, his voice low and dangerous as he confirmed his identity. "Are you Sasam?" So Sam flinched violently at the touch, cowering as if he'd been struck. Without wasting a moment, Gidihio cut straight to the chase, his voice sharp with accusation. "Did you kill Makal?" The boy's face became a mask of pure horror, his mouth agape as if he couldn't even comprehend the question. As So Sam stammered in fake confusion, Gidihio began channeling his internal energy, his hand glowing with a faint blue light. A brilliant blue energy flooded So Sam's vision as the captain began to probe his body. Gidihio poured his own internal energy directly into So Sam, a common Murim interrogation technique to detect a martial artist's power. The energy surged through the boy's frail body, searching every meridian and energy point for the slightest trace of training. It scoured his skeletal frame, looking for the telltale signs of a developed inner core that every martial artist possesses. Gidihio focused intently, his senses analyzing the feedback from his probe, but he found nothing. The probe found only emptiness. There was no resistance, no blockage, no sign of any cultivated energy whatsoever. It was like pouring water into a bottomless pit. The boy's body was completely hollow. This was the crucial difference. So Sam didn't cultivate internal energy like a Murim warrior. He relied on a game-like system, leaving no trace for traditional methods to detect. The test was over. Gidihio slowly removed his hand from the boy's shoulder. So Sam gasped for breath, looking up with wide, innocent eyes, as if he'd just survived a terrifying ordeal. Gidihio let out a thoughtful hum. The results were clear. There was no way this frail, empty child could be a martial artist, let alone a killer. His suspicions seemingly put to rest, the captain turned to his subordinate. "Let's go," he commanded, leaving the boy cowering by the wall. Though clearly confused by the abrupt end to the interrogation, the guard quickly responded, "Yes, Captain." As the sound of their footsteps faded, So Sam remained perfectly still, holding his terrified posture until he was certain he was alone. Then once they were gone, the pathetic, terrified act dropped completely. In the suffocating darkness of the cell, the only thing visible were his eyes, glowing a deep, menacing red. The predator was back. Outside, the guard questioned his captain's decision, wondering why he'd left so quickly without a proper interrogation, especially since he'd been so suspicious of the boy. Gidihio calmly admitted that he was indeed suspicious. He explained that his suspicions were precisely why he injected his internal energy into the boy's body, a method that would have surely revealed any trace of martial arts training. The guard leaned in eagerly, anxious to hear the results of the test. Gidihio's conclusion was simple. The boy was empty, with not even a handful of internal energy. He was just an ordinary person, completely ignorant of martial arts. He stared up at the full moon, his mind still unsettled. If the boy wasn't the killer, did that mean all those people really committed suicide? And if it truly was a plague, he couldn't help but wonder in dread how many more innocent lives would be lost before it finally came to an end. But contrary to Gidihio's worries that night, the so-called suicide plague vanished from Bungyang completely. It was replaced by something far more violent, as a new wind of slaughter began to blow through the city. One rainy night, the storm raged on. The city streets were slick with rain, the usual hustle and bustle replaced by an eerie quiet. But one inn remained brightly lit, a beacon of warmth against the dark, stormy night. Inside, patrons huddled together, seeking refuge from the downpour and sharing food, drinks, and stories. One man slammed his drink down, the alcohol spilling over the sides. He drunkenly pounded the table, grabbing the attention of those around him. Leaning over to his friend, he whispered loudly, asking if he'd heard the latest story going around town. His companion scoffed, already knowing what he was talking about. It was the story of the nameless swordsman, a tale that was on everyone's lips these days. The drunken man slammed his cup down again, slurring as he insisted his friend show proper respect. It wasn't just the nameless swordsman. It was the great nameless swordsman. He cheered loudly, celebrating the fact that this mysterious swordsman was out there killing the hated thugs from the Ebony Syndicate. His friend frantically tried to quiet him down, worried that someone from the syndicate might overhear them. But the drunken man didn't care. He laughed, boasting that among the syndicate's so-called mighty groups, the White Tiger Unit and the Red Wolf sect had already been wiped out. His more sober companion nervously shushed him, reminding him that one group was still left. If anyone from the Black Snake Society heard him, it wouldn't end well. Unfazed, the man boldly declared that their time was coming soon, too. He was confident that the great nameless swordsman was on his way to crush them next. Unseen by the rowdy patrons, a cloaked figure sat in the corner of the inn, quietly listening to the rumors. Having heard enough, the figure stood up and walked out of the inn, stepping back into the cold, driving rain. It was Sam, now cloaked and transformed into the very nameless swordsman the townspeople were talking about. His footsteps were silent as he moved through the rain-soaked streets, his destination clear. He soon arrived at an alley where a beggar was sitting, trying to find shelter from the storm. Sam approached the beggar, his presence casting a dark shadow over the alley. As lightning flashed across the sky, Sam leaped over the rooftops, moving like a phantom toward his true target, the headquarters of the Black Snake Society. On a dark and stormy night, a lone guard stands watch at the imposing gates of the Black Snake Society's headquarters. But the guard isn't watching anything. He's fast asleep, completely unaware of the pouring rain or his duty. Suddenly, a sharp blow to the head jolts him awake. Another guard appears, furious that his partner was sleeping on the job. The sleeping guard can only stammer out an apology. The senior guard tells him to get it together, reminding him of the danger they're in. A figure known as the Nameless Hero is on a rampage. He explains with a grim expression that this mysterious warrior has already wiped out 3 of their rival sects, and they're the only ones left. The weight of his words hangs in the air, the fear clear on his face as he sweats in the cold rain. He clenches his eyes shut, trying to steel himself for the inevitable. But just as he's about to scold the other guard again, something flashes past him, and a spray of blood hits his face. He looks over in confusion, only to see his partner's body collapse, a fountain of blood erupting from his neck. A sudden, chilling realization hits him. Just behind him, a shadowy figure with glowing eyes emerges from the darkness. It's the nameless swordsman. Before he can even scream, his own head is crushed in an instant. The cloaked swordsman now stands alone before the gate, surrounded by bodies. The first guard's severed head rolls down the stone steps. His victim's face is frozen in a state of pure terror, a silent testament to the speed and brutality of the attack. The swordsman's eyes are cold and sharp, focused only on the path ahead. Without any effort, he pushes the massive, heavy gates open. The lone figure walks into the courtyard, his silhouette a stark contrast against the rain-swept grounds of the manor. He moves with an intimidating calm, like a phantom ready to claim every soul within these walls. The ambush is sprung. From the shadows, a hail of arrows is unleashed, aimed directly at the intruder. But the cloaked figure disappears in a flash. The deadly volley finds no target, striking the empty ground instead. The swordsman's red eye glows in the dark, completely unfazed by the ambush. He's exactly where he wants to be. In the blink of an eye, a group of people appeared. It seemed they had been waiting for him all along, a pitfall just waiting for him to stumble in. He stands calmly in a field of arrows that all missed their mark, but this was just the first wave. An entire army of guards stands ready before him as a voice calls out. The head honcho, the leader of the Black Snake sect, steps forward. With a confident smirk, he sneers that he knew this nameless rat would show up eventually. The swordsman says nothing, letting the pouring rain and his intimidating presence answer for him. From the guard's perspective, the lone figure is an omen of death, standing resolute against their entire force. As if commanded by the heavens, lightning flashes across the sky, setting the stage for the slaughter to come. A massive bolt of lightning cracks down, illuminating the battlefield for a split second. Taking this as his cue, the head honcho roars at his men, ordering them to kill the intruder. The army of guards surges forward, a massive wave of bodies and steel charging at the single, cloaked figure. But instead of meeting them head-on, the swordsman leaps into the air and begins to spin, becoming a whirlwind of death. His blade and cloak become a red and black blur, a vortex of destruction in the heart of the enemy formation. The result is a gruesome spectacle of blood and rain, as bodies are flung helplessly into the air by the force of his spin. A system window appears, identifying the devastating skill he's using, sweeping 1,000 armies. The attack unleashes a wave of red energy, cutting a bloody path straight through the charging horde. For the briefest moment, the guards' faces are frozen in pure, unadulterated terror as they realize their fate. He carves through them relentlessly, each movement a stroke of death. He moves like a phantom, a whirlwind of blades and crimson light that leaves nothing but corpses in its wake. The few guards still standing can only watch in horror, cursing as their comrades are slaughtered like cattle. Even when faced with such a bloodbath, instead of retreating, they continued to charge at the nameless swordsman, each man driven mad by the desire to be the one who takes his head. He continues his deadly dance, cutting through the disorganized mob that is now more of a danger to itself than to him. His spinning attack sends more bodies flying, a whirlwind of death that no one can approach. The swordsman's blade cleaves through flesh and bone, taking down multiple opponents with a single brutal swing. He moves like a phantom through the rain, his movements traced by the red lines of his victim's blood. He used the disorganized mob as both human shields and makeshift weapons, flinging them around before skewering the entire lot at once with his blade. For a brief moment, it seemed the invincible killer had finally been caught. The two skewered guards used their last ounce of strength to pin down his blade with a powerful body lock. Believing they had trapped the swordsman, the rest of the mob drew their blades and charged, hurling insults at the prey they now deemed a coward. Triumphant, the guard celebrates, thinking he's finally cornered the monster that has been tearing through his comrades. But beneath the shadow of his hat, a chilling smile spreads across the swordsman's face. He was never trapped at all. Attempting to retrieve his weapon to block the strikes, he found it useless. The two thugs were weighing it down, locking the sword firmly in place. Sensing that the moment was ripe, a massive thug charged forward with a manic grin, still under the delusion that the swordsman was bound and ready for the slaughter. Suddenly, a glowing digital window materialized before the swordsman. It's his system inventory. As the dead guard's body slumps to the ground, the swordsman pulls a fresh blade from the portal, ready for the next kill. The guard dies in utter confusion, his last thought a question he'll never get an answer to. How could a blade come from behind? The swordsman watches him fall with cold, indifferent eyes. Another life taken, another obstacle removed. But one man alone could not stand against everyone forever. In a long fight, an opening was bound to appear. Just like that, a blade plunged into his back. Despite a quick series of rolls to gain distance, the crimson stains on the shattered steel were clear evidence of a severe injury. The head honcho, the Black Snake sect leader, loomed over him with a sneer. Casting away the shattered sword, he bragged about being the one to draw first blood. The swordsman gazed down at the fresh wound on his side. Meanwhile, the head honcho mocked him, admitting he had truly believed he was facing some kind of invincible monster. But seeing the swordsman bleed, the leader's confidence soars. He scoffs, declaring that he's just a human after all, and humans can be killed. This realization sends a wave of manic glee through the remaining guards. A human can be killed, and they are more than ready to do the killing. Clutching the cold steel buried in his flank, the swordsman's hand became soaked with his own crimson. But instead of showing pain or weakness, he simply removes his straw hat and lets it drop into a puddle at his feet. This bizarre, calm gesture shatters the leader's confidence. He stares in confusion, wondering what this man is planning. The head honcho asks why he's laughing. The swordsman finally reveals his face. It's a mask of pure ecstatic madness, with wide, glowing red eyes and a grin that splits his face. The wounded human is gone, and only a laughing psychopath remains. A chilling, psychopathic grin spreads across the swordsman's face. His eyes glow with excitement. The hunt has begun. On a dark and stormy night, rain pours down on the stronghold of the Black Snake Society. Inside the fortress walls, the syndicate members hide within a wooden building, waiting for their target. One of the guards starts to panic. The screams from his comrades have stopped, and a terrifying thought hits him. Could they all be wiped out by just one intruder? He desperately tries to justify their actions, remembering their crimes of extortion, human trafficking, and murder as if they were minor offenses. His fear twists into anger as he wonders why they're being targeted when there are so many worse people in the world. Realizing that begging won't work, he comes to a decision. He has to kill this man himself. He knows a back path that leads directly to his leader's main residence, the Paradise Manor. He turns around and yells into the rain, deciding to lure the intruder into a trap. Safely inside the dark building with his men, he feels a surge of confidence. Here in the shadows, they have the advantage. But his confidence vanishes when he spots a lone figure standing calmly in the middle of the courtyard. Filled with panic, he screams the order for his men to attack. At his command, a volley of arrows shoots out from the building, flying through the rain. Dozens of arrows rain down on the spot where the lone figure was standing. The guard peeks out from his cover, nervously asking his men if the intruder is dead. Suddenly, a sickening crunch echoes through the building as one of the archers is violently killed. Before anyone can react, a crimson blur flashes through the room, slaughtering the guards one by one. The guard stands frozen in terror, surrounded by darkness and the sounds of his men being torn apart. A sudden whoosh rips through the air right beside him. He flinches back, his eyes wide with terror. His gaze falls to the scene below, where all of his men now lie dead. The horrifying realization dawns on him. He's the only one left alive. His men slaughtered, the lone surviving guard trembles as he looks at the hole in the wall. He stammers, asking if the figure is the nameless hero from the rumors. He draws his sword, desperately yelling at the dark figure, wanting to know what they did to deserve this fate. But as he stares at the intruder, his defiance melts away, replaced by pure, abject terror. The shadows part to reveal the killer's face. A single glowing red eye stares back, cold and devoid of any human emotion. In his final moments, the guard screams in protest, questioning what right the killer has to judge them. But his words are cut short as his head is sent flying. The killer stands over the now headless corpse, his voice cutting through the rain as he explains that he only wants one thing. And that one thing is their lives. The gates of the Paradise Manor are now guarded by the headless corpses of the men who were supposed to protect it. The entire courtyard has been turned into a graveyard, littered with the bodies of the Black Snake Society members. As the storm rages, a bolt of lightning illuminates the absolute carnage left in the killer's wake. Standing amidst the bodies, So-Sam looks toward the main estate. His work here isn't finished yet. With all the small fry out of the way, his gaze hardens. Only one target remains, the leader of the Black Snake sect, Bang Po-Yom. His first target had been the White Tiger unit. He reflects that while killing their members helped him level up, it was just the beginning. He knew that even with his newfound power, he was still too weak to take on the Black faction members in a direct fight. So he resorted to guerrilla tactics, luring his targets into traps. Once they were separated from their group, he would ambush them from the shadows. he wasn't above using any method, including arson, to systematically begin his hunt. By the time the leader of the White Tiger unit, the White Tiger himself, finally became alarmed by the threat, it was far too late. He arrived to find more than half of his unit already slaughtered. But in the process, his brutal actions were misinterpreted. The officials and townspeople started hailing him as a hero, giving him the title, the Nameless Righteous Swordsman. This new heroic reputation was nothing more than a convenient mask, making it even easier for him to dispose of the unorthodox faction. After finally killing the leader of the White Tiger unit, he successfully reached level 5. This level up came with a reward. He gained his very first active skills. The system granted him Qinggong, a body-lightening technique, and the devastating Three Forces sword art. A sinister smile crept across his face. With these new powers, he was finally strong enough to face the Black Faction members in a direct confrontation. As his fame spread, children in the streets even started playing games, mimicking the so-called Nameless Righteous Swordsman. While the public revered their new hero, he continued his bloody purge in the shadows. The Red Wolf Gate was completely erased from existence. With their demise, only one unorthodox faction remained in the city of Bingyang, the Black Society. A heavy energy pulsed from the Black Society's headquarters, as a lone figure sat waiting in the pouring rain. From a porch overlooking the courtyard, a man calmly watched the storm, as if expecting a visitor. The intricate snake emblem embroidered on his back marked him as the leader of this feared group. This was the final target, the head of the Black Society, Bang Poyam. In the pouring rain, the swordsman finally arrived, walking up the stone path to the Black Society's main hall. As he approached, a bolt of lightning split the sky, illuminating the scene. There, sitting on the porch, was Bang Poyam waiting for him. The swordsman kept his head down, his face hidden by his wet hair and the shadows of the storm. Bang Poyam watched the approaching figure, his expression unreadable, a lifetime of experience etched onto his face. His voice cut through the sound of the rain as he spoke first, asking if this was the infamous Nameless Righteous Swordsman. The swordsman stopped, standing silently in the rain without giving an answer. Bang Poyam scoffed, finding it strange. He mocked him, asking why a supposed man of justice would need to hide his face so completely. The swordsman's reply was simple and chilling, "Because I'm not one." Bang Poyam's eyes narrowed. If he wasn't a swordsman of justice, then why was he hunting down and killing the unorthodox factions? Suddenly, the swordsman's face twisted into a horrifying, maniacal grin. He let out a deranged laugh, declaring that he was no righteous hero. For the first time, a flicker of surprise crossed Bang Poyam's face. The surprise quickly turned to amusement. Bang Poyam erupted in laughter, realizing this man had deceived everyone in the city. But the swordsman corrected him. He hadn't deceived anyone. He claimed the people simply chose to believe in the hero they wanted to see. Now genuinely intrigued, Bang Poyam called him an interesting man as he reached for the weapon by his side. He drew his sword, declaring that a fight against such a unique opponent meant that even if he were to die, he would have no regrets. His body began to glow with power. Whether he was a hero or not didn't matter. Bang Poyam roared for him to show him everything he had. In an instant, Bang Poyam lunged forward, his blade crackling with a powerful blue aura. The swordsman met his charge, leaping into the air as a menacing red energy enveloped his body. The two warriors clashed in the center of the courtyard, their opposing energies erupting in a brilliant flash of light. The battle had begun. Both fighters took their stances, ready to engage in a duel to the death. In the brief moment before the storm of blades, everything seemed to stand still. Then the swordsman lunged, his eyes burning with a wild, red fury as he unleashed his attack. But Bang Poyam met his gaze without flinching, his own eyes glowing with the cold focus of a seasoned warrior. He raised his sword, effortlessly blocking the frenzied strike. Their blades clashed with tremendous force, sending a shockwave through the rainy courtyard. But as they exchanged blows, Bang Poyam was faster, his blade slicing across the swordsman's body. The attack drew blood, but Bang Poyam was surprised. The swordsman didn't even try to dodge it. In that moment of recklessness, Bang Poyam saw it, a fatal opening. He thrust his blade forward, but the swordsman realized with alarm that his own sword was too short to parry the attack. Unable to defend, he could only watch as the blade came straight for him. With a sickening tear of flesh, Bang Po-yum's sword plunged deep into his shoulder. Blood erupted from the wound as the blade slashed across his arm. The swordsman was thrown back by the powerful strike, his body skidding across the wet stone. He looked down at his shoulder, where the deep gash was now bleeding heavily. A triumphant, manic grin spread across Bang Po-yum's face. He shouted that his suspicion was correct. The swordsman was already injured before this fight even began. Bang Po-yum then unleashed his special technique, his blade transforming into a flexible whip sword. The weapon flew through the air, striking with the unpredictable speed and movement of a viper. The swordsman was immediately put on the defensive, forced to parry a relentless barrage of attacks from the whip sword. He quickly realized Bang Po-yum's cruel strategy. The veteran warrior was deliberately targeting his existing injuries. Gasping for breath and covered in wounds, the swordsman was being completely overwhelmed by the older, more experienced fighter. He admitted to himself that in a fair martial arts duel against a master like Bang Po-yum, he would definitely lose. But the swordsman had no intention of fighting fair. A crazed look entered his eyes. He decided that even if it meant sacrificing his own flesh, he would create an opening. Sensing a change, Bang Po-yum charged forward, mocking him for hesitating in the middle of a death match. The swordsman gathered his energy, seemingly preparing to unleash his three forces sword art as a last resort. A victorious grin spread across Bang Po-yum's face as he lunged in for the final blow, shouting, "Got you!" Suddenly, as if appearing from thin air, a sword as supple as a serpent began to coil around So-sam's arm, leaving him in utter shock. So-sam's eyes widened in sheer horror. The sect leader's blade gradually retracted through his muscles, carving out trails of blood that splattered everywhere. This treacherous weapon left him completely helpless. His severed arm fell, spinning through the air. The master swordsman was completely thrown off, his rhythm shattered by the dishonorable and insane tactic. Drunk on victory, Bang Po-yum started to brag. He admitted with a malicious grin that he never cared for martial arts, because he was a monster through and through. Ignoring the searing pain in his shoulder, the swordsman seized the opportunity he had created. Bang Po-yum looked up in a panic, but it was too late. Using his new skill, Kingong, the swordsman launched himself into the air, moving with impossible speed and lightness. This was the true purpose of his plan. From above, he unleashed his ultimate attack, the second form of the three forces sword art, core striking slash. The devastating blast of energy slammed into Bang Po-yum, engulfing him completely. The swordsman landed heavily, his body battered and bleeding, but he was the one left standing. In the pouring rain, the duel continued. Black, serpent-like energy shot through the air, relentlessly striking at So-sam. But even covered in his own blood, So-sam's eyes gleamed with manic energy. A wild, unhinged grin spread across his face as he reveled in the life-or-death struggle. The whip-like attacks were fast and unpredictable, lashing out from the darkness with deadly precision, intent on tearing him apart. Suddenly, So-sam's wild expression vanished, replaced by a cold, sharp focus. His eyes narrowed as he analyzed his opponent's every move. Then his opponent, Bang Po-yum, unleashed his true power. A massive spectral serpent materialized from his energy, towering over the lone swordsman. Bang Po-yum walked forward, his voice dripping with condescension. He found So-sam's willingness to use his own body as bait peculiar. He declared that this reckless style wasn't that of a martial artist. It was the way of a hunter or even an assassin. So-sam remained silent. In his mind, he had to admit that in a fair fight against a master like this, he would surely lose. Bang Po-yum let out a sinister laugh, his eyes glinting with cruel certainty as he prepared to reveal a painful truth to his opponent. He pointed out that in a life-or-death duel, the more secrets one has, the better, and So-sam's wounds were already exposed for all to see. Bang Po-yum gloated, revealing a monstrous set of snakeskin cloth armor as he declared his absolute superiority. He was convinced that So-sam had run out of tricks, and that this was the brat's fatal flaw. But So-sam wasn't broken. He calmly raised his sword, his expression unreadable, ready for whatever came next. Seeing this, Bang Po-yum mocked him, believing So-sam had run out of options and was simply making a final, desperate stand. As the serpent's coils closed in around him, So-sam stood firm, his gaze locked on his enemy, his blade held steady. With a glare from his glowing yellow eye, Bang Poyum delivered the final command. Then, die now. The giant energy serpent roared, lunging forward to deliver the killing blow to the one he called a nameless, murderous demon. The massive attack surged through the darkness, an overwhelming force aimed at completely annihilating So-Sam. So-Sam stood alone in the path of the attack, the immense energy threatening to swallow him whole. But So-Sam had no intention of facing the attack head-on. In a swift motion, he twisted and kicked at the ground. A cloud of dirt and debris instantly filled the air. Seeing this, Bang Poyum scoffed, annoyed at the desperate attempt to block his vision. Enraged, Bang Poyum roared that such a simple trick was futile against him. He was a master, and a little dust wouldn't save his opponent. His spiritual serpent whipped through the dust cloud, instantly locking onto what he believed was So-Sam's position. The whipsword shot forward like a spear, striking its target with a sickening thud. A triumphant, vicious smile spread across Bang Poyum's face as he felt his blade connect. "Ha! I finally caught you," he snarled. But as the dust settled, his eyes widened. The figure he'd impaled. It wasn't the swordsman, wait, that's. He stared in horror. His blade had pierced the chest of one of his own Black Society subordinates. So-Sam had used a corpse as a shield. It was a decoy. A cold dread washed over him as he realized his fatal mistake. If that was the decoy, then the real one was. Right above his head, So-Sam had seized that moment of shock, appearing with his blade poised for a decisive strike. A system window appeared before So-Sam's eyes as he activated his new skill, the Three Forces Sword Art, second form. Bang Poyum could only watch in terror as So-Sam unleashed the ultimate technique, the core striking slash. In a flash of light, the blade struck true, tearing through Bang Poyum's defenses with unstoppable force. Blood splattered. At the last possible second, Bang Poyum had managed to get his hand in the way of the blade. The sword plunged into his chest, stopped only partially by his desperate attempt to shield his heart. An agonizing scream ripped from Bang Poyum's throat as the sword's energy ravaged his body. So-Sam watched, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. He noted that even in that split second, the old master had the instincts to block the sword with his hand to save his heart. But Bang Poyum wasn't ready to die. With what little strength he had left, he roared, "Not yet, it's not over yet." In a desperate bid to escape, his whip sword slithered and lunged back toward its master, attempting to intercept the danger and save him. The whip sword whistled through the air, streaking directly toward So-Sam's face. The old man's gamble paid off instantly. Forced to retreat, the gap between him and death finally widened. In terms of pure insanity, the sect leader was easily a match for So-Sam. He grabbed the sharp blade with his bare hand, his voice dripping with madness. "Where do you think you're going? I won't let you fucking escape." Yet there wasn't a trace of fear on So-Sam's face. With cold composure, he summoned a blue screen that materialized in midair. It was his inventory. From the glowing inventory screen, the bodies of the men So-Sam had killed began to pour out, a grotesque and shocking sight. Bang Poyum could only scream in utter disbelief, as a vortex of his own dead subordinates erupted from this impossible space. The torrent of corpses slammed into him, a disgusting wave of death that sent him spiraling to the ground, his mind completely broken. He fell amidst the bodies of his fallen comrades, his spirit finally shattered. Coughing up blood, Bang Poyum's mind raced. To think his opponent could make corpses appear from thin air, it meant he had even more unthinkable tactics hidden away. He looked out at his now silent courtyard, littered with the bodies of his followers. It was a scene of utter defeat. The rain fell on the faces of the dead, a quiet testament to the massacre that had just occurred. A surge of pure rage brought Bang Poyum back to his senses. He gritted his teeth, refusing to accept this reality. Struggling to his feet, he screamed into the night, demanding to know where the cowardly rat had run off to. His rage turned to maddened ranting. To use corpses in a fight, it was unthinkable. He screamed that So-Sam was nothing but a lunatic. Suddenly, a sharp object flew through the air, aimed directly at his head. Even in his weakened state, his instincts took over. With a grunt, he deflected the projectile with his whip sword. Enraged by the constant psychological attacks, Bang Poyum roared for an end to these dishonorable, dirty tricks. But the moment the words left his mouth, another arrow whistled toward his face. His eyes darted in sheer shock as he struggled to react. The arrow pierced straight through his face. He staggered back, that minor wound bringing with it the stinging sensation of a humiliating defeat. He had been played like a fool from the very beginning. A horrifying thought began to form in his mind. In this situation, was it possible that he, the great hunter of the Black Society, was now the prey? In his eyes, So-Sam was no longer a man, but a monstrous predatory beast, and he was the one trapped in its sights. Absolute terror finally consumed him. How could this be happening? To him, Bang Po-yum, the master of the Black Society, reduced to a cornered animal. Struggling to regain his composure, he frantically scanned the area, his eyes searching wildly for his opponent. In his desperate search, he struck out manically at the empty air, aiming for shadows he believed were his foe. With a face contorted by madness, he roared, "Where are you hiding?" So-Sam remained hidden in the shadows, but he didn't attack with his sword. Instead, he used another corpse as a decoy, toying with the sect leader whose sanity was rapidly slipping away. A flash of understanding and horror crossed Bang Po-yum's face. He realized in that split second that So-Sam was using yet another one of his dead men as a weapon. No honor, no technique, only the bone-chilling sounds of flesh being torn apart, a human body used as a tool to grind down the enemy's sanity. His eyes went wide with agony and shock. A final, silent scream locked on his face as his life came to a disgusting end. So-Sam drove his sword straight through the corpse and into Bang Po-yum's heart, ending the fight with the most dishonorable method imaginable. Bang Po-yum slumped forward dead, pinned by his own subordinate, defeated by a psychopath who refused to play by any rules. So-Sam emotionlessly pulled his sword free, leaving the sect leader to stagger aimlessly across the rain-soaked ground. The gaping wound in his chest was proof of the absolute brutality of the final blow. With his last breath, Bang Po-yum acknowledged the horrifying truth. This single boy had successfully annihilated every last member of his Black Society in the entire city. As So-Sam loomed over him like a specter, the dying man used his final moment to ask the one question that remained. Why? So-Sam looked down, his eyes devoid of any emotion. He gave a chillingly simple response. Do I need a reason? He then began to explain his twisted worldview. In his eyes, humans have always killed other humans. It's in their nature. From the dawn of time, when they were no more than apes, they fought and killed for dominance. And even now, after building sprawling civilizations and shining cities, that fundamental truth hasn't changed. So he asked, why should this place be any different? It's the unchanging law of the world. The strong always trample upon and steal from the weak. Leaning in close, So-Sam delivered his final, cold verdict to the dying man. This time I was simply the strong one. In his final moment, the light faded from Bang Po-yum's eye. He finally understood. He wasn't killed by a martial artist. He was devoured by a predator. The rain stopped. The clouds parted, revealing a full moon. The battle for Bangyang was over. Silence fell over the Black Society's headquarters, now a tomb for its former masters. And then a brilliant pillar of light erupted from the compound, shooting into the heavens. So-Sam had leveled up. His work finished, So-Sam turned and walked away from the carnage without a second glance. He calmly wiped the blood of the Black Society from his sword, his expression unreadable under his mask. Splattered in blood but standing tall, he had single-handedly conquered the entire city's underworld. With the death of every Black Society member in Bangyang, he thought to himself, his preparations were now complete. It was time to move on to the next stage, a bigger stage where the storms were fiercer. A stage where the strong were even stronger, and the prey would be much harder and more thrilling to hunt. A wide, terrifying grin spread across his face as he made his declaration to the world. Let's go to the Murims, Jianghu. And so the psychopath left the small town behind, eager to enter the chaotic, storm-tossed world of martial arts masters. Meanwhile, in a fortress hidden deep within the stormy mountains, a new power was stirring. Inside a vast, red-lit hall, scores of warriors knelt in silence, awaiting orders from their master. At the end of the hall, a mysterious, imposing leader sat upon a throne, his entire figure shrouded in shadow. His powerful voice echoed through the silent hall, posing a single, ominous question. How long is it until the Orthodox demonic war? A lone figure at the front, Guangwun, answered without looking up. 2 years remain. The mysterious leader considered this. 2 years. He decided it was time to slowly begin the grand plan and called his subordinate by name, Guangwun. Gwangwon bowed his head completely to the floor, shouting his affirmative, ready to receive his orders. From the throne, the shadowy leader gave his command, one that would set the world on a new, violent course. Execute the first stratagem. The words hung in the air, a promise of the chaos to come. Gwangwon accepted the order without hesitation. As you command. A new day begins under a clear, bright sky. In the town of Bungyang, the streets are bustling with activity once again. A man with messy black hair, So-sam, makes his way through the town, leading a horse with a blank expression on his face. As he passes by, a group of men are gathered, their conversation just getting started. Unaware that the very man they're discussing is walking right behind them, the townsfolk excitedly share the news. The nameless swordsman has finally wiped out the entire black society. One man enthusiastically suggests they should stop calling him the nameless swordsman and start calling him the nameless righteous swordsman. But not everyone is so quick to celebrate. Another man, arms crossed, voices his uncertainty about the whole situation. He questions if it's truly okay for a so-called hero to go around killing people, regardless of who they are. His friend immediately slams the table, angrily telling him to watch his mouth and remember all the evil deeds the black society had committed. He gets more and more furious, shouting that even chewing them up alive wouldn't be enough punishment. In his eyes, they absolutely deserved to die. The doubtful man, however, remains unconvinced, trailing off with a simple, but still. The third man in their group chimes in, reminding them that neither the government nor the orthodox factions ever cared about commoners like them. He leans in, making his point with a firm voice. In the end, the nameless swordsman was the only one who ever stepped up to protect them. The doubtful man listens, his expression thoughtful as he processes his friend's words. He lets out a heavy sigh, his internal conflict visible on his face. Finally, he relents. Looking up, he concedes that his friends are right, wondering aloud who else would have stood up for them if not for the swordsman. With the debate settled, a sense of agreement falls over the table. Suddenly, the man who first defended the swordsman jumps to his feet, cheering at the top of his lungs. Long live the nameless swordsman! His sudden outburst catches the others by surprise, but their shock quickly turns into shared enthusiasm. Soon the cheer spreads like wildfire. As So-sam walks away, the entire town erupts in praise for the hero they believe saved them, chanting, "Long live the swordsman!" The townspeople continue to celebrate wildly, completely captivated by their new hero. But as the crowd cheers, So-sam remains completely unfazed by their adoration, his horse startled by the noise. To him, this was just a hunting ground that has now run dry. He looks on with cold, empty eyes, thinking to himself that it's about time he left this place. Later that night, at the magnificent estate of the Danri clan, So-sam stands with his horse outside the stables, his duties as a simple groom providing the perfect cover. Suddenly, a system notification flashes before his eyes. An enemy with a level difference of 10 or more is just 20 meters away. His eyes glow red as his spirit eye ability activates, sensing the overwhelming presence. He realizes the powerful aura is coming from inside the very stable he's guarding. Playing the part of a lowly stable hand, he nervously enters the building. Inside, two figures are deep in conversation, their presence filling the room with a heavy tension. So-sam immediately recognizes one of them, Gi-dihyo, the formidable leader of the Black Crow unit. But the man next to him is on another level entirely. It's the head of the Danri clan, known as the Flying Heavenly Demon Sword. So-sam's eyes narrow as he identifies the clan's patriarch, Danri Chunwoo. The old man's face is a mask of pure authority and power. Instantly, So-sam drops to the ground, trembling and pretending to be terrified. He wonders what could possibly bring such powerful men to a humble stable. Danri Chunwoo gently strokes the horse, telling the animal it's time for them to part ways. From his position on the floor, So-sam's red eyes watch everything, analyzing the situation from behind his disguise of fear. An immense pressure suddenly radiates from the patriarch, a wave of killing intent that seems to physically press down on the room. Breaking the silence, Danri Chunwoo announces that on the next full moon, the second daughter of the prestigious Namgung clan head will be getting married. Gi-dihyo looks surprised, questioning why they would send the patriarch's most cherished horse as a mere congratulatory gift. Danri Chunwoo scoffs, revealing his true intentions. He's willing to give up anything as long as he can send one of his children to the prestigious Namgung clan. His eyes glint with ambition. For a chance to ally with one of the 5 great clans, he would do even more than this. Gi asks if the goal is a marriage pledge, but the patriarch cuts him off, reminding him that he mentioned his children, plural. He strokes the horse, speaking in metaphors. It's always easier to cross a stream by laying down 2 logs rather than 1. Gi points out the obvious flaw. The Namgung clan might not want either of them. The patriarch just laughs, reminding Gi that ensuring their acceptance is precisely why he was summoned. His demeanor turns icy as he gives his final order. He doesn't care what methods are used. Gi must make it happen, no matter what. Gi feels the immense pressure of the command, his face contorting with shock and determination. Forced to comply, he bows his head and accepts the mission. The patriarch then tells him to depart tomorrow before adding one last instruction. He gestures to the still prostrated So-sam, ordering Gi to take the boy along since he's needed to handle the horse. "Yes, patriarch," Gi shouts, as the old man turns and walks away, his orders delivered. Once the patriarch is gone, Gi turns to So-sam, who continues to tremble on the ground, playing his part perfectly. The unit leader gives the stable boy a long, hard look, sizing him up before the journey ahead. The next morning, the Black Crow unit assembles in front of the main hall, ready to depart on their critical mission. While the warriors prepare, So-sam stands alone, his mind already racing with plans. This mission is his ticket to a bigger stage. He knows he needs to find a way to learn proper martial arts, not just the system skills he's acquired. To him, the Namgung clan represents a hunting ground filled with powerful new prey. He'd tried to learn before, observing the movements of the Danri warriors and the Black unit leaders. But as he visualized their techniques, he knew it was just a pale imitation of the real thing. He clenches his fist in frustration, understanding that what he'd been doing was nothing more than a shallow copy. He considers his options. Finding a lost secret manual is a possibility, but it's unreliable and risky. No, the best and most certain path to true power is to learn directly from a master, and this mission is his chance to find one. He knows becoming a disciple won't be easy. He's already 18 in this world, and he's heard that it's difficult to start learning martial arts at such an age. Still, a small smile plays on his lips. As it turns out, the situation couldn't have worked out better for him. Before him lies the path to the Namgung clan, one of the 5 great powers of the Central Plains. A wicked grin spreads across his face. He's certain that within the powerful clan, he'll find not only a way to learn, but also much stronger prey. One of the unit commanders announces that the entire Black Crow unit has assembled and is ready to move out. The massive procession begins to move, with So-sam blending in seamlessly among the soldiers, just another face in the crowd. Gi mounted on his horse, takes a head count, nodding that only the young master and young lady are missing. He grits his teeth in frustration, already knowing where the problem lies. He mutters to himself that Danri Ganghi is probably drunk in a tavern somewhere, and his sister will likely join them later, as she hates traveling with subordinates. Not willing to wait any longer, he gives the command, and the massive unit begins to move out. The procession leaves the estate, a long line of soldiers and carts making their way through the city streets. But just as they're getting started, Gi abruptly raises his hand, shouting for everyone to halt. A loud crashing sound echoes from a nearby building, drawing everyone's attention. Gi slaps his forehead in exasperation, sighing, "Ha, again." He knows exactly who's causing the trouble. The source of the commotion is none other than Danri Ganghi, the eldest son of the patriarch, a man said to be a martial arts prodigy. In terms of pure skill, he has what it takes to join the Namgung clan as a disciple. But as Gi knows all too well, the young master's biggest problem is his character. He's a frivolous degenerate, fond of alcohol and women, a lifestyle that has earned him a terrible reputation that follows him everywhere. As the Danri clan prepares to depart, a bystander mutters in disgust. It seems the clan's young master is causing trouble again. Suddenly, a flash of violent green energy erupts from a nearby building. The commander of the Black Crow unit, Gi whips his head around, his eyes wide with disbelief at the sudden commotion. His shock turns to horror as he sees his young master, Danri, sent flying through a wall, pinned by an unseen force. Watching from the sidelines is a young man with messy black hair named Sam. His special ability activates, sensing a presence nearby. A system window pops up, delivering a chilling warning. An enemy with a level difference of 10 or more has just appeared within 20 meters. The battered young master Danri points a shaky finger, screaming curses at his unknown attacker. But before he can even finish his threat, he's silenced by another brutal strike. Seeing his master assaulted, Gidihio roars in fury, his entire unit looking on in shock. Sam, however, just watches with a twisted grin. His eyes glow red as he analyzes the incredible power on display. His spirit eye ability gives him a clear reading on the attacker. This isn't just some brawler, this is a true master. An old man with wild, spiky hair emerges, crackling with an overwhelming green aura. He is Tang Wu, the soul-chasing poison hand, a legendary figure of immense power. Without a word, Tang Wu unleashes his power on the young master. The sheer force of the blow sends shockwaves through the area. Unable to stand by any longer, Gidihio rushes forward, shouting at the old man to stop. Tang Wu pauses, turning his head with a look of cold annoyance. He glares at Gidihio, demanding to know who dares to interrupt him. The rest of the unit can only watch in terror as Tang Wu stands over their fallen master, his power leaving them completely paralyzed. Stepping forward, the commander introduces himself formally. He is Gidihio, the head of the Danri clan's elite Black Crow unit. He reveals the victim's identity, announcing that Tang Wu is attacking the young master of the powerful Danri clan. Placing a hand on his sword, Gidihio issues a stern ultimatum: remove his foot from the young master or face the consequences. But Gidihio stands his ground, his loyal Black Crow unit right behind him, ready to fight. Sam watches the confrontation unfold, a cold realization dawning on him. The commander has no idea who he's dealing with. He reasons that for a man to be unknown even to the well-informed leader of the Black Crow unit, he must be an outsider, an unfathomable master from beyond their region. A chilling thought crosses his mind. With their current strength, they have absolutely no chance of defeating this man. In that instant, Tang Wu's eyes snapped wide open. With that single movement, he released a terrifying gravitational pressure that suppressed everyone around him. But Sam calmly assesses the situation. A lion doesn't use its full strength to kill a mere bug. As long as they don't prove to be a real threat, they might just survive this encounter. Tang Wu, however, seems completely unimpressed by the threat. He casually picks his ear and mockingly asks what the Danri clan even is. He continued to mock them, asking with a ridiculous smirk if this Danri clan was something one could actually eat. The blatant disrespect sends Gidihio into a rage. He screams, questioning how the old man dares to insult his clan. A sinister glint appears in Tang Wu's eyes as he continues his psychological torment. With a wicked grin, he clarifies his question. He doesn't know if the Danri clan is something to eat or simply something to be stepped on, like the young master beneath his foot. That was the last straw. Gidihio grits his teeth, his patience completely gone. In a flash, he unsheathes his sword, his eyes glowing with killing intent. He's decided to fight. Pushing aside his fear, he rallies his men, giving the final order to charge forward and save the young master at all costs. The entire Black Crow unit follows their commander's lead, rushing towards the seemingly invincible old man. In response to the charging army, Tang Wu simply raises his hand, forming a peculiar sign. A terrifying green energy begins to crackle and gather around his fingers. The energy concentrates into a blindingly bright point of light. Then he unleashes the attack, a devastating wave of green light that streaks across the battlefield towards the charging soldiers. Gidihio, at the head of the charge, can only watch in horror as the lethal energy flies straight at him. In an instant, the battlefield is thrown into chaos. Soldiers are blasted into the air. Gidihio himself is caught in the attack, a horrible realization dawning on him as he recognizes the technique. The green energy strikes him, and he lets out a silent scream as his consciousness fades. With one move, the entire elite unit is wiped out. Tang Wu stands alone amidst the fallen bodies, the sole victor. Gidihio now knows the name of this legendary technique, the soul-chasing flying butterfly. Lying on the ground, defeated Gi Dihyo looks up at the old man in pure terror, finally understanding who he is. Tang Wu sneers, impressed that a lowly country laborer like him has eyes sharp enough to recognize his true identity. He confirms the commander's fears. He is none other than the infamous soul-chasing poison hand, Tang Wu. His name carries immense weight, for he belongs to the 20 strongest people in the entire Murim world, a hierarchy topped by the 2 legendary gods. Beneath them are the 3 monsters, beings of unimaginable power. Followed by the 5 pinnacles, masters who stand at the peak of the martial world. And finally, there are the 10 greats, a group of supreme masters to which Tang Wu belongs. He is the supreme master of the Sichuan Tang clan, a living legend standing before them. His title is a terrifying one. It is said that those who offend him cannot escape his poisonous wrath, even in death. So Sam, standing untouched amidst the carnage, calmly processes this information. He's face to face with one of the top 20 masters of the Murim. He understands immediately. The fool from the Danri clan has just started a massive incident by provoking such a monster. The consequences will be severe. An offense against a master of Tang Wu's stature could very well lead to the complete destruction of the Danri clan. So Sam watches with morbid curiosity, wondering just how this disaster will play out. Just then, a woman named HWA appears, calling out to her grandfather, Tang Wu. She dismisses the entire affair, telling him to leave the ignorant country folk alone and just go. But Tang Wu doesn't move. He stops, his gaze fixed on something, or someone, in the crowd. A wide, eerie smile spreads across his face. He's found something far more interesting than the riffraff he just dispatched. HWA seems to believe the lesson is over, remarking that this should be enough of a beating to teach the young master his place. Tang Wu grumbles, disgusted that a supposed descendant of the righteous Orthodox faction would be drunk and causing trouble first thing in the morning. He states that while he'd love to deliver a harsher punishment, he's showing restraint. He leaves a final warning. If the young master continues harassing women, his life will be cut short. He turns to the barely conscious commander on the ground and asks if he understands the message. Terrified, Gi Dihyo can only stammer out a thank you to the master for his mercy. The display of thanks only seemed to please him further. With a swift wave of his arm, a surging tide of power manifested from his fingertips. He unleashed a wave of energy, linking and drawing back the needles that had just struck down the commander and his men, sending them whistling back to his hand. In an instant, every single needle was tethered to threads of energy and began to be steadily drawn back. With the commotion settled, Tang Wu finally decides it's time to leave. He turns to his granddaughter, ready to depart, but then stops dead in his tracks, clenching his fist. His eye widens, the pupils swirling with intense focus. Something has caught his attention. Amidst the sea of defeated warriors, one person is still standing, completely unfazed. So Sam himself looks bewildered, as if he's only just realized that he is the only one left standing. The master's piercing green gaze locks onto its target. And so Sam's cold, emotionless eyes stare right back. Tang Wu tells his confused granddaughter to wait for him. He's not leaving just yet. Ignoring everyone else, the legendary master begins to walk slowly and deliberately down the path of bodies, straight towards So Sam's mind races. A wave of panic hits him as he realizes the apex predator is coming directly for him. As Tang Wu's feet come to a stop right in front of him, So Sam can only wonder, why? The two stand face to face. The frail stable boy and the legendary master of the Murim, locked in a silent, tense confrontation. From the background, HWA calls out, asking her grandfather what he's doing. Tang Wu dismisses her, saying he just has a simple question for the boy. So Sam is in disbelief. Why would a supreme master, one of the 10 greats, have any business with a lowly stable boy like him? Tang Wu's eyes, like swirling green vortexes, stare deep into So Sam's soul as he asks a simple yet terrifying question. What is your name? So Sam is frozen, his mind completely blank. Under the crushing weight of the master's presence, he can't utter a single word. Losing his patience, Tang Wu's demonic aura flares. His eyes glow with menacing green light as he repeats his demand, his voice dripping with killing intent. With glowing green eyes, the legendary master Tang Wu stared down at the boy, his voice low and demanding as he asked for his name. So Sam froze, his eyes wide with shock under the immense pressure of the master's presence. A strange, hypnotic energy swirled within Tang Wu's eyes, as if he was peering directly into So Sam's very soul. The boy's continued silence only seemed to annoy the old master, who muttered in frustration. Just then, another man stepped forward to explain the situation, informing Tang Wu that the horse handler was unable to speak. Tang Wu's aggressive expression faltered for a moment, surprised to hear that the boy was a mute. This new piece of information seemed to intrigue him, and he continued to scrutinize So Sam with a thoughtful gaze. So Sam remained perfectly still, enduring the powerful master's intense stare without a word. As he stood before the immense presence, a realization dawned on So Sam. This wasn't just an interrogation, he was being evaluated. But the master's gaze didn't feel hostile. In fact, So Sam felt as though he was being examined like a rare and precious treasure. His mind raced. If a master of Tang Wu's caliber was looking at him with such interest, then this was the opportunity he had been waiting for. A chance to finally break free from his current life and shed the lowly identity of So Sam the horse handler once and for all. Without warning, Tang Wu lunged forward and grabbed So Sam's wrist, channeling a powerful green energy into him. The energy surged through So Sam's meridians, testing the limits of his physical vessel. Whatever Tang Wu discovered sent him into a fit of crazed laughter, his excitement echoing through the courtyard. In that moment, a massive dark power awakened within So Sam, swirling like a storm waiting to be unleashed. Rewinding to just a few moments before, Tang Wu had approached the man in charge, asking about their trip to the Namgung clan for a marriage alliance. His attention then shifted to So Sam. When Tang Wu asked what the boy did, the man simply explained that he was the handler for the Fergana horse they were giving as a gift. With a grin, Tang Wu casually suggested he should just take the boy. The Danri clan's representative immediately panicked, protesting that without So Sam, there was no one left who could control the prized Fergana horse. Tang Wu paused to think, brushing off the man's concerns. He reasoned that all they really needed to do was get the horse to the Namgung clan's estate. He then made his decision clear. Once they arrived, he would take the boy. As for the politics of it, he would handle the Namgung clan personally. To seal the deal, Tang Wu offered to write a letter to the Danri clan's head and even include payment for the boy. With a condescending tone, he asked if that was sufficient. The representative was completely cornered, stammering with a terrified look on his face, unable to find the words to refuse such a powerful figure. A flash of Tang Wu's terrifying, inhuman eye was all it took to silence any further protest. Defeated, the man bowed his head in submission. He quickly tried to save face, claiming they had intended to present the boy to the Namgung clan anyway, and formally offered him to Tang Wu. Tang Wu let out a booming laugh, pleased with the outcome. So Sam watched silently from the side as the exchange concluded. With a sharp, predatory grin, Tang Wu turned and barked at So Sam to hurry up and follow him. So Sam stood with the horse, now separated from the Danri clan's forces, who could only watch as their handler was taken. The representative clutched his head, sighing in utter frustration at having been so easily overpowered and losing a valuable asset. He turned to his troops and yelled, ordering them to get their injured young master to a physician immediately while the rest of the unit prepared to move out. So Sam glanced over, his expression unreadable as he stood beside the Fergana horse, taking in the scene. The representative watched with a grimace as his wounded young master was carried away, a stark reminder of the power gap between his clan and a true monster like Tang Wu. Tang Wu flashed a sinister, triumphant smile, looking like a demon who had just claimed a new soul. As day turned to night, a full moon rose in the sky. The large procession of warriors arrived at a brightly lit inn to rest for the evening. With a wave of his hand, the Danri representative announced to the entire group that they would be staying there for the night. The inn was bustling with activity, filled with travelers and martial artists eating and drinking after a long day's journey. Away from the lively main building, the quiet and empty stables stood waiting. Later that night, So Sam sat alone in the quiet stables, the prized Fergana horse watching over him as he gathered his thoughts. He reflected on his own power, realizing that ever since his fight with the Black Snake Society, his control over his inventory had improved significantly. He could now summon items within a 1-meter radius, and he wondered if more practice could extend that range even further. Through this ability, he could retrieve anything he had stored, from simple swords to entire corpses. Not only could he retrieve them, but he could also project them outwards, turning his stored items into makeshift projectiles. However, he knew there was a flaw. The projection speed was still too slow, and any true master would be able to react in time. He began to experiment, pulling a stream of what looked like sand from his inventory into his open palm. His eye glowed red as he focused intently on the new application of his power. With a single word, he activated his ability, and the sand in his lap began to dematerialize. It vanished in a brilliant flash of blue light, returning to its storage space in an instant. He stared at his fist, a flicker of realization in his eyes as a new idea began to form. Opening his palm, he watched it glow with the system's light, confirming his suspicion. A smirk crept across his face as he realized he had gotten quite good at manipulating the inventory's core functions. But his mind was already racing ahead. A manic grin spread across his face as he realized there was yet another way to utilize this power. He pressed his glowing hand directly against his own body, testing his new theory. The familiar blue light of the inventory system activated, confirming his hypothesis. He had discovered a groundbreaking new technique. Anything that entered his physical body could be directly transferred into the inventory. With a crazed look of revelation, he gave his discovery a fitting name. This wasn't just a system function, it was a martial technique, the inventory divine art. Just as he was reveling in his breakthrough, the sound of approaching footsteps echoed from outside the stable, breaking his concentration. An annoyed female voice cut through the silence, complaining about her grandfather as she walked towards him. It was Tang Wu's granddaughter, HWA. With her arms crossed, she looked So-Sam up and down with disdain, openly wondering why her grandfather would summon a lowly stable hand at this hour. Despite her clear annoyance, she gave him a curt order to follow her. So-Sam simply stared back, his expression unreadable as he rose to his feet. He followed her through the main hall of the inn, where the remaining members of the Danri clan watched them pass with suspicion. HWA led him to a large, private chamber, announcing their arrival before entering. The heavy doors slid open, revealing a brightly lit room beyond. Inside, Tang Wu was kneeling alone before a magnificent mural of a golden dragon that dominated the entire wall. Without turning around, the old master ordered So-Sam to go to the platform in front of him and sit cross-legged. So-Sam's eyes narrowed slightly as he processed the strange command. He walked past Tang Wu and HWA, who were both now kneeling on the floor, and made his way to the designated spot. He obeyed without question, settling into a cross-legged position on the platform directly beneath the gaze of the golden dragon. Tang Wu's sharp, predatory eye stared him down as he gave a single, blunt order: strip. As So-Sam began to remove his robe without a word, Tang Wu clarified his command: everything. Once So-Sam was completely unclothed, Tang Wu let out a quiet, satisfied good. He grinned with a sinister delight, nodding that So-Sam's muscular build was surprisingly good, far from the frail body his loose clothes suggested. Then Tang Wu produced an ornate golden case, revealing the treasure within. These were the legendary Dragon Phoenix golden needles. HWA gasped in horror, finally realizing what her grandfather intended to do. Tang Wu ignored her, placing the case firmly on the floor before him. He turned his attention back to So-Sam and asked if he was familiar with the old saying, Jayal HWA Wiji. He then explained the proverb: an orange tree will bear sweet fruit in its native southern soil, but if moved to the cold north, it will only produce bitter, inedible fruit. So-Sam's eye widened, the meaning was clear. He was the orange, meant to grow into something special, but in the barren soil of the Danri clan. He was being stifled. The Tang clan, however, could provide the right environment for his potential to flourish. In his current state, he was merely So-Sam, but after this transformation, he would become something far greater. Tang Wu then revealed his intentions. He was going to perform a great ritual on So-Sam, one that would be so agonizing it would make him wish for death. But the reward for enduring this torment would be immense. Not only would his muteness be cured, but he would be granted a gift beyond his imagination. With a gaze as intense as a roaring beast, Tang Wu asked the question that would change So-Sam's life forever. Will you do it? So Sam stared back, the golden light reflecting in his wide, unblinking eyes as he considered the offer. Unable to contain her shock, HWA cried out, grabbing her grandfather's arm in protest. She couldn't believe he would make such a monumental decision, without consulting the clan elders first. A dark shadow fell over Tang Wu's face as he turned to his granddaughter, his glowing eye promising severe punishment if she interfered. With a snarl, he dismissed her concerns, reminding her that his word was absolute. HWA gasped, recoiling from his sharp tone and palpable anger. Ignoring her completely, Tang Wu let out a quiet, menacing chuckle. His amusement quickly turned into a booming, maniacal laugh that filled the entire room. A single bead of sweat, born of fear and frustration, rolled down Hwa's cheek as she realized she was utterly powerless to stop him. From his platform, So Sam watched the entire exchange, finally understanding everything. The spirit eye activated, a crimson light swirling within his pupil. He now saw the truth of the situation. He glanced at the silenced HWA, then back at the imposing figure of Tang Wu. The old master's gaze sharpened as he waited for So Sam's final answer. Tang Wu presented the glowing case, his voice echoing with anticipation. He formally asked if So Sam was ready to accept this agonizing trial in order to receive the surname of the legendary Tang clan. A predatory glint appeared in So Sam's red eyes. For the chance at this kind of power, there was no other answer. Before him lay the Dragon Phoenix golden needles, the key to his transformation and the beginning of a new, terrifying path. In the Murim, there's always talk about kids born with insane martial potential. You've got things like the heavenly meridian body and the wheel-turning sacred emperor aspect. Then there's the cosmic sacred bone and the heavenly martial heart, true legends. These talents are so rare they only pop up once every few hundred or even 1,000 years. If you're born with one, you're basically guaranteed to leave a massive mark on history. But according to Tang Wu, the absolute greatest talent is something else entirely. The old monster is staring down the kid he picked up for free, feeling like he hit the jackpot. He doesn't care about those other once-in-a-century talents anymore. He's convinced So Sam has a body that hasn't been seen since the dawn of the Murim. The legendary body of no meridians. At first, he thought he was just looking at an ordinary kid who never trained. But looking closer, he realized this body doesn't have a single acupoint or energy pathway. It's just a total void. It's so empty it almost doesn't seem human, but that's exactly what makes it special. With no existing path, Tang Wu can mold him into whatever he wants. He thinks if he raises him right, he can restore the clan's lost 10,000 flower rain technique. If that happens, every power in the Murim will have to bow to the Tang family. The old man is grinning. He's holding the entire future of his family in his hands. He prepares his tools and looks at So Sam one more time. He asks if the boy is truly ready to take on the Tang surname. So Sam doesn't blink, he just gives a firm nod. Tang Wu warns him that he isn't a full member of the family yet. He'll eventually have to prove his worth to the elders and the family head. And on top of that, there's a real chance he could die during this ritual. Will you still do it? The kid stares right back, his resolve steady. He's not backing down. The old monster smiles. That's the answer he was looking for. He's ready to perform the Great Reformation ritual. He tells HWA to stand guard outside the room. She heads for the door, leaving the two of them alone with the hovering needles. Energy begins to swirl around the old man as he channels his power into the ritual. Green light flares from his hand as he prepares to strike. He centers himself behind So Sam, the golden needles glowing with intent. "I shall begin," he says, his eyes focused and sharp. He picks out a specific golden needle, ready for the first puncture. He jams it straight into the top of So Sam's head. The energy flows through the needle as it embeds itself deep. So Sam sits silently through the pain, taking it all in. He knows the others think he's clueless since they're using silent sound transmission. But he's using the lip-reading skill he mastered as an assassin to catch every word. He finds the body of no meridians, label hilarious. He knows his body only looks like an empty shell, because of his game system. With a status window and stats only he can see, he's become something that's not quite human and not quite a character. Tang Wu is completely sold on the legend. Since the old monster already has this absurd idea in his head, so Sam realizes he just needs to lean into it. If the guy wants to believe he's found a once-in-a-thousand-year genius, fine. He'll play the part perfectly. Tang Wu gets back to work, focusing every bit of his energy on the boy's back. So Sam is basically a human pincushion at this point, but Tang Wu couldn't be happier with the results. The old man is impressed. Even with these temporary acupoints, the energy is flowing without a single blockage. In fact, the chi is moving through this empty vessel several times faster than it would in any ordinary martial artist. To Tang Wu, he's looking at a masterpiece, a talent that only shows up once in a lifetime. But even with his excitement, he's still a paranoid monster. He reaches for a secret box hidden in the room. Inside, a swarm of nasty-looking centipedes are crawling over each other in the dark. He picks out a glowing one. This isn't just a bug, it's a poison goo used for control. He knows he has to be extra cautious. A talent this big is a massive target for anyone else looking for power. He's not about to let anyone steal his new prize, so he starts prepping a little insurance. He plans to plant the goo as a fail-safe, just in case the boy ever tries to turn against him. Without hesitating, he uses a needle to guide the parasite right into the boy's ear canal. His eyes go full psycho as he decides that if he can't own this talent, he'll tear it to shreds so nobody else can have it either. The room is filled with dark green energy as the ritual reaches its peak intensity. Every needle on the boy's back acts like a conduit for the old man's massive power. It's a grueling, surgical process, and Tang Wu is meticulous with every single placement. Finally, the energy begins to settle, and the needles finish their work. Outside, the sun is dipping low, signaling the end of a very long day. The building stands silent as the ritual finally draws to a close. Inside, the fading light leaves the room in heavy shadows. Tang Wu takes a breath, looking at his finished masterpiece. The ritual is over. He tells the boy that his life as a lowly horse handler for the Danri family is done. From this moment on, he's a member of the Tang clan, the greatest family in all of Sichuan. Tang Wu decides he needs a name to go with his new status. He officially names him Tang Sam, the newest disciple of the clan. The boy looks down, accepting the new identity and the danger that comes with it. He gives a short, quiet answer, yes. Outside, HWA is waiting patiently, probably wondering if he even survived the process. The doors creak open, and the last of the sunset spills into the hallway. Tang Sam walks right past her, not saying a single word or even giving her a glance. He heads out into the courtyard, with the evening sun bathing the entire estate in orange light. Once he's sure he's out of sight, he stops and looks back toward the building. He reaches up and activates his inventory skill, pulling the glowing centipede right out of his own head. He doesn't even flinch as he crushes the poison goo into a bloody mess with his bare hand. The old man thought he had a leash on him, but the mute Sam is officially a thing of the past. That version of him is gone, left behind in the dirt with the Danri family. Now he's Tang Sam of the Sichuan Tang clan, and the game has just changed. With a new name and the Tang family's backing, he's finally found the wings he needs to fly. The moon hangs high over the mountains, illuminating the Anhui branch of the heavenly demon cult. Inside the fortress, the night is thick with the scent of incense and shadows. A muffled cry echoes from deep within one of the palace chambers. The excited screams of debauchery echoed through the hallways. Inside, the branch leader, Paga Hyol, known as Ash Shadow, is deep in a scene of total debauchery. A hand grips the bedding as the party continues. One of the women lies exhausted, her hair splayed out across the floor. She looks up, her eyes glazed as the night drags on. Suddenly, a masked intruder drops from the ceiling like a ghost. The woman gasps in shock at the sudden arrival. Before anyone can react, the assassin strikes. Blood splattered across the room as the girl's flesh was torn apart, while the young master managed to flash away in the blink of an eye. The young master skidded back, sliding away from the danger zone, and swiftly threw his cloak over his shoulders. Paga Hyol stands up, his arms outstretched in disbelief. The blonde leader stared with a mixture of shock and annoyance, spitting out every word. "This is impossible." He immediately starts whining about the blood, staining his expensive Western silk robes. He demands to know how much the intruder thinks those robes actually cost. His playful tone shifts instantly to cold, lethal fury. The assassin, known as 18th Cloud or Mad Cloud, stares back with glowing white eyes. Without a word, the intruder lunges forward, trailing dark energy. A massive blast of power tears through the center of the room. Paga Hyol reaches for the weapons displayed on the wall. A pink glow erupts as he calls his sword to his hand. He catches the blade, ready to fight back. The two clash, purple and black energy colliding with a violent shockwave. Neither side gives an inch as they lock blades. Paga Hyol smirks, seemingly amused by the challenge. He laughs and tells the assassin that he's weak as hell. With a broad sweep of his arm, he continued to summon another saber to his left hand. Mad Cloud dodges, his black cloak whipping through the air like a shadow. They continue their high-speed dance across the ruined chamber. The branch leader shouts, refusing to let his target escape. Chaotic flashes of light filled the room as the young master unleashed a barrage of blade chi from the twin sabers in his hands. The killer gathers his power, his blade glowing with an ink-like darkness. Paga Hyol's eyes widen as he recognizes the familiar, terrifying technique. A massive, jet-black slash tore through the remnants of the blade chi shadows, obliterating everything in its path. The swirling dark energy spiraled, absorbing the destruction in its wake, before causing the remaining blade chi remnants to vanish completely. A wider camera angle reveals the assassin standing at the center of the storm, his strike complete as he neutralizes every threat pouring down on him like rain. Through the settling dust, Mad Cloud's single glowing eye remains fixed on his target. The destructive Kai slowly dissipates, leaving the room in ruins. Paga Hyol stares at the blade, recognizing the legendary ink-light killing sword. An imposing, gray-haired man finally speaks, asking Mad Cloud if it's really been 10 years. The gray-haired man, unmasked as Mad Cloud, corrects him. It's been exactly 9 years and 190 days. Ash Shadow bursts out laughing at the killer's obsessive memory. He says he knew it was him. Nobody else remembers such trivial details. The blonde leader asks why the 18th Cloud is visiting his branch in person. Mad Cloud tells him orders have come down from the top. Ash Shadow is all ears. The command is simple: execute the first stratagem. Ash Shadow's playful expression vanishes instantly. He's finally getting to do it, but he immediately asks about Shifting Shadow. Mad Cloud confirms the target is the Namgung clan, specifically Shifting Shadow's wedding on the 15th. Ash Shadow repeats the word, stunned by the news. His eyes narrow with a cold, simmering rage. He can't believe Shifting Shadow is actually getting married. He clenches his teeth, the news clearly striking a nerve. He asks what the scope of the mission should be. The answer is chilling: kill everyone except Shifting Shadow and his bride, Namgung Hai. Ash Shadow taps his finger on the desk, weighing the plan. He seems to be calculating the risks of such a massive attack. The room falls silent as he sits in thought. He mentions that Tang Wu, the soul-chasing poison hand, will arrive soon. Their current force won't be enough. Mad Cloud reassures him that the 5 shadows will be sent to reinforce the branch. Ash Shadow taps the desk again, satisfied with the reinforcements. He admits that should be plenty. Ash Shadow smirks with twisted delight, having fully savored and accepted the final orders. With his mission finished, the messenger turns and walks away. Ash Shadow watches him go, his mind already elsewhere. He sits back and tries to recall Shifting Shadow's real name. Mad Cloud's expression turns bitter and resentful as he glares back at his former brat of a partner. He doesn't even bother to say another word, activating his skill and vanishing into a cloud of black smoke. Left all alone, the young master grumbles that the guy is just as insufferable as ever. He's frustrated, stuck rotting away in this gloomy Anhui branch. Meanwhile, Shifting Shadow became a hero of the Orthodox faction. And to top it off, he even got the most beautiful woman in Anhui as his bride. Ash Shadow looks out from the balcony, unable to contain his envy. He snaps his fingers, calling for his servants. He walks out of the room without looking back. He orders them to clean the room and get rid of the filth on the bed. He doesn't stop there, his cruelty showing through. With a chilling command, he orders them to slaughter every guard on duty today for their utter incompetence. His subordinate bows low, knowing better than to question the order. The leader looks out over the city lights. He gazes at the territory he's about to drench in blood. This is the Anhui branch of the heavenly demon divine cult, the spark for a new war. Paga Hyol stands with his robes hanging open, bloodstains marking his chest and garments. He is the branch leader of Anhui, known as the Naked Silver Demon. His gaze is heavy and arrogant as he prepares for the upcoming slaughter. A wicked grin spreads across his face. For him, the real game is only just beginning. High above the valley, the full moon illuminates the sprawling city lights of Hefei, the heart of Anhui province. In the shadows of the forest, the rhythmic sound of hundreds of marching feet echoes through the night. An army of the heavenly demon cult descends toward the unsuspecting city, their banners fluttering in the dark. Elsewhere, a different group travels the mountain paths on horseback, led by a stern old master. Tang Wu, the soul-chasing poison hand, notes that they have arrived at their destination sooner than expected. So Sam looks out at the distant lights, realizing they've finally reached the domain where the powerful Namgung clan reigns supreme. Looking down from above, the people look so small against the backdrop of a flourishing and prosperous Anhui, the very place that will serve as the starting point for the cataclysmic shifts that will change the entire Murim forever. The streets are packed with people drinking and eating as the city prepares for a massive celebration. A lion dance winds through the crowd, while everyone cheers for the upcoming wedding. The Namgung clan's estate is decked out in lanterns, showing off just how much money they're throwing at this festival. But near the gates, a guard is busy making life miserable for a group of starving beggars. They're on their knees, begging for just a single lump of rice to share among them. The guard isn't interested in charity. He looks like he's about to start swinging. He screams at them to get lost, acting like their presence is an insult to the clan. Before they can even move, he winds up and kicks one of the beggars right in the face. The old man gets knocked back, and his friends scramble to help him as the guard keeps shouting. A voice from the doorway cuts through the noise, asking what the hell is going on. Du Hee-woke, the rising star of the Murim world, steps out into the light. The guard's tough guy act disappears instantly as he stammers about the beggars swarming the place. Du Hee-woke doesn't get angry. He just gives the guard a calm, almost disappointed look. The guests nearby start whispering, immediately recognizing the handsome hero. He ignores the guard and walks straight toward the beggars on the ground. He reaches out with a kind smile, asking if the old man is okay. The beggars can't believe it. They've probably never seen a noble show them this kind of respect. He helps the man up personally, playing the role of the perfect hero for everyone to see. He tells the guard to stop being a jerk and make sure these people get some of the leftover wedding food. The guard bows and scurries off to follow orders, while Du Hee-woke heads back inside. The onlookers are impressed, talking about how he defeated the twin demons and is the perfect match for the clan's daughter. Rumors say he's a legend in the making, a lone wanderer who's now becoming Murim royalty. But the peaceful mood breaks when some guy in the crowd gets shoved from behind. The man turns around ready to throw hands, telling whoever it was to watch where they're going. Then he sees the face. It's the soul-chasing poison hand, Tang Wu. The guy's face gets palmed as he realizes he just barked at one of the deadliest elders in the land. Tang Wu doesn't give a damn. He palms the guy's face with a heavy strike and tells him to get the hell out of his way. He marches through the crowd, calling everyone useless bastards while his granddaughter and So Sam follow. Inside, Du Hee-woke is busy playing the perfect host, greeting guests with a smile. He notices the group from the Tang clan arriving and looks over. Tang Wu gets fed up with the background chatter and just yells for everyone to shut the hell up. He stands in the middle of the courtyard, basically challenging anyone to tell him he shouldn't be there. He glares at the crowd, telling them if they have something to say, they should say it to his face. Du Hyo-ok steps in to smooth things over, asking Tang Wu to calm down. He gives a deep, polite bow, introducing himself as the man of the hour. Tang Wu just looks him up and down, asking if he's really the reason he had to travel all this way. Tang Wu stares into the boy's eyes and admits he looks decent, but that's about it. He bluntly tells Du Hyo-ok that meeting him today is actually a huge disappointment. Tang Wu ignores the confusion and asks if Namgung-byok is inside, and the kid points the way. Du Hyo-ok quickly recovers and offers to guide the group to the king's hall himself. They head into the main building, leaving the stunned guests behind. But So-sam is just standing there, his eyes wide as he realizes the hero in front of him is actually a high-level predator. A blue system window pops up, warning So-sam that a high-level enemy is within 20 meters. He stares ahead, his eyes locked on the target while the festival crowd blurs around him. He notices a weird vibe from the new guy. The way he moves is just too consistent and robotic. He puts two and two together and realizes this rising star is the monster the system is screaming about. His red eyes narrow, scanning for any sign of human weakness in the man's posture. Usually, people are naturally asymmetrical, with one shoulder slightly higher or limbs at different lengths. But looking at Du Hyo-ok, the guy is biologically perfect, down to the millimeter. It sends a chill through him as he makes a startling realization. This guy isn't just a genius, he's another predator hiding in plain sight just like himself. High above, rows of swords are embedded in the roof, a display of the clan's martial history. This is the King's Hall, the heart of the prestigious Namgung clan's estate. It's a massive structure designed to intimidate anyone who steps foot on the grounds. Outside, Du Hyo-ok starts explaining that the swords belong to past clan heads, but nobody's really listening. Tang Wu just rolls his eyes, thinking about how these kings will all end up rotting in the same dirt eventually. The kid tries to ask them to wait outside, but the elder isn't having it and just marches forward. They start the long climb up the stairs toward the massive main entrance. Tang Wu doesn't care about protocol. He's heard the host is waiting, so he's going in. The doors swing open, revealing a massive, ornate hall that practically screams wealth and power. Inside, the clan head and his daughter are waiting, and HWA excitedly greets her uncle. They walk onto the expensive carpets, the heavy atmosphere of the room pressing down on them. Namgung-byok, the clan head himself, steps forward to welcome Tang Wu after what feels like ages. Tang Wu scoffs at the greeting, calling the man a disgrace for running a clan with so little dignity. Byok doesn't even flinch, he just lets out a small, knowing smirk. The two elders clearly go way back, laughing and insulting each other like old friends. In the background, the beautiful Namgung-hai watches the exchange with a sharp eye. HWA is a bit shocked, wondering just how close her grandfather and the clan head actually are. She catches Hai's gaze, and the two girls share a brief, silent moment of recognition. Hai breaks the silence first, giving HWA a warm greeting and nodding how long it's been. HWA chirps back, complimenting her sister on how pretty she's gotten since they last met. Du Hyo-ok stands back and watches the reunion with that same unshakable, perfect smile. He finally introduces himself properly, but HWA is already asking if she can start calling him brother-in-law. The girl is practically vibrating with excitement, much to the embarrassment of her family. Hyo-ok just laughs it off, while HWA teases her, wondering how a shy girl like Hai managed to seal the deal so quickly. Hai facepalms at the girl's lack of filter, wishing she'd just stopped talking for 5 minutes. Her eyes wander over to the silent boy, standing behind the Tang group. Curious, she asks HWA who the kid with the intense eyes is. So-sam stands in the shadows of the hall, looking more like a ghost than a guest. HWA realizes she hasn't introduced him yet and starts to speak up. But he beats her to it, introducing himself simply as Tang Sam. The two women look him over, trying to figure out where this mysterious kid came from. "Do you okay?" Ever the gentleman steps forward with an open palm to welcome him. So Sam stares at the offered hand, wondering if the hero can feel the monster hiding inside him. So Sam's gaze remains cold and analytical as he stares into the eyes of the other predator. He finally grasps the man's hand, and they share a brief, firm handshake while sizing each other up. "Do you okay?" suddenly speaks up, his voice cheerful as if he's just had a brilliant thought. He mentions his plans to take Namgung High to Soho Lake tonight to watch the lanterns under the full moon. With a friendly smile, he asks So Sam if he and HWA would like to join them for the festival. A chillingly perfect smile spreads across his face, one that hints at the dangerous game he's playing. Do you okay makes sure to include Tang Sam in the evening's plans. The moon shines bright over Soho Lake, where hundreds of lanterns have been set adrift. It looks like a typical high society outing on the water. The ladies enjoy the view from the ship's railing. Do you okay explains that Soho Lake is famous for its stunning night scenery. It's a picture-perfect moment, but Tang Sam isn't relaxing. The host continues to flatter Sister HWA, comparing her to the moonlight. He suggests the men leave the ladies to their talk and go grab a drink together. He turns and walks toward the cabin to fetch some wine. Tang Sam watches his back, convinced Do you okay is just a predator in disguise. He knows anyone this perfect is hiding something massive. He's sure the guy is plotting something substantial behind that smile. Footsteps echo on the deck as someone approaches. A sudden sense of dread washes over Tang Sam. The system confirms it. An enemy 10 levels higher is within 20 meters. He snaps his head around to check his surroundings. The deck is mostly empty, but the alert is still active. That's when it hits him. The alert isn't for Do you okay. He quickly estimates the ship's length and height. If the threat is this close but not visible, it has to be below him. Do you okay strolls back onto the deck, claiming the wine was in an odd spot. Tang Sam realizes he's dealing with a new enemy entirely. The ship drifts further into the lake, away from any help. The host offers up a bottle of Jumaju, a precious wine specifically for Tang Sam. Tang Sam stands his ground, his mind elsewhere. He fakes a stomach ache, asking to be excused for a moment. Do you okay doesn't bat an eye, telling him to just ask the boatman for directions. He gives Tang Sam a look that's a bit too intense to be friendly. Tang Sam heads straight for the ship's interior anyway. He moves quickly through the dark corridors. The system pings again. The distance to the threat is dropping. He realizes the enemy is moving closer to his current position. He keeps going, tracking the pings through the walls. Suddenly, another high-level alert pops up. He stops in his tracks, staring into the pitch-black hallway. That's 2 enemies hidden down here now. Then a third alert hits, followed immediately by a fourth. With Do you okay upstairs, that makes 5 monsters on one boat. Tang Sam's eyes flare red as his psychopathic instincts take over. He looks out at the lanterns, knowing the piece is about to end. He grips the ledge, ready to start his own hunt. Tang Sam reasons that kidnapping isn't the primary goal here. If it were, they would have made a move by now. He's certain the entire Namgung clan is the real target. He clenches his fist, feeling the weight of the situation. He knows these enemies are at least 10 levels higher than him. He can't even tell exactly how big the gap is between them. A coordinated infiltration like this means they're aiming to overthrow the clan entirely. He leans against the railing, deep in thought. He's caught between his dangerous mentor, Tang Wu, and the clan's enemies. He looks down into the dark water. A twisted, psychopathic grin spreads across his face as his eyes glow red. A wave of sheer, unadulterated madness consumes his entire being, and he decides it's finally time to strike. The boat glides through the calm water under the full moon. The estate looms ahead, festive lanterns lighting up the shore. On the perimeter, the sound of marching boots hits the stone floor. The estate's waterway guards begin their nightly patrol. A subordinate asks squad leader Go Sangong if such a long patrol is necessary. The squad leader doesn't take the questioning lightly. He grabs the subordinate by the hair, demanding respect. He slams the man's head down, telling him to stop complaining. He reminds the group that the upcoming wedding requires perfect security. He orders the slackers to hand over the lantern and get moving. Two guards crouch low as they creep into the ship's cabin, one of them mocking the rookie, saying his constant grumbling might just piss off the head manager. The manager leaves the guards to their duties, muttering under his breath and cursing them for being a bunch of lazy bastards. Leaning his back against the wall, Go Sangong stands alone, dreaming of being on a real battlefield instead of this boring post. He wishes some enemies would actually show up to spice things up. A faint splashing sound echoes from the dark water nearby. Two guards venture into the pitch-black tunnels with a single candle. One of them complains about being stuck here, while the rest of the clan is celebrating. He turns toward the youngest guard, hopping for a bit of sympathy, only to see the gaunt, hollow face of our main guy emerging like a scene straight out of the Nun. A cold, whose breath is the only warning they get. Panic sets in as the guards realize they aren't alone in the dark. Before they can draw their swords, a blade flashes through the air. Metal clashes as the guards try to defend themselves. A fountain of blood sprays as the attacker tears through them. A body hits the water with a heavy splash. The shadows are filled with systematic, brutal violence. A discarded sword sinks silently into the depths. The tunnel goes quiet once again. The sounds of the massacre fade into the night. Back at the main post, Go Sangong lets out a long, bored yawn. He grumbles that his partners are taking way too long to finish their rounds. Squad leader Go Sangong mutters under his breath, certain his subordinates are slacking off again. He grips his wooden torch firmly, the flames casting long, dancing shadows against the damp stone. "Ah, Tilda, just wait till I catch these bastards," he growls as he wades through the dark, flooded tunnel. He slows his pace, sensing something amiss in the thick gloom ahead. The veteran guard leans forward, his eyes straining to pierce the darkness. "What is this?" he whispers, discovering a severed human arm bobbing in the murky water. Terror washes over him as he realizes the gravity of the situation. WHY is an arm. He begins to shout for his missing men, his voice echoing frantically. "Youngest, Dachil." He swings the torch wildly, but the oppressive darkness seems to swallow the light. The sound of his own heavy breathing and the splashing water are the only replies he receives. He spins around in a panic, unaware that a cold, unblinking eye is tracking his every move. In the shadows, So Sam watches the guard's terror with predatory calm. "Where was that one arm?" So Sam mocks Go Sangong's own question in a bone-chilling voice, while the squad leader stands frozen, his mind completely failing to process the gruesome carnage before him. The torchlight illuminates the horrific display. His squad has been systematically butchered and pinned to the walls. Go Sangong's spirit breaks as he stares at the carnage. Oh, a casual voice chirps. So Sam is revealed, crouching calmly amidst the remains of the guards. So Sam gazes up with a chilling, hollow expression. "I was just missing an arm," he remarks coolly. Chap 18. The dark, flooded tunnels beneath the Namgung clan estate are dead quiet, with only the sound of water rippling against the stone walls. It's the perfect place for a secret or a murder. Suddenly, the silence is shattered as a violent surge of energy erupts from the water. A battle has been raging in these depths for some time now. So Sam lunges forward with a glowing blade, his body low to the water as he closes the distance. In the background, his opponent stands ready to meet the charge. Two pairs of eyes lock in the darkness, each warrior trying to read the other's next move. One is cold and calculated, the other filled with the arrogance of experience. Go Sangong unleashes a whirlwind of blue energy, his sword technique tearing through the air and water alike. The force of the strike is enough to crush anyone caught in its path. The elder scoffs as their blades collide, calling So Sam a mere brat. He's confident that his years of martial arts mastery will easily overwhelm this upstart. Go Sangong's expression quickly shifts to a snarl of effort as he realizes the boy is stronger than he expected. He grits his teeth, his eyes glowing with the intensity of his internal power. A sharp shockwave explodes between them, sending a ring of displaced air and water outward. Neither side is willing to give an inch in this initial exchange. So-Sam splashes through the tunnel, keeping his footing as he repositions himself for another opening. Go-Sangong watches him closely from a distance, wary of his speed. Go-Sangong recognizes him now, remembering him as the guest who arrived with the poison hand master, Tang Wu. The realization only adds to his confusion and anger. The elder demands to know why a guest of the clan is performing such a betrayal. He stands in a defensive stance, his sword held ready as he shouts into the dark. So-Sam stands as a lone silhouette in the distance, the water swirling around his feet. He hasn't broken his focus for a second. His voice is calm as he responds, claiming that everything he's doing is actually for the sake of the Namgung clan. It's a twisted logic that only a psychopath could maintain. Go-Sangong isn't buying it, screaming about the warriors So-Sam has already slaughtered and skewered like meat. His fury is boiling over at the boy's audacity. With a roar, the elder charges forward with his blade wreathed in blue light. He tells So-Sam not to expect the mercy of a quick death. The battle escalates as they both unleash their signature techniques. Go-Sangong uses the first form of the heavenly wind sword, while So-Sam counters with his own active skill. The elder calls out his flowing heavenly cloud's form, his movements becoming a blur of high-speed strikes. He aims to overwhelm So-Sam's defenses with sheer volume. So-Sam's eye tracks the incoming blow, identifying it as a direct strike at the yellow dragon. He prepares to meet the attack head-on, his expression fixed in a cold stare. A massive explosion of red and blue light fills the tunnel as their powers clash. The sheer pressure of the impact makes it look like the air itself is being torn apart. The resulting shockwave sends a massive wave of water crashing through the tunnel. It's a struggle just to stay standing as the current pulls at them. Water slams against the stone ceiling from the force of the techniques. The narrow passage has become a chaotic death trap of surging tides. Go-Sangong lunges again, his blade trailing a streak of blue light through the spray. He's determined to end this fight right here. So-Sam watches the elder's approach, his face partially illuminated by the eerie glow. He's waiting for the perfect moment to execute his plan. A flurry of blue slashes cuts through the darkness, striking home with lethal precision. Blood splatters against the walls as the attacks find their mark. So-Sam is sent flying back by the force of the hits, water exploding around him. The elder's technique is proving to be more than he can easily handle. As he recovers, So-Sam checks his system UI and realizes his HP has dropped into the critical zone. One more clean hit could be the end for him. Go-Sangong delivers a heavy, glowing downward slash, believing he finally has his prey cornered. He shouts that it's all over as he commits to the strike. The blade cuts deep, and more blood splatters into the water as So-Sam is knocked off his feet. It looks like a fatal blow has been dealt. Go-Sangong laughs mockingly, seeing that So-Sam has lost his sword in the exchange. He thinks the boy is now completely defenseless. The elder approached with soaring, murderous intent, but suddenly a blade out of nowhere slashed right past his face. Blood splattered as the blade sliced through Go-Sangong's flesh. The elder quickly leaned back, narrowly escaping death. Go-Sangong's mind raced, unable to comprehend how that brat could have hurled a blade at him right after taking several of his heavy slashes. Water splashed as Go-Sangong staggered back through the flooded corridor, the ripples reflecting the chaos of the fight. Go-Sangong suddenly froze, his face clouded with confusion as he scanned his surroundings, desperately trying to process the situation. He had clearly seen So-Sam drop his sword, so he couldn't fathom how the weapon had suddenly lunged forward on its own to take his life. A fresh cut opens on the elder's face, making him realize he was almost sliced open just now. He's rattled by the bizarre fighting style he's witnessing. In the distance, So-Sam is back on his feet, holding his sword as if it never left his hand. He's utilizing his inventory system to make the weapon vanish and reappear at will. The water explodes again as the duel resumes with even greater intensity. The flickering light of their techniques is the only thing illuminating the dark tunnel. So-Sam unleashed a horizontal slash with his left hand, his movements exceptionally fluid and lethal. Go-Sangong was forced to retreat, gritting his teeth in a mix of rage and intense focus, wary of any more unpredictable strikes. A sharp gleam of steel cuts through the darkness, the blade nearly invisible in the low light. Every move is a life-or-death gamble now. A flash of blue light signals another activation of So-Sam's system skills. He's waiting for the perfect moment to trigger the final part of his plan. A dark figure lunged through the spray, its eyes glowing with an eerie white light. The fight had turned into a game of shadows, where even a single mistake by Go Sangong would mean certain death. Go Sangong's eye widens in absolute shock as the sword vanishes again right before his eyes. He's realized too late that he's not fighting a normal martial artist. He's fighting something else entirely. Go Sangong's eyes widen as he realizes the boy's bizarre movements are beyond anything taught in traditional martial arts. He's starting to feel like he's fighting something other than a human. A violent burst of power erupts between them, the sheer pressure of the duel threatening to tear the tunnel's stone foundation apart. The air itself feels heavy with the scent of ozone and blood. Outside, the disturbance is so great that a massive plume of water shoots up into the night sky, dwarfing the nearby watchtowers of the Namgung estate. Under the cold moonlight, the carnage below is hidden from the rest of the world. Debris and stone rain down into the canal as the two fighters smash through the walls, lunging at each other like wild whirlwinds. Amidst the falling rubble, they trade lethal strikes with a ferocity that shatters everything in their path. Go Sangong is sweating and gasping for air, his face contorted with the realization that this brat might actually be the death of him. He's never been pushed this far by someone so young. Blood sprayed through the air as the elder took another hit from the young man's uncanny blade, which flickered in and out of existence with every strike. Go Sangong touched down gracefully, while So-Sam hit the ground with a heavy thud. He freezes mid-step, his eyes bulging as he sees something that defies all his martial arts experience. He can't believe the boy is still finding the strength to move. The brat who nearly took the elder's life several times couldn't even manage a decent landing. So-Sam gasped for air as blood pooled around him from the deep slashes he had just taken. Go Sangong mocked him, asking if he had finally reached his limit and if that last strike had truly found its mark. The elder lets out a manic, triumphant laugh, certain that his latest strike has finally sealed the boy's fate. He's convinced himself that he's finally won this grueling marathon. So-Sam struggles to stay upright, clutching his chest as he tries to regulate his ragged, shallow breathing. His body is at its breaking point, but his mind remains cold and analytical. Looking down at his mangled body, the boy realizes he's taken far too much damage to continue the fight like this. He needs a miracle, or a very specific plan, to survive the next minute. He summons his glowing status window, the blue light illuminating his tired face as he checks his vitals. The system is the only thing he can rely on now. The red HP bar is a tiny sliver of its former self, flashing a warning that he's only a single hit away from death. At level 12, his room for error has completely vanished. Then he sees it. The experience bar is nearly full, sitting right at the edge of the next level. If he can just get one more bit of EXP, everything will change. A terrifying, wide grin spreads across So-Sam's blood-streaked face as he realizes there's still a way to turn this around. He's found the loophole he needs to survive. He uses his incredible speed to dash across the stone platform, leaving only a blur of white energy behind. He needs to position himself perfectly for the elder's next attack. He leaps back into the air, his silhouette framed against the massive full moon as he baits Go Sangong into a final, decisive exchange. It's a gamble that puts his entire life on the line. Go Sangong's face is cast in deep shadow, his expression twisted into a cruel, toothy snarl as he mocks the boy's apparent death wish. He's more than happy to oblige and end this once and for all. The elder funnels every drop of his remaining internal energy into his sword, creating a pillar of blinding, azure light. The air vibrates with the sheer power he's gathering. He prepares to unleash the final form of the Heavenly Wind sword technique, a move designed to annihilate anything and everything in its path. It's his strongest strike, and he's putting everything into it. He strikes, calling out the technique, cleaving the heavens, as a massive vortex of blue energy erupts from his blade and tears through the water. The power is enough to flatten the entire tunnel. Go Sangong's techniques unleashed a barrage of sword chi as he screamed in fury at the brat's refusal to die. Having lost all reason, he was now driven solely by a bloodthirsty urge to kill. So Sam charged straight into the eye of the storm, making no attempt to dodge or defend against the oncoming destruction. He was searching for the exact moment of impact. The energy slashes rained down like a blue monsoon, shredding the water and the very air around the boy. It's a display of pure, unadulterated destructive force. So Sam's eye remains perfectly calm, focused entirely on the timing. He's counting the seconds until the strike connects, uncaring of the pain to come. The strikes connect with sickening force, the power so intense that it literally tears the boy's arm from his shoulder in a spray of blood and light. He's being torn apart by the elder's final move. He is sent spiraling backward, his mangled body spinning through the air as trails of blood mark his path. It looks like the fight is finally, decisively over. Go Sangong doesn't let up for a second, leaping down from above to deliver a final, crushing blow to the falling boy. He wants to make sure there's nothing left to bury. The elder's laughter is deafening as he gloats over what he believes is his absolute victory. He mocks the pathetic bastard for daring to crawl toward a master like him. He lands and leans over his fallen opponent, his face inches away as he prepares to deliver the final killing blow. He calls So Sam a stubborn prick, eager to finally end this headache. Suddenly, the elder stops mid-motion, his pupils shrinking as he notices a strange, unnatural blue glow beginning to emanate from the boy's mouth. Something is very, very wrong. Lying in a pool of his own blood with his limbs almost completely destroyed, So Sam was smiling radiantly, a look of pure, psychopathic satisfaction. He had finally closed the distance, achieving exactly what he had set out to do. He sticks out his tongue, which is bathed in a brilliant blue light as the system's power begins to surge through his broken body. The gamble has paid off perfectly. Go Sangong's face pales with a sudden, primal terror as he realizes he's fallen straight into a trap. He can only manage a choked insult as he stares into the abyss. A massive pillar of blue light erupts from So Sam, the sheer force of the level up blowing everything in the tunnel away. The power is blinding and absolute. For a moment, the only sound is the rhythmic drip of blood onto the wet stone floor of the tunnel. The violent storm has suddenly turned into a deathly silence. It's a grisly scene, with blood-soaked robes and a throat slick with gore. The cost of victory is written all over the stone. Go Sangong stood frozen, a blade driven straight through the top of his skull and out through his neck. So Sam still lay there, his grin becoming even more pronounced. The elder's body goes completely limp and collapses into the shallow water, the life finally extinguished from his eyes. The duel is over, and the master has fallen to the monster. A giant, glowing notification appears in front of So Sam's face, announcing his successful level up. It's the reward for his high-stakes gamble with death. His stats are completely reset and bolstered, with his HP bar fully restored to maximum as he reaches level 13. He's stronger now than he's ever been in this life. So Sam lies bathed in a soft blue radiance as the system's restoration process begins to mend every wound on his mangled body. The light pulses with a rhythmic, calming frequency. A massive column of spiritual energy suddenly erupts from the boy, shooting high into the night sky with a thunderous, vibrating roar. It pierces through the clouds like a solid blade of light. From high above, the light pillar acts as a brilliant beacon in the center of the dark estate, casting long, sharp shadows over the sprawling complex of buildings. The entire district is momentarily turned to day. The intense light cuts through the darkness for miles, illuminating the jagged rooftops of the surrounding city and drawing the eyes of every witness. It's a phenomenon that cannot be ignored. From a dark, secluded balcony, Tang Wu's granddaughter and 18th Cloud watch the display with expressions of deep apprehension. They can feel the sheer pressure of the energy from across the estate. Du Hee-Woke and Namgung Hai stand frozen in the courtyard, their faces washed out by the cold blue glow as they stare up at the impossible pillar of light. The dignity of their noble house feels small beneath its power. At a distance, Paga Hyol stands amidst the dark trees of the outer gardens, his gaze fixed intensely on the source of the disturbance. The playfulness he usually carries has vanished. Still clutching the hair of a victim from his hedonistic feast, a bare-chested Paga Hyol roared, demanding to know what the hell was happening. His face was a mask of confusion and growing suspicion. In the cooling silence of the tunnel, blood dripped steadily from a steady hand, splashing onto the wet stone floor. The heat of the battle has finally faded, leaving only the macabre remains. The shadows of the battle are cast against a wall covered in massive characters painted in blood. Standing amidst the carnage and the ruins of his enemies, So Sam quietly declares that the ordeal is finally finished. The moon hangs high in the sky, casting a cold light over a night filled with blood. At the Danri clan, everything is going up in flames. The once grand estate is now a literal hellscape. Assassins in black have descended on the clan, leaving bodies scattered across the burning grounds. The slaughter is absolute. No one is being spared in this surprise attack. Danri Chenwu, the head of the clan, stands alone amidst the wreckage of his home. He watches the fires consume his legacy. A shadowy figure slowly emerges from the flames, his presence radiating pure killing intent. The mysterious intruder stops right in front of the patriarch. He's the one responsible for all this carnage. Chenwu is paralyzed with shock. He can barely get the words out as he asks who this monster is. There's no answer, only a swift, lethal strike that cuts through the air. Just like that, the great Danri Chenwu is dead. His head rolls across the floor as the life leaves his eyes. The killer looks down at the body with a chilling lack of emotion. To him, this was just another job. He turns his back on the ruins and begins to walk away, leaving nothing but ashes behind. Like a cold, calculating machine, he turned around and revealed himself as the mastermind, ordering his subordinates to deliver a message to Hoyoung. He coldly announces that the Danri clan has been completely annihilated and orders the next phase of the plan to begin. Cut to the depraved Paga Hyol. The woman in his grasp had been nearly drained of all her life force, her eyes staring back, hollow and lifeless. Feeling that it was enough, he tossed the woman aside, his gaze still fixed intently on the direction of the Namgung clan. Paga Hyol adjusted his clothes, muttering in disgust. Was she really the second young lady of the Danri clan? She left nothing but a foul taste in my mouth. The moment he turned his head, a figure suddenly appeared. He wonders if the job is already done elsewhere. He thinks Gwangwoon is way too serious and doesn't know how to have any fun. Looking up at the moon, he thinks about the Namgung clan and what's coming for them. He starts walking, confident that everything is going exactly as he planned. He knows there's no way a signal this flashy came from his allies. He stops to consider the possibility that the Namgung clan might have figured something out. It's a risk he's willing to take. He gives the order to block all roads leading to Anhui immediately. He's making sure no news of the massacre gets out. An entire army of his men bow down in the dark. They shout their loyalty, ready to carry out his first major stratagem. Back at the Namgung clan, the guards are freaking out. They've found something terrifying on one of the inner walls. Large, bloody characters are painted across the stone. It's a message that shouldn't be there. It says that when the moon is full, the emperor will fall. It's a direct threat to the clan's leadership. The writing continues, claiming that I shall become the new king. The guards are frozen in place. The full prophecy is revealed. When the moon is full, the emperor falls, and I who walk slowly shall become king. Namgung Byok, one of the clan's elders, stares at the bloody text. He can't believe anyone would dare to do something like this in their own home. The night sky over the clan's massive estate feels heavier than usual. The threat is real, and it's internal. Namgung Byok realizes the wedding is coming up soon. He knows this message was timed perfectly to cause chaos. He orders the guards to increase their numbers and keep their eyes peeled. Any suspicious person needs to be reported directly to him. The old man walks away, his mind racing. He needs to figure out what's happening before it's too late. He reasons that emperor obviously means the Namgung clan, and the full moon refers to the wedding night. But the phrase, I who walk slowly, keeps bugging him. He wonders exactly who that I is supposed to be. Suddenly, the realization hits him. He looks absolutely terrified as the pieces of the puzzle start to fit together. The massive tower of the Namgung clan stands tall, unaware of the storm that's about to break. A heavy hand slams down on a table. The argument in the inner sanctum has officially reached a boiling point. The clan leaders are shouting at each other. They're debating whether this is just a prank or a real conspiracy. Namgung-yung, leader of the Azure Sky Sword Unit, is absolutely livid. He refuses to entertain the idea that there's a traitor among them. He asks how they can possibly suspect the man who's about to become their son-in-law just because of some weird writing on a wall. Namgung-yung is practically foaming at the mouth. He yells that if word of this gets out, the entire Murim world will be laughing their heads off at the Namgung clan. The meeting hall is tense as the high-ranking members sit around the massive wooden table, their faces grim in the soft light. Everyone knows that the clan's reputation is on the line. Namgung-in, the leader of the Boundless Sword Unit, speaks up with a much calmer tone. He makes it clear that his perspective on the situation is completely different from the fiery stance Jung is taking. He leans forward, drawing everyone's attention to the scroll on the table. He insists they need to focus on the specific 8 characters the intruder left behind after the massacre. His finger taps against the paper as he breaks down the cryptic message. He points out that the phrase, walking slowly, is an obvious and direct reference to their own rising star, Du Hiu Ok. The suggestion immediately sends Jung into another fit of rage. He can't believe what he's hearing and demands to know what kind of nonsense In is trying to peddle. In doesn't back down, covering his mouth as he thinks through the intruder's strange behavior. He points out how the guy secretly snuck in, but then did everything possible to be noticed. He pointed out clearly that the killer's goal wasn't just to take a life. He wanted to make a loud, public statement for everyone to see. The bloody message on the wall is a stark reminder of the night's events. The intruder didn't just slip away. He left a signature written in the blood of their fallen warriors to taunt them. In continues his analysis, tapping his finger against his chin. He argues that the intruder's goal wasn't a simple assassination or a bit of espionage. He brings up the massive pillar of blue light that erupted into the night sky. It was a signal so bright and powerful that it was impossible for anyone in the vicinity to ignore. The blinding beam of light had reached high into the clouds before the intruder vanished like a ghost. It felt more like a purposeful display of power than a tactical error. Jung slams his hands down on the table, his face twisted in anger. He accuses In of wanting to arrest Du Hiu Ok based on nothing more than a potential frame-up by an unknown enemy. He argues that making a move against their own would completely destroy the clan's prestige and reputation. He's not about to let their name be dragged through the mud on a hunch. He leans in, pointing a finger directly at In as he shouts about the possibility of this all being an elaborate setup. He's desperate to protect the clan's inner circle. His voice cracks as he brings up Haya, asking how she's supposed to face anyone if her future husband is suddenly treated like a criminal. The personal stakes for him are clearly very high. A voice from the head of the table cuts through the noise. The elder Namgung-byok finally steps in and tells them both that enough is enough. Byok strokes his long white beard, acknowledging that both leaders have valid points. He agrees that the intruder's actions are highly suspicious and calculated. He admits that while the intruder is definitely playing a game, they can't afford to ignore even the smallest chance that there's a traitor among them. They have to consider every angle. He reminds them that the Heavenly Thunder and Heavenly Wind units are already out in the field investigating the situation. They should have more information soon. The room goes quiet for a moment as the weight of his words settles over the other leaders. All eyes are on him as he contemplates their next move. Byok confirms that the Heavenly Thunder unit has been scouting the area toward Hefei to see if any rival factions are moving against them. Outside, the full moon hangs in the sky, bright and ominous. He says that if some faction is truly plotting against them, tonight would be the night they make their move. He looks up at the moon, noting that by this hour, there should have been at least some sign of movement from an approaching force. The quiet is beginning to feel unsettling. The meeting continues in a heavy silence as they wait for any word from the scouts. The tension in the air is thick enough to cut with a blade. The silence is suddenly shattered by the sound of frantic footsteps echoing through the hallway outside. Someone is in a desperate hurry. A guard practically bursts through the doors, shouting that he has an urgent report for the Patriarch. His face is pale with panic. It's Namgung-hu, the leader of the Heavenly Thunder Unit. He looks completely disheveled and out of breath as he rushes into the room. Byok immediately stands up, his expression hardening as he demands to know what happened out there that has him in such a state. Hu drops to one knee, bowing his head in shame. He reports that out of all the unit members he sent out to scout the surrounding area. His voice trembles as he delivers the final blow. Not a single one of his men has returned to the clan. They've all vanished. The news sends a shockwave through the room. Jung stands up, his eyes wide with shock as he realizes the gravity of what he's just heard. This is far worse than a simple infiltration. Hu stares out at the dark water, remembering how his men were supposed to be back hours ago. The fact that none returned means they were neutralized before they could even send a signal. Byok places a comforting hand on the younger leader's shoulder, though his own expression is darkening. He asks Hu for his honest opinion on what has happened to their forces. Hu looks like he's seen a ghost. The sudden loss of his entire scouting unit is a heavy and terrifying burden to bear. He bows low, his voice barely a whisper as he addresses the elders. He tells them that the situation for the Namgung clan is much more dire than they ever imagined. A wide shot shows the massive clan estate under the moon, but it's surrounded by an invisible, suffocating presence. Hu believes they are being completely boxed in by their enemies. The three leaders share a look of pure dread. The reality of their isolation is finally starting to sink in for everyone at the table. Jung is the first to break the silence, demanding to know who could possibly have the power or the nerve to surround the great Namgung clan. Byok rubs his forehead, trying to think of any faction capable of such an organized feat. He wonders if it could be the 18 water channels of the Yangtze River. A fleet of boats sits silently on the water under the moonlight, but he quickly dismisses the idea, knowing they have a treaty and that the water channels can't move inland. It has to be someone else. He looks out into the night, realizing that if the reports are true, they are being surrounded from the inland direction of Afei. Their path is being cut off. Namgung Jung bellows in disbelief, demanding to know which faction in Anhui could possibly possess the overwhelming strength required to surround the great Namgung clan. He continues his outburst, his face red with frustration as he shouts at the other leaders. He argues that an organization with that kind of power shouldn't even exist, making the entire report sound like nonsense. Namgung remains seated, his head bowed in deep contemplation while the others shout. He softly disagrees with Jung, knowing there is one terrifying exception to his logic. He finally looks up, his expression grave and focused. He tells the gathered leaders that there is indeed one place in the entire Murim world capable of besieging their clan. Lightning cracks across a dark, turbulent sky, illuminating the formidable silhouette of the heavenly demon castle. The multi-tiered fortress stands as a dark monument of absolute power and dread. Under the cold light of the full moon, So-Sam stands alone before the grand entrance of a massive, glowing palace. He quietly recites the prophecy he left in blood, declaring that the emperor's time is coming to an end. He gazes up at the towering structure, his dark silhouette standing firm against the backdrop of the illuminated estate. The first half of his ominous message hangs in the air as he observes his target. So-Sam looks over his shoulder with a chilling smirk, his features sharp and full of predatory intent. He finishes the declaration, identifying himself as the one destined to become king through his own calculated path. High above the Namgung estate, the sky is clear, but the ground is far from peaceful. So-Sam settles his breath, feeling the energy within him reach a boiling point. He takes a purposeful step forward, ready to face whatever chaos comes his way. A blade flashed in the darkness, tearing through the silence with a chillingly precise strike, as So-Sam began to reminisce about last night's battle with Go Sangong. Suddenly, a massive pillar of light erupts from the ground, obliterating everything in its path. So-Sam began to simulate the scene of the two clashing in the heart of the storm, their weapons clashing with a roar as they unleashed strikes at a speed that blurred the eyes. The exchange is relentless, a whirlwind of steel and sparks that lights up the courtyard. Through the blur of sword shadows, So-Sam's eyes began to retrace every move and every strike of the battle that had unfolded, watching with a look of intense fascination. one that was primal, yet strangely transcendent. Immediately after, a massive wave of sword chi was unleashed, sweeping across the entire battlefield. In complete contrast to yesterday's battle, this time So-Sam chose to leap backward, evading the surge of sword energy. He stops to catch his breath, knowing he just narrowly escaped a killing blow. He realizes that if his previous opponent, Go Sangong, had fully committed to his technique, it would have been over. The sheer gap in power is undeniable. Against a real master, he would have been completely crushed. It hits him then. Murim martial arts are far more devastating than any game skill he's ever used. A vortex of lightning from his dantian began to spread, coursing through his entire body as he struggled to simulate the very same technique used by Go Sangong. Energy crackles over Bongsu's body like 1,000 stinging needles. He realizes that to survive this world, he has to master these techniques himself. A final burst of white light explodes, signaling the end of the initial confrontation. From the explosion, countless streaks of sword chi radiated outward, lunging forth to tear Go Sangong's body to shreds. Blood stains the courtyard as the true cost of the battle becomes apparent. Sharp blue arcs of sword chi surged incessantly through the air, finishing off anyone caught in their path. The raw power of this sword technique is more than enough to shatter a thick stone wall. And so, the battle within his subconscious reached its end. So-Sam stood there, watching as the opponent in his mind was torn into 1,000 pieces. Returning to reality with a grin of pure delight, So-Sam had successfully digested every single technique that Go Sangong had used. The insights he's gaining from the Tang family's method are proving to be incredible. He can feel his internal energy pathways being reshaped by the sheer intensity of the fight. This experience is now permanently etched into his body, a core part of his growing power. A system chime rings out. He's finally reached level 13. A new notification pops up for a class advancement mission, Exclusive Tester Warrior. He studies the floating window, intrigued by this sudden shift in his progress. The goal is brutal. He has to take down 100 enemies of level 10 or higher. He reflected on the guards he killed yesterday, realizing they were much tougher than the low-level thugs he usually handled, though they were likely only level 5 or 6. He's definitely stronger, but taking out 100 high-level fighters won't be a walk in the park. Suddenly, a massive explosion from behind rocked the entire Namgung estate, cutting off his train of thought. The scene fades to black, shifting to the moments before the explosion, as Du Hyuok's hurried footsteps ring out incessantly across the stone tiles. High above the chaos, Du Hyuok watched with a look of pure irritation on his face. He looked down at the guards scurrying about, scrambling to clean up the long trails of blood left behind by the battle between So-Sam and Go Sangong. As if scenting something in the air, he turned away with a cold, expressionless gaze, a stark departure from the affable young master he usually appeared to be. He moves with effortless grace, slipping through the estate and blending into the frantic crowds. Du Hyuok realized that everything had become much more complicated following the events of last night, with security tightening all around. He knows he needs to inform the shadows immediately. The plan is entering a new phase. Du Hyuok was suddenly halted in his tracks as a voice called out, questioning where he was heading in such a hurry. He recognizes the man as the leader of the Boundless Sword Squad and wonders why such a high-ranking official is out at this hour. A sinister smirk plays on Poe's lips, hidden partially by the shadows of the night. Clasping his hands in a mock show of respect, he claimed he only came out to investigate where the strange light had originated from the previous night. Namgung-in wasn't buying the act, pressing him on whether he had actually found an intruder's signal. A dangerous glint flickers in Poe's eyes as his polite facade starts to crack. The guards of the Boundless Sword Squad stand their ground, a wall of disciplined steel blocking his path. Their hands shift to their hilts, ready to draw at the first sign of trouble. Poe stands perfectly still, his silhouette casting a long, ominous shadow over the courtyard. Seeing Du Hyuok remain silent, Namgung-in commanded that he follow him to the Imperial Palace for an urgent matter. Without even waiting for the Namgung family's almost son-in-law to respond, Namgung-in immediately turned and headed back toward the Imperial Palace. Du Hyuok's face darkened, and his body twitched slightly with a deep sense of unease. Instead of complying, Du Hyuok let out a weary sigh. Seeing his reaction, Namgungin's face turned pale as stone. All of his suspicions had been proven correct. Du Hyuok muttered about how he had gradually grown fond of this vessel he was currently inhabiting. Suddenly, he snaps, asking if they've already noticed as his face twists into a mask of pure madness. Instantly drawing his sword in a panic, Namgungin shrieked Du Hyuok's name, sensing a sudden, chilling shift in the air. Before anyone can react, a violent explosion of energy tears through the center of the formation. Namgungin stood frozen in shock as he witnessed the explosion ripping through the heart of the family's main palace. But even more cruelly, at that very moment, Du Hyuok had already transformed right behind his back. Yellow lightning begins to coil around Po's body, crackling with enough force to shatter the ground. His hair stands on end as he prepares to unleash the devastating Lightning Emperor sword technique. The air itself seems to scream as the first sparks of a massive discharge ignite. He calls out the first form, Thunder Strike, and the courtyard is instantly consumed by a blinding flash. Massive bolts of lightning rain down from the sky, turning the estate grounds into a literal death trap. Bystanders can only gape in shock, unable to process the sudden carnage unfolding before their eyes. They can't believe their eyes. This is the same young master Du they've known for years. Namgungin was sent flying backward, coughing up blood as his body was incinerated by the attack. He collapsed against the crumbling wall, gasping for air as he realized the overwhelming power of the being before him. It seems impossible, but Po wiped out the entire elite squad in a single, effortless strike. Through a haze of agonizing pain and thick dust, Namgungin watched as Du Hyuok began to stride toward him. Shrouded in a terrifying aura of dark energy and lightning, Po begins a slow, deliberate walk through the wreckage. His presence is suffocating, a dark shadow looming over the few survivors. In utter denial of the reality before him, the bald man watched as the once sociable young master now radiated a murderous intent, appearing as a completely different person. The man charged forward, demanding to know what on earth Du Hyuok thought he was doing, only to be met with a cold, piercing silence. Po doesn't even slow down, reaching out to silence the man before he can even finish his sentence. With a sickening sound, he cuts through the guest, blood spraying across the stone tiles. A close-up of the victim's face reveals the final, frozen moment of shock as blood spatters everywhere. The courtyard erupts into a stampede as everyone realizes young Master Po has truly gone mad. He stands in the middle of the bloodbath, a manic grin on his face as he revels in the chaos. Namgungin gathered the last of his strength to ask who he truly was, knowing that this person was no longer the man he once knew. Po leans in with a wide, crazy smile and simply tells him that's a secret he's keeping to himself. In a flash, Du Hyuok vanished from his spot and lunged straight at Namgungin, shrouded in a terrifying surge of chaotic lightning. Namgungin stared blankly as the dancing streaks of lightning charged straight toward him. His body froze solid, his face contorted in peak terror. He was almost resigned to accepting his impending end. The soul-reaping blade was already inches from his eyes. Namgung's almost son-in-law, a man he never suspected, turned out to be a master capable of taking his life with such ease. Even in his final moments, he could never have imagined this would be his end. But suddenly, a voice cut through the air, saving Namgungin's life just in time as an unexpected force intervened. Tang Wu, the soul-chasing poison hand, steps forward with his green energy flaring, demanding to know what the young master thinks he's doing. Tang Wu's eyes glow with fury as he points a finger, demanding to know what the brat thinks he's doing. Du Hyuok lunges forward, his lightning sword clashing against the elder's defensive aura. Green sparks fly as the poison energy struggles to hold back the crackling yellow bolts. Du Hyuok grins through the chaos of their meeting blades, relishing the resistance. From the shadows, So Sam watches the exchange, nodding that the old man intervened just as expected. Tang Wu's energy surged, causing Du Hyuok's face to contort as he realized his lightning was gradually being suppressed. Du Hyoke clicked his tongue in annoyance as the poison energy began to seep into his meridians. A massive burst of light and energy erupts, blinding everyone in the courtyard. With a flick of his hand, Tang Wu blocked the entire shockwave and dispersed the cloud of dust. Behind him, Namgungen gasped for breath, offering his thanks to Tang Wu for saving his life. Tang Wu looks out over the battlefield, lamenting how cold and ruthless the Murim world has become lately. He turns his gaze back to his opponent, disgusted that a son-in-law would strike his own family in the back. Du Hyoke just lets out a mocking laugh, his expression twisted with sadistic glee. Standing amidst the flashing lightning, he tore off his clothes with a crazed look in his eyes, barking back a question. Weren't all those in the Jianghu just as ruthless as he was? Another sudden explosion rocked the background, signaling that the destruction within the Namgung clan was far from over. Tang Wu prepares his next move, his hand glowing with a concentrated green poison. He warns his opponent to confess his true identity while he's still being civil, though his aura says otherwise. Du Hyoke recognizes the technique as the secret butterfly internal art, sounding almost bored by the prospect of a real duel. Observing from a distance, So Sam realizes that Du Hyoke isn't actually looking for a fight. He's looking for an opening to run. Silently observing the unfolding scene, So Sam realized it was strange for Du Hyoke to appear here alone. He sensed that the man had been searching for something specific all this time. Suddenly, Tang Hwa peeks over a broken wall, wondering why her grandfather is out there in the line of fire. So Sam's eyes widen as he realizes the villain's true target might be the girl. Du Hyoke's eyes lock onto her, a predatory grin spreading across his face as he declares he's finally found her. Tang Wu let out a furious roar, realizing the trap too late as he unleashed a barrage of flying needles directly into his opponent's lightning. With a crazed look, Du Hyoke prepares to launch a lethal strike right toward Tang Hwa. Tang Wu tries to intercept, his green energy surging forward in a desperate attempt to shield his granddaughter. A massive discharge of electricity tears through the air, heading straight for the girl. The elder can only watch in horror as his opponent throws his sword mid-battle. Tang Hwa stands frozen, the blinding light of the lightning sword bearing down on her. Tang Wu's voice cracks as he screams her name, unable to reach her in time. Her eyes widened, bracing herself for an impact that seemed inevitable. Just as the bolt is about to hit, So Sam dives in, snatching her away from the path of destruction. The sword strikes the ground behind them, the resulting explosion of force tearing up the earth. A thick cloud of dust and smoke covers the area, hiding the outcome of the blast. A massive crater is all that remains where the girl was standing just seconds ago. Tang Wu sprints through the haze, calling out for his granddaughter with a frantic desperation. He stops dead in his tracks, his eyes widening as he sees a figure through the thinning smoke. At the very edge of destruction, So Sam sat there, shielding the girl completely within his arms. The elder's voice trembles as he asks if the boy actually managed to save her life. So Sam looks down at the unconscious girl, then slowly prepares to hand her over. He stands up, holding Tang Hwa out toward her grandfather as the dust finally settles. Tang Wu is speechless, his eyes filled with a mixture of shock and profound relief as he reaches out to take her. Du Hyoke lets out a crazed laugh from the rooftop, clearly enjoying the chaos he's caused. Up close, his expression is purely demonic, his eyes burning with an intense yellow light. Looking up at Du Hyoke, standing tall and imposing above him, So Sam had to admit to himself that the brat truly possessed formidable skill. So Sam's crimson eyes glared fixedly at Du Hyoke, his heart pounding incessantly as he realized he was facing a true grandmaster of martial arts. Du Hyoke takes a final look at great hero Tang, mocking the elder before he takes off. He promises they'll meet again soon, his face twisted into a menacing grin. Without another word, he leaps across the rooftops, moving with supernatural speed. A close-up shot reveals Tang Wu's eyes twitching with rage. In all his life, he had never suffered such a humiliating blow. Du Hyoke shot a final glance back, still struggling to process exactly how he had missed his mark just now. In the courtyard, So-Sam stands as a dark silhouette, watching the predator retreat. The serial killer within him can't help but smile back, his red eyes glowing with a shared bloodlust. Do Hyo-okay caught a glimpse of that twisted, eerie expression the moment it appeared. His twisted fascination with the brat was peaking with every passing second. The gears finally click into place as he realizes exactly who he's looking at. He remembers the massive pillar of light from the night before, the sign of So-Sam level up. It all makes sense now. This kid is the one who's been systematically ruining all his plans. Two predators lock eyes, with Do Hyo-okay certain that the boy is behind everything. He vowed to have a rematch with Feng Tu later on before taking his leave. A blinding flash of energy marks his departure, leaving the courtyard in ruins. Tang Wu screams after him in a rage, unable to chase because he's still protecting his granddaughter. Tang Hwa slowly comes to, coughing as she realizes her grandfather is holding her. The elder's stern face melts into relief the moment he sees her eyes open. He curses under his breath, knowing the battle is far from over. Looking at the shattered ground, it's painfully obvious that the Namgung clan has been completely played. As the sun sets, it paints the sky in a bloody orange, matching the tragedy unfolding below. The proud Namgung estate is literally crumbling, smoke rising from its once great halls. Patriarch Namgung Byok sits in his ruined hall, unable to believe that just 4 people did all this. He looks at the carnage, noticing even high-level demons like the Yin-Yang twins were slaughtered. Every move Do Hyo-okay made, including the marriage, was part of a long-term plan to destroy them. They've been completely isolated, their messenger pigeons hunted down by falcons before they could leave. Their legendary defensive formation has been ripped apart, leaving them totally exposed. The patriarch admits they're like rats trapped in a jar, with the walls closing in. Limping painfully toward him, Namgung-in struggled to approach, hoping he could offer some kind of solution. He asks for permission to speak his mind, even if his suggestion sounds bold. The man lays out 3 choices. They can fight to the end, try to run, or send a messenger for help. Namgung Byok tells him to skip the first 2, since they're basically suicide missions. The only real hope is getting a messenger to the Murim alliance to beg for reinforcements. Namgung-in pointed out the stark reality. At full speed, a master could complete the journey in less than a week, but they must break through the encirclement first. The patriarch sighs, knowing the plan is sound but nearly impossible to pull off. He wonders out loud who could possibly survive a breakthrough against an army of enemies. Namgung-in replied that he already had someone in mind, signaling toward their esteemed guest. He's talking about Tang Wu, an absolute master whose movement techniques are second to none. Namgung Byok isn't so sure, doubting even the soul-chasing poison hand can make it out alive alone. Namgung-in remains silent, his face shadowed by the grim reality of their situation. In the middle of the ruined hall, the elder with the cane proposes a dark solution. They must use them to create an opening. He speaks of the people currently trapped within the estate, who are desperate to escape the impending slaughter. The man reveals his plan's cold truth. They intend to use the hundreds of innocent wedding guests as bait to draw the enemy's attention. The scene shifts as the moon hangs high over the cliffside, shrouding the Namgung estate as night settles in. Inside the main hall, Namgung Byok and Tang Wu are locked in a heavy conversation, while Tang Hwa and So-Sam wait nearby. Tang Wu vouches for So-Sam, telling the old man he's part of the Tang family now and can be fully trusted. Namgung Byok looks down, the weight of their situation clearly weighing on him. He bows his head in a gesture of deep respect and desperation. He begs Tang Wu to take the guests and flee to Soho Lake to find some help. Tang Wu isn't having it, though. He just scoffs and keeps his arms crossed. You can see the annoyance in his face. He's clearly not a fan of the idea. Namgung Byok stayed bowed, acknowledging that Tang Wu was likely the only one with real foresight. He admitted that once Tang Wu left, those remaining would be utterly defenseless, and their deaths would be inevitable. But on the other hand, only if Tang Wu could secure reinforcements would the Namgung clan have any shred of hope. He began laying out the plan, explaining that they could head down the Yangtze River by boat to seek aid from the waterway strongholds. Down at the south gate, a whole fleet is already waiting, and a massive crowd is prepping to move out. Tang Wu doesn't waste time and asks exactly when they're supposed to leave. The answer is simple: immediately. They need to go today. Tang Wu's eyes were tightly shut, his face deep in thought. These people were entrusting the destiny of the entire Namgung clan to his shoulders. Now their only hope rested on a single man, the patriarch of the Tang clan, Tang Wu. Without listening to another word, Tang Wu stood up to leave, simply stating that he had his own business to attend to, a cold reminder that this was the Namgung clan's mess, not his. Before Tang Wu stepped out of the room, Namgung Byok made one final request, asking the old man to make sure he took Namgung Hai along with them. Namgung Byok stares off into space, looking completely drained. He admits he doesn't want his granddaughter to see him when he finally has to face the enemy head-on. Tang Wu said nothing, only giving a slight turn of his head as if he couldn't care less. Suddenly, Namgung Byok looked up, his eyes wide as he hurriedly called out in a desperate plea. He starts to panic, worried about the fate of the clan. He was genuinely terrified that his clan wouldn't even last 10 days against the coming storm. Despite being the head of a powerful clan, he had now humbled himself to the absolute limit, desperate to grasp at this final straw to ensure his family's survival. That's when Tang Wu loses it and starts screaming at him. He bellows, asking if the old man really thinks he'd let the clan fall that easily. He shouts his title at the top of his lungs, reminding everyone that he is the legendary soul-chasing Poison Hand. He commands the old man to endure with everything he's got, promising that he will be back with reinforcements. Tang Hwa stood off to the side, watching the drama unfold with deep dread written all over her face. She knew her grandfather had just stepped into a high-stakes war with no turning back. But what neither she, Tang Wu, nor Namgung Byok realized was that they had already been sucked into a vortex of violence, a conflict destined to tear the entire Murim world apart forever. Outside, the moon continues to shine over the quiet water of the lake. So-Sam is standing on a cliff edge, just taking in the view. He reflects on the fact that he just heard the entire secret plan of the Namgung clan. But honestly, he thinks the whole plan is a mess and filled with way too many risks. He hears something behind him and catches a movement out of the corner of his eye. It's Tang Hwa, and she looks like she's about to have a mental breakdown, clutching her hair in frustration. She catches sight of him standing there and freezes up instantly. Her face turns a deep shade of red as the awkwardness hits her full force. A heavy silence settles between them as they look out over the water together. So-Sam just stood there, his silence stinging Tang Hwa like a swarm of bees. The man she once looked down on as trash had suddenly become the hero who saved her life. Tang Hwa is absolutely dying of embarrassment, wondering what on earth is going through his head. She steals a glance at him, clearly struggling to find something to say. She looks away quickly, her face still burning with shame. She finally works up the nerve to mumble a quick thanks for saving her life. So-Sam just gives her a blank stare, so she panics and tells him not to get any weird ideas. Somewhere in the depths of the night, a dark, murderous presence stirs, its red aura pulsing with pure killing intent. The scene shifts to the riverbank, where Paga Hyol stands by the moonlit water with his silver hair blowing in the breeze. A blurred, shadowy figure with massive muscles and charred, jagged scars stepped through the thicket, heading straight for his position. Sensing the presence, Paga Hyol stops and calls out to Shifting Shadow. That man was Du Hwoke, who mockingly asked if he should just use this name as his real one from now on. Paga Hyol doesn't seem rattled, simply asking if Du Hwoke has an excuse for the current situation. Du Hwoke just laughs at him, finding it ridiculous that he's being blamed for their recent failures. Paga Hyol reminded Du Hwoke that 4 of their shadows had been wiped out without accomplishing a single thing. He declares that their first plan is officially a complete bust. Du Hwoke just runs a hand through his hair, telling him he's completely wrong about the situation. He gets right in Paga Hyol's face, his eyes glowing as he claims he can still become a hero in the Orthodox world. Suddenly, his body begins to mutate and crack in a horrific display of power. Flesh and bone shift and groan as he undergoes a grotesque physical transformation. In the blink of an eye, the man known as Do-hee-wook vanished, replaced by the perfect form of a stunning woman without a single thread of clothing on her. She has taken the form of Namgung-hae, laughing that they don't even need the real girl anymore. The plan is to infiltrate the clan as Hai and become the next successor from the inside. Paga Hyol stands there, looking at the transformation with a mix of shock and twisted admiration. He bursts into a wild, maniacal laughter, calling Ash Shadow an absolute crazy bastard. He loves the move, shouting that this changes the entire game for their mission. He licks his lips, a twisted grin spreading across his face as he watches. He admits that Namgung-hae is truly a beauty, and the copy is flawless. The degenerate even had the audacity to claim he was feeling a surge of excitement, despite being well aware of the dark truth lurking behind it all. Do-hee-wook in his female form looks back with pure disgust and asks if his partner has finally lost his mind. But Paga Hyol doesn't care. At this point, gender doesn't matter as long as they get the result they want. With a cryptic smile, he emphasized, gender doesn't matter as long as it feels good, that's all that counts. A massive clash of energy erupts between the two monsters as they test each other's strength. Ash Shadow remains unmoved in the center of the storm, his gaze cold and calculating. Suddenly, a hawk shrieks as it circles above the lake towards them. It descends, a small message scroll clearly visible on its leg. Ash Shadow watches it land, asking if the report is coming from Water Shadow. Paga Hyol reads the note, which simply says drifting, confirming the Namgung ships have set sail. He looks out at the horizon, realizing he needs to get moving as well. Ash Shadow says he's going to follow the hawk to their next objective. Paga Hyol figured it'd be a waste of talent. He suggested that Ash Shadow remain with the Namgung clan, promising that there would be no shortage of entertainment for them there. But Ash Shadow shot back, claiming that something way more interesting was waiting for him on those very ships. Paga Hyol was visibly shaken when he realized that the crazy bastard wanted to mess with Tang Wu, the legendary, soul-chasing poison hand. Suddenly, it clicked. Paga Hyol finally realized what his comrade was actually planning. He asked if this had anything to do with that strange pillar of light they saw the previous night. He demands to know if Ash Shadow finally figured out who was responsible for it. Ash Shadow just gives him a cryptic laugh and refuses to answer. He lunged into the dead of night, leaving Paga Hyol just enough time to shout, "Shifting Shadow," one last time before his comrade vanished completely. Paga Hyol is left standing alone on the shore, staring into the dark as his partner vanishes. The Namgung clan's massive vessels cut through the dark, churning waters under the light of a cold, full moon. A line of ships follows in silence, hopping to slip away unnoticed into the safety of the night. They sail steadily toward the horizon, unaware that their escape route has already been compromised. On the main deck, So-Sam stands with Tang Wu and his granddaughter, all of them keeping a wary eye on the dark shadows along the shore. Unbeknownst to them, their progress is being monitored through the lens of a telescope from the riverbank. A hidden observer watches the fleet from the cover of the dense undergrowth, tracking their every move. The scout lowers his glass, his face set in a hard expression as he prepares to move. He sprints down the dock, passing lines of silent, spear-wielding soldiers waiting in the darkness. He quickly boards a much larger, more menacing warship that sits anchored in the gloom. The scout kneels before his commander, reporting that the target fleet is exactly where they predicted it would be. Without a hint of hesitation, the woman at the railing gives the command to launch their own ships into the fray. She looks out over the water with a cold, scarred face, suggesting they go for a boat ride to intercept their prey. Known as the Water Shadow, she holds absolute authority as the supreme stronghold chief over the Yangtze River's 18 waterway strongholds. For the fleeing Namgung clan, the nightmare is only just beginning as they sail straight into the territory of the deadly Water Shadow. The Namgung clan fleet glides through the thick nocturnal mist of the Yangtze River. On the deck, figures stand silhouetted against the dark mountains, unaware of the trap closing in. Dong Bong-su, known to the clan as So-sam, watches from the shadows of the upper deck. He keeps a silent vigil on Tang Wu and Tang Hwa, his eyes cold and calculating. So-sam reflects on his master's nature, knowing that Tang Wu is a man who values pragmatism above all else. To the poison master, power is the only currency that matters. He realizes that in Tang Wu's eyes, he and Namgung Hai are nothing more than baggage. They are useful only as long as they don't become a burden to the clan's survival. If a moment of life or death arrives, the choice for Tang Wu will be simple and brutal. He is a man who would burn his own home to keep his hands warm. Between his blood and a stranger like Namgung Hai, there is no contest. Tang Wu's loyalty begins and ends with the survival of the Tang core. So-sam knows that he is even lower on that list of priorities. If a sacrifice is needed, his life will be the first one tossed into the flames. He rests his hand over his face, hiding a dark look of anticipation. He needs to be ready for the inevitable betrayal before the smoke starts to rise. The water ripples as the fleet pushes deeper into the darkness. There's a stillness in the air that feels heavy, like a held breath. From above, the ships look like small, vulnerable specks on the vast, ink-black surface of the river. They are moving straight into the heart of a silent blockade. Tang Wu scans the horizon with a scowl, his senses sharp and alert. He notes that they haven't seen a single enemy the entire way, which only makes him more suspicious. He knows the force sent to besiege the Namgung clan was massive. It's impossible that they would leave this vital waterway completely unguarded. Sensing a trap, Tang Wu barks an order to slow the ships down as much as possible. He'd rather lose time than walk blindly into an ambush. The sails lurch as the sailors scramble to follow his command. The entire formation begins to decelerate, the ships groaning under the sudden change in pace. The crew members at the bow squint through the fog, their hands gripping the railing. Everything is deathly quiet until a faint glow appears in the distance. One of the men points out into the darkness, his voice cracking. A line of lights is emerging from the mist, steadily growing brighter. Dozens of lanterns flicker across the water, revealing the silhouettes of a massive fleet. They are perfectly positioned, waiting for the Tang ships to arrive. As the distance closes, the intricate dragon designs on the sails become clear. It's a daunting sight, a wall of wood and cloth stretching across the river. The Namgung clan crew bursts into cheers, convinced that reinforcements have finally arrived. They scramble across the deck, waving their arms at the approaching ships. They believe the Namgung clan's distress signal was received. "We're saved!" they cry, their faces lighting up with a false sense of security. The flags of the 18 waterway strongholds flap in the wind, but they aren't flying the colors of an ally. The massive fleet continues its steady, menacing advance. Tang Hwa looks toward her grandfather, hopping for confirmation of their safety. Tang Wu remains silent, his eyes narrowing as he studies the dragon sails. The poison master's jaw tightens as he realizes the sheer scale of the force before them. There are far too many ships for a simple reinforcement group. The enemy fleet is fanning out, cutting off the main channel. They are moving with a tactical precision that suggests a blockade rather than a rescue. The dragon ships pivot, their hulls turning to reveal rows of ports and archers. They are effectively sealing the river, leaving no room for the Tang fleet to pass. Tang Wu watches the horizon, the reality of the situation finally sinking in. They weren't being ignored earlier. They were being herded into this very spot. A drop of sweat rolls down his temple as his instincts scream at him to run. The reinforcements are a death sentence. He stands between his granddaughter and So-sam, his expression shifting to one of sheer panic. "They're not reinforcements," he mutters, his voice trembling. Tang Wu suddenly screams at the top of his lungs, the sound echoing across the water. He orders the helmsman to turn the ships around immediately, but it's already too late. The 18 waterway fleet is closing the gap with terrifying speed. The Tang ships are trapped in the center of a tightening circle. "Those bastards are enemies," he roars, his composure completely shattered. Chaos erupts on the deck as the crew realizes the cheering has come to an end. On the enemy flagship, a massive figure with dark hair in buns stands at the railing. Water Shadow looks down at her prey, her presence looming over the river. Water Shadow stands tall, her muscular frame and scarred face a testament to her rank. She signals her archers, who stand ready with notched, flaming arrows. With a cold, decisive command, she orders her forces to fire. Tang Wu and So-sam can only watch as the sky begins to glow with a deadly light. A literal rain of fire descends upon the Tang fleet, thousands of flaming projectiles arching through the air. The river itself seems to catch fire under the onslaught. The lead ship is hammered by the barrage, the wood splintering and igniting instantly. Tang Wu is caught in the middle of the inferno, his crew screaming in terror around him. Flaming arrows hiss as they bury themselves in the deck and the sailors alike. There is no cover to be found, only the choice between fire and the cold river. A sailor screams as he's engulfed in flames, the fire spreading with unnatural speed. The deck is quickly becoming a slaughterhouse of burning bodies and falling masts. Tang Wu unleashes a surge of green poison energy, forming a glowing sphere to shield himself and Tang HWA. The fire splashes against the barrier, unable to break through for now. So Sam watches the destruction from the shadows, his expression eerily calm. He sees his master's priority in action. Tang Wu is only protecting the girl. The ship is a hellscape of orange light and thick black smoke. So Sam stands amidst the chaos, looking at the burning ruins of his temporary life. Tang Wu continues to scream orders, trying to force his broken crew to turn the ship. He's desperate to save his own skin, even as the deck crumbles beneath his feet. Tang Wu watches the flames consume his fleet, the poison master's face twisted in grim calculation. He knows the end is near for his ships. Tang HWA clutches his arm, her voice trembling as she asks for a way out of the massacre. The enemy ships loom in the background, closing the trap. The fleet is completely surrounded from both front and rear, leaving nowhere to run on the water. The dark river is quickly becoming a graveyard. Tang Wu points toward the shoreline, barking orders to steer the burning vessels toward solid ground. He's looking for any chance to escape the inferno. He tells the survivors to move, his eyes fixed on the land. He knows the ship is a lost cause and won't stay a second longer than necessary. A violent tremor shook the deck as the enemy ships began to ram into the Namgung fleet. Without bothering to command her subordinates, Water Shadow lunged forward to crush the Namgung family's fleet. She charged straight into the enemy ranks with a brutal swing of her mace, carving a path through the Namgung disciples. Blood and wood splinters sprayed in every direction. The deck groans as more debris falls from the burning masts. The sound of wood splintering is drowned out by the roar of the fire. Water Shadow wipes blood from her face, her eyes cold and predatory as she surveys the carnage. With a cruel grin, she orders her men to kill every survivor. A slaughter breaks out on the deck as the pirates engage the remaining Tang disciples. Swords clash amidst the smoke and falling embers. So Sam stood silently on the burning deck, watching Tang Wu and Tang HWA from a distance. The two were left stunned, paralyzed by the collapse unfolding before them. Tang Wu grits his teeth, his pride wounded by the necessity of such a desperate retreat. He's been pushed into a corner he never expected. He walks toward Tang HWA, green poison energy swirling around his fist. He's preparing to use his ultimate technique to escape the burning vessel. Without bothering to offer a single word of warning to the Namgung young miss, he reached out and struck her pressure point, rendering her unconscious. He pulls her close, his eyes fixed on the shoreline as the ship continues to sink. He's already written off everyone else on board. Namgung Hai runs toward them, her voice desperate as she asks what they're doing. She can see they're about to leave the others behind. Tang Wu doesn't even look back, his focus entirely on the solid ground that promises safety. He has no intention of risking his life for a guest. Namgung Hai points out that carrying 3 people is impossible for any master. Tang Wu coldly corrects her, stating he only plans on taking 2. Shock washed over Tang HWA as the weight of the betrayal crushed her. She realized that her benefactor, the very person who had saved her life just yesterday, was being discarded by her grandfather from their escape. Glancing back one last time, So Sam remained a silent silhouette amidst the sea of flames, watching his master prepare to leave. He didn't move, his eyes locked onto the man who once claimed to be his grandfather. Tang Wu calls out to his disciple, his voice flat and devoid of any lingering affection. He's finished with the charade of family. He admits that his only interest in Sam was his raw talent. He was greedy for a tool that could strengthen the Tang clan's future. The master confesses to planting a goo insect inside Sam to ensure absolute control. He wanted a cornerstone, not a grandson. Tang HWA looks on in horror, seeing the true, callous nature of the man leading them. The heat of the fire is nothing compared to the coldness in his voice. Tang Wu's face is shrouded in shadow as he expresses a bitter regret for growing attached to a mere puppet. He's cutting all ties in a single stroke. His eyes flare with a sickly green light as he delivers his final verdict. He won't kill Sam, but he won't save him from the inferno either. Tang HWA stood there in a state of utter turmoil, reaching out as Tang Wu prepared to leap. The one being left behind was her benefactor, and also the man she had secretly fallen for. She stood alone on the deck, her head bowed in despair as she accepted this twist of fate. The flames rose higher with each passing moment. Tang Wu stands on the railing with HWA in his arms, looking back one last time at the disciple he's discarding. He calls out Tang Sam of the Tang clan as a final farewell. He launches himself into the night air, a green trail marking his path toward the shore. He's leaving the ship and its survivors to the mercy of the pirates. Tang HWA kept her head bowed, unable to bring herself to look back at So Sam, while a tear of deep resentment rolled down her cheek. In a flash, she unleashed her movement technique and leaped after her grandfather, leaving behind an inferno that swallowed everything, turning the vessel into a floating pyre. So Sam stands perfectly still as the fire rages around him, his shadow stretching across the blood-soaked wood. He looks completely out of place in the chaos. He pushes his hair back, a dark, predatory look surfacing now that his observers have fled. With no one left to watch, he decides it's finally time to begin. A pirate lunges at him from the smoke, sword raised for a killing blow on the seemingly defenseless boy. He doesn't realize he's just signed his own death warrant. So Sam's hand moves in a blur, catching the attacker with a surge of blue energy. The pirate's strike is halted before it can even get close. The attacker is sent flying back, his body broken by the sheer force of the countermove. So Sam doesn't even break his stride. He hauls the next pirate up by the throat, the man's face a mask of terror as he realizes he's trapped with a monster. Blood splatters against the burning wood. He grabbed the headless corpse and dragged it away, humming a low, quiet tune deep in his throat. The world becomes a blur of red and black as he works his way through the enemy, his shadow dancing in the firelight. He's in his element amidst the slaughter. On the Yangtze, the burning fleet lights up the night, a silent witness to the massacre unfolding on the decks. Bodies float in the dark water as the ships continue to sink. Pirates swarm across the burning deck, their voices raised in a bloodthirsty cry to leave no survivors among the Namgung disciples. The slaughter has entered its final, most brutal phase. Heavy, methodical footsteps crunch over the smoldering wood as the cleanup crew moves through the wreckage, seeking out anyone still clinging to life. A bald-headed pirate spotted a figure wandering aimlessly nearby and called out. He spotted So Sam, who had already swapped into the pirate's clothes, standing amidst the raging flames. He asked the boy if he realized how wretched he looked. To any observer, he was nothing more than a walking corpse. So Sam turns his head, a grotesque and unsettling grin splitting his blood-streaked face. He calmly replies that he's perfectly fine, the horror of the scene seemingly not touching him. Wide shot of the Yangtze at night, where the main Namgung vessel continues to list into the dark waters, a funeral pyre reflecting off the river's surface. Tang Wu streaks across the river like a green comet, using his poison energy to propel himself, and Tang HWA toward the safety of the distant shoreline. His face is a mask of cold determination as he nears the land. He has already written off everyone he left behind on the burning ships. The quiet river reflects the orange glow of the dying fleet, with burning debris floating aimlessly in the wake of the disaster. Safety seems so close, yet the night is far from over. On the shore, a group of masked warriors from the Heavenly Demon Castle stood waiting. Tang Wu spotted them and cursed those dogs who were always lurking in ambush. Tang Wu is forced to deploy a massive web of green energy as he realizes an entire army was waiting in ambush on the shore. He's leaped from one death trap into another. The shore is lined with the silent silhouettes of Heavenly Demon Castle executioners, watching the remnants of the Namgung clan struggle to reach the beach. A concentrated sphere of toxic power erupts as Tang Wu engages the ambushers, the air crackling with the intensity of his lethal internal energy. He tears through the first wave of masked men on the beach, his movements a blur of desperate violence to clear a path for his granddaughter. Blood splatters across the sand with every strike. He pauses for a ragged breath, his eye glowing with a sickly green light. The strain of using such high-level techniques back-to-back is beginning to show on his aged face. The beach was littered with the remnants of the Namgung group who had fled the sinking ships. Exhausted from the long swim, they were barely hanging on, only to find thousands of ambushers waiting to finish them off. Tang HWA huddles on the wet sand, her hair matted and eyes wide with shock. She looks back at the burning river, realizing the scale of the disaster they've barely escaped. Tang Wu stood there, his shadow looming over the girl as he commanded her to keep moving toward the safety of the dark forest. She and her exhausted group pressed forward, their heavy boots sinking into the soft sand as they vanished into the shadows of the woods. Safety was still a long way off. A trail of deep footprints marks their desperate escape across the beach, soon to be lost in the gloom of the dense trees. Behind them, the river continues to burn. Back on the deck of the sinking ship, So-Sam stood over the corpse of a Namgung warrior. The flickering orange light cast long shadows over him, now that he had perfectly disguised himself and blended in with the pirates. Blood drips from his chin as he stares into the smoke, his expression one of hollow focus. A familiar system notification chimes in the back of his mind. A blue system interface flickers into existence, detailing his progress in the Vagabond class advancement quest. He needs to eliminate 100 enemies to reach his goal. So-Sam looks around the corpse-strewn deck, noting that he's 18 kills in. He wonders if any of the men he just slaughtered actually met the level requirements for the quest. He hears a voice from the smoke and turns his head, his eyes scanning for the source of the interruption. His senses are heightened by the ongoing adrenaline of the slaughter. A pirate shouted at him, horrified by the boy's appearance. He ordered So-Sam to cover his face with a cloth, warning him that he looked like a total mess. So-Sam's gaze is wide and manic, his pupils glowing a piercing red against the backdrop of the inferno. He looks more like a demon born from the flames than a human child. He begins to wrap a strip of cloth around his head, concealing his features beneath makeshift bandages. He gives a short, cold confirmation to the elder's command. A pair of heavy boots ascends the stairs to the main deck, the wood creaking under a massive, intimidating weight. The true power of the pirate fleet has arrived. The waterway vice-stronghold leader looks out over the carnage, his wild mane of sandy hair flowing in the heat-induced wind. He surveys the results of the night's work with a casual air. He chuckles deeply, commenting on the absolute slaughterhouse his subordinates have made of the proud Namgung fleet. He seems pleased by the level of destruction. The remaining pirates quickly drop to their knees, their heads bowed in fear and respect. They loudly acknowledge the arrival of their colossal commander. The vice-stronghold leader demands a status report on the battle, his booming voice easily cutting through the roar of the fire. He wants to know if the target has been secured. A subordinate reports that while the fleet was wiped out, Tang Wu and several high-level experts managed to break through the blockade and reach the shoreline. The commander scratches his head in annoyance, deciding he must report the escape to the stronghold leader directly. He's not looking forward to giving the news. He orders his men to hold their positions until further notice, completely unaware that the boy with the bandaged face is standing silently just a few feet away. Through the gaps in his makeshift mask, So-Sam's red eye tracks every movement of the pirate commander with chilling, predatory intensity. He's found his next target. A massive pirate junk sails past the burning wreckage of the Namgung fleet, its sails bearing the intimidating emblem of the waterway stronghold. The main force is moving in. Water Shadow stands at the railing of the pirate ship, her pigtails fluttering in the wind as she watches the fire she helped ignite consume the horizon. The vice-stronghold leader approached her from behind, only for Water Shadow to immediately call him Shifting Shadow and complain that he had taken far too long to join the fray. He looks at her with a smirk, wondering if she was already aware that the initial ambush on the shore had failed to kill the Poison Master. Water Shadow keeps her eyes on the distant land, mentioning that Ash Shadow had already sent word of their arrival long before the first ship caught fire. They were prepared for every outcome. Water Shadow stared intently at the person before her, nodding that there was no mistaking that signature smug grin. Regardless of what form this fat man took, his true nature remained unchanged. She remarked that whether he chose to disguise himself as a woman or a man, that signature mocking grin remained exactly the same, as he saw right through every transformation. The commander strokes his long beard with a thoughtful hum, accepting the other's point. He promises to keep that detail in mind for their future interactions. He shifts the conversation back to the mission, asking about their next move regarding Tang Wu and the survivors who fled to the shore. The hunt is still ongoing. Water Shadow stands with her massive mace resting nearby, her face shadowed, and a sharp-toothed grin splitting her lips. She explains that they are herding the Poison Master toward Xianzheng Mountain exactly as planned. She continues with a chilling tone, declaring that the very mountain they are driving him toward will ultimately serve as Tang Wu's final resting place. Every step he takes is toward his own grave. The vice-stronghold leader laughs, describing Xianzheng Mountain as a treacherous landscape of half peak and half ravine. Once Tang Wu reaches it, he'll find himself pinned against a dead-end cliff with no way out. He revels in the irony of the situation, imagining the old poison master scrambling up the slopes with everything he has, completely oblivious that he's running straight to his doom. Water Shadow grips the handle of her heavy weapon, the sound of her hand closing around the wood punctuating the finality of their plan. It's time for the final mobilization. Standing as a dark silhouette against the backdrop of the burning fleet, she orders her troops to gear up. They will be moving out shortly with the rest of their forces to finish the job. The commander counts the odds, noting that one of the 10 great overlords is now up against 3 shadows instead of 2. He seems amused by the overwhelming advantage they've secured. He begins to walk away, dismissing any concerns about the change in plans. For him, it doesn't matter who else is involved as long as an absolute kill is guaranteed. The wood of the deck creaks under his heavy, measured steps as he heads toward the stairs. His mind is already on the next phase of the slaughter. He pauses and looks back over his shoulder at Water Shadow, a specific question finally occurring to him. He wonders if she encountered anyone else out in the chaos of the river. He asks if she happened to run across a bizarre individual during the battle, his yellow eye narrowing in thought as he recalls the strange presence he felt earlier. He describes the person as having eyes as black as the abyss, or perhaps even a high-level master whose martial arts unleash a blinding light. He's looking for the boy who vanished from the deck. Water Shadow remains unmoved, her back to him as she watches the fire. She curtly replies that she hasn't seen anyone matching that description in the area. The commander's face tightens with frustration. He knows every single escape route was sealed, yet the mysterious individual inexplicably vanished into thin air right before his eyes. His silhouette looms over the deck as he decides to drop the matter for now. There are more pressing targets to hunt down than a single missing boy. He lets out a dark, confident laugh as he prepares to leave the ship. He's certain that a complete massacre on the mountain will ultimately smoke out anyone still hiding in the shadows. The Yangtze River flows dark and silent between the jagged, mist-covered peaks. It's an eerie stillness before the next wave of chaos hits. Deep within the mountains, a line of survivors trudges through the thick undergrowth. They move like ghosts under the cover of the night, desperate to escape the pursuing forces. A sharp rustle breaks the silence of the trees. Something is moving in the shadows, watching and waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Assassins burst from the canopy with blades drawn and ready for blood. Tang Wu and his men are forced into a defensive circle as the ambush begins. Tang Wu doesn't hesitate, unleashing a surge of toxic green energy from his palm. The blast catches the first wave of attackers midair, tearing through their ranks with lethal force. The forest floor becomes a slaughterhouse as the green poison strikes with surgical precision. Every hit leaves nothing but broken bodies and blood-stained leaves in its wake. Tang Wu charges into the fray, his eyes burning with a cold and murderous light. He strikes like a viper, his hands wreathed in the deadly aura of his clan. A massive wave of poisonous energy erupted, clearing a path through the dense crowd of enemies. Even the Sea clan members were left terrified by the overwhelming power of the Tang clan grandmaster. The remaining soldiers stand panting among the corpses of their foes. One man collapses to the ground, his spirit broken by the sheer intensity of the constant fighting. Tang Wu gazes into the dark forest, his expression hard and unyielding. He tells the survivors they have to keep moving, leaving no room for argument or rest. And so the old man, Tang Hwa, and a few Tang clan elders walked on, leaving the Dantry group behind without a single word. A Dantry leader watched their retreating figures with a chill running down his spine. Even though Tang Wu had just helped him eliminate a wave of enemies, the power he unleashed was truly terrifying to anyone who witnessed it. He looked back at the clan members, some slumped on the ground and others swaying as if about to collapse, all showing signs of utter exhaustion. He gritted his teeth and cursed, for this once elite group of soldiers had been left crippled, both in strength and morale. After the naval battle, and to make matters worse, they had even been abandoned by the Tang clan. The commander calls out to the remaining men, telling them they're taking a quick breather right where they are. Even a few minutes of rest feels like a luxury they can't afford. The unit scatters across the clearing, some leaning against trees while others just collapse where they stand. The silence of the forest feels heavy and suffocating around them. Every man is pushed to his absolute limit, their breathing ragged in the cold night air. The One Sprout unit is now just a collection of broken survivors. The commander looks over the small group, realizing with a sinking heart that barely half of them are still standing. The numbers are even lower than he initially thought. He clenches his fist as he thinks about their missing allies. Danri Hui was supposed to link up with them, but he's completely dropped off the grid. The survival of the entire Black Crow unit is hanging by a single, fraying thread. The odds are stacked against them, and the silence only makes it feel worse. He sits on the ground, head in his hands, as he makes a grim decision. They have to fall back and retreat to the Danri clan immediately, without a second's delay. The dark woods remain eerily still, the shadows stretching long and distorted between the ancient trees. Something is definitely out there. A sudden movement in the brush catches a soldier's eye, his pupil dilating in sharp alarm. The hair on the back of his neck stands on end. The leader springs to his feet, drawing his sword with a sharp ring of steel. He barks an order for the unit to prepare for engagement. He demands to know who's lurking in the shadows, his blade pointed toward the tree line. The soldiers behind him scramble to get into a fighting stance. The edge of the clearing remains dark and impenetrable, the thick foliage hiding whatever is approaching. The tension is thick enough to cut with a knife. Slowly, silhouettes begin to emerge from the deep gloom of the forest. They move with an unnatural, predatory grace that chills the men to their bones. A figure wrapped in blood-soaked bandages steps into the light. Dong Bongsu stands among a group of shadowy companions, looking like a ghost returned from the grave. The soldiers' faces pale as they assume the worst. They scream out in terror, convinced that the pirates have finally tracked them down to finish the job. Dong Bongtu tilted his head, his eyes flashing with a predatory red light. To his surprise, the targets he needed to eliminate to complete this system mission were none other than the Namgung vassals, the Dantri clan, the very house he had transmigrated into. He leaned in and whispered a single haunting word, peekaboo. An army of warriors descends through the dark forest, their blades glinting under the moonlight. They move as a unified force, ready to sweep through the woods. The lead soldiers charge forward with manic grins, their voices joined in a bloodthirsty roar. Their commander bellows the order to wipe everyone out, leaving no one alive. Facing the onslaught, the Danri clan elder, a lean man with a long gray beard, shouts to his men to hold the line. He's desperate to ensure they all make it back to the clan alive. The two forces collide in a brutal clash of steel and grit. It's a chaotic mess of bodies and blades as the mountain forest becomes a graveyard. From a distance, So Sam watches the chaos unfold through his bandaged face, his eyes glowing a sharp, predatory red. He isn't just watching, he's calculating the perfect moment to strike. He moves like a blur, his blade meeting the enemy in a shower of sparks. The sheer force of the collision sends shockwaves through the air. The impact is intense, a concentrated burst of energy at the point where their swords meet. Neither side is willing to give an inch in this life-or-death struggle. The Danri clan elder grinds his teeth as his muscles scream from the strain, realizing his body has already hit its limit. He knows he has to end this fight immediately, or he won't last another minute. So Sam doesn't give him a second to breathe, his movements becoming more fluid and lethal. He channels his energy into a series of blindingly fast strikes. He unleashes the flying swallow, 10 successive swords, a technique that turns his single blade into a whirlwind of lethal steel. It's a relentless assault designed to overwhelm even the most seasoned master. Wrapped in bandages and driven by cold instinct, So Sam weaves through the elder's defenses with terrifying grace. His eyes never leave his target, tracking every shift in the old man's stance. The air is filled with the whistle of his blade as he delivers a barrage of slashes from every angle. Each strike is precise, testing the limits of the elder's guard. So Sam leaps into the air, silhouetted against the dark sky as he prepares for another devastating blow. He looks more like a demon than a man in this moonlight battle. He narrows his eyes, focusing purely on the rhythm of the battle. In this state, he can clearly read every movement and every vibration of his opponent's blade. The elder refuses to back down, charging forward with a desperate roar. He knows he's outclassed, but his pride as a martial artist won't let him falter. He swings his heavy sword with everything he has left, dismissing So Sam's speed as nothing more than worthless parlor tricks. He's betting everything on one powerful strike to end the demon's life. Their blades meet again in a spinning vortex of steel, the sound of clashing metal ringing through the trees. They're locked in a dance where one mistake means death. Blood sprays into the air as the intensity of the fight escalates. Every exchange leaves new scars, but So Sam's red eyes only glow brighter with every drop shed. Both fighters are launched into the air by the force of their clash, blood trailing behind them like a grim mist. It's a desperate struggle for position as they fall back toward the earth. So Sam lands softly, his breathing steady despite the carnage, and shifts his stance into the Samyi sword style. He's already moved on to the next phase of his plan. The Danri clan elder stares in disbelief, his face pale as he tries to process the speed and versatility of the man before him. He's never seen anyone switch styles so seamlessly. With a scream of pure defiance, the elder's eyes glow with a final burst of blue energy as he lunges forward. He's pouring his very soul into this last, desperate attack. A blade bites deep, slicing through the air and finding its mark with a sickening crunch. The ground is quickly stained crimson as the lethal exchange reaches its peak. The elder's eyes gleamed with triumphant mockery as he pointed out that the bandaged boy had left himself wide open for that final strike. But the reality before his eyes turned the old man's expression into one of pure, unadulterated shock. He couldn't believe that his lifelong martial arts had led to such a situation. Suddenly, a corpse appeared on his opponent's back. That was what his blade had struck, not the body of the bandaged figure. The elder gasped for air, sliding backward to create distance. He should have ended the fight in that last exchange, but this turn of events had sent the situation spiraling completely out of control. Looking closely again, he still couldn't make sense of it. He was certain that his final strike should have finished So-Sam off cleanly. So-Sam looks down at his hands, reflecting on a lesson he learned long ago about the nature of power. He speaks with a calm, chilling voice that cuts through the noise of the forest. He explains that in a real life-or-death battle, it's the one with more cards up their sleeve who holds all the power. And he's been holding a full deck the entire time. He tilts his head slightly, his red eyes peering out from the gaps in his bandages. He's ready to reveal exactly what he means by having more cards. Standing as a dark silhouette in the forest, So-Sam asks if that single hidden blade was really the best the elder could come up with. It's a mocking question directed at a man who's already lost. The elder stares up at him, finally recognizing something in those glowing red eyes. A wave of ancient terror washes over him as he realizes who, or what, is really standing in front of him. Up close, So-Sam's eye is a pit of cold, calculating madness. He's seen many things, and the death of one more elder is just another step in his journey. Suddenly, several glowing daggers materialize out of thin air around So-Sam, hovering as if held by invisible hands. He doesn't even need to touch them to make them lethal. He swung his sword, sending the daggers flying toward the Dantry elder. The daggers zip through the air like hornets, guided by So-Sam's will. They move with a mind of their own, bypassing the elder's clumsy defenses. From the elder's perspective, the world is suddenly filled with incoming steel. There's nowhere to hide and no way to block them all. He grunts in pain as the blades connect, the sound of clashing metal replaced by the sound of tearing cloth and flesh. He's being shredded by an opponent who isn't even swinging a sword. His mind is blown. His eyes aren't playing tricks on him. This demon is literally pulling weapons out of thin air as if the very atmosphere belongs to him. So-Sam drops into a low, predatory crouch, his eyes fixed on the broken man before him. To the elder, this isn't martial arts. It's twisted, demonic sorcery. He lunged forward to deliver the finishing blow, his body a mere blur of motion. The battle had reached its end, and the Danri clan elder was just the latest prey to be mercilessly cut down by the demon of Banyan. Behind him, an assassin also lunged forward with a scream, his blade glinting as he cursed, "Die." The Danri elder found himself trapped between two lethal threats, each closing in to claim his life. A seasoned fighter stares in horror, his face contorted as he realizes there's no way to dodge the incoming strike. A massive spray of blood erupts as the attack connects, painting the scene in a visceral shade of crimson. From beneath his bandages, So-Sam's red eyes glowed with terrifying intensity as he effortlessly took down the assassin who dared to interrupt, cursing the unlucky fool to get out of the way of his hunt. The Danri clan elder stares back, his pupils dilated with shock as he comes face to face with the monster. As he watched the brutal execution, a shock ran through him. He recognized those eyes, and the familiarity was terrifying. He grits his teeth, his voice trembling as he identifies the man before him as a worthless insect from his own clan. He bellows So-Sam's name, his face a mask of pure, unadulterated rage and disbelief. He can't wrap his head around how a pathetic piece of trash could be capable of such overwhelming power. The elder lunges forward with a roar, questioning how long he's been played for a fool. He swings his blade with everything he has, desperate to crush the man who was once his slave. So-Sam watches the attack with a cold, detached gaze, his red eye tracking every inch of the movement. The elder is just as focused, his blue eyes burning with the need to end this nightmare right now. Their blades clash in a blinding explosion of sparks and energy that lights up the dark woods. The elder screams at him, calling him a demon as they struggle for dominance in the center of the clearing. He realizes the horrific truth. The suicide plague back in Bangyang was So Sam's handiwork all along. Their swords grind against each other, the sound of shrieking metal echoing through the trees. The elder leaps back, his mind racing as he tries to reconcile the monster before him with the servant he once knew. He reminds So Sam that he was nothing but a worthless slave who used to shovel horse dung for his betters. Suddenly, a web of razor-sharp wires spins through the air, glinting like silver thread in the moonlight. The elder is caught in the trap, his body being shredded into pieces as blood sprays in every direction. He looks down at his wounds in stunned silence, his skin covered in a network of fine, bleeding lines. Desperate and broken, he gasps that he has to make it back to the Danri clan, refusing to accept his end. So Sam stands over him, the silhouette of his lethal wires dancing around him like a spider's web. He looks down with a chilling indifference, stating that the one who keeps the most secrets is the one who always wins. Nearby, the remnants of the battle sit in a heavy silence as the survivors try to regroup in the dark. One of the warriors shouts in frustration, demanding to know where the hell their backup has gone. So Sam narrows his eyes, sensing a shift in the air as he listens to the distant sounds of the forest. He confirms that the reinforcements they were expecting have been completely halted for some time. He tells his companion that something has gone seriously wrong, and they need to investigate. A scout looks over his shoulder, his face souring as he spots a group of figures finally appearing from the tree line. A large group of soldiers approaches slowly, their movements disciplined and menacing. The man scoffs that the brass always takes their sweet time getting to the battlefield, but something about them is off. He stops in his tracks, confused as he notices they're all wearing their clothes inside out. Fear finally took hold as he recognized the leader and realized how foolishly he had just run his mouth. Desperate to cover his tracks, he immediately shouted, "Stronghold leader." A sudden, violent flash cuts through the air before he can even finish his sentence. He looked down as a dark blur appeared right before his eyes, still wondering why the reinforcements' gear looked so bizarre. In an instant, his head is severed from his shoulders, blood geysering into the night sky. The other survivors stare in paralyzed horror at the brutal betrayal unfolding right before their eyes. Water Shadow stands calmly amidst the carnage, her eyes cold as she overlooks the massacre she's just ordered. With a sadistic grin spreading across her blood-spattered face, she orders her men to butcher every last one of them. The jagged peak of a dark mountain looms against a stormy night sky, cloaked in heavy mist. In a clearing below, the silence of the night is shattered by a brutal massacre as warriors clash amidst the trees. A man sprawls on the bloody ground, his face twisted in pure terror as he holds up a hand to beg for mercy. His pleas fall on deaf ears as he stares up at his impending death, sobbing for someone to spare him. Another warrior breaks into a cold sweat, his eyes wide with shock as he realizes his own allies have turned on them. He stands amidst the bodies, baring his teeth in a desperate shout, unable to comprehend the senseless slaughter. "How can we butcher our own men?" A man cries out, his mind reeling as a comrade swings a blade nearby. The air is thick with the scent of iron as blood sprays across the grass, marking the ultimate betrayal. Water Shadow, TH letter 1E7Y letter 1EA3NH, sneers with sadistic glee, her voice cold as she threatens to crush the skull of anyone who dares to step back. A soldier turns in horror, catching sight of a massive, dark silhouette with glowing eyes looming directly behind him. The clearing becomes a charnel house, with men being cut down mercilessly in a whirlwind of steel and gore. One fighter collapses into the dirt, his lifeblood pooling around him as the forest floor turns a gruesome shade of red. From the safety of the shadows, So Sam watches the unfolding chaos with a detached, analytical gaze. He doesn't linger long, moving with predatory grace through the underbrush as the sound of clashing swords fades. A dark blur in the night, So Sam weaves between the trees, his presence completely undetected by the feuding warriors. His eyes are sharp behind his bandages, tracking the movements of the surrounding forces with lethal precision. High above, the forest perimeter is dotted with the orange glow of countless torches, signaling that the mountain is being encircled. A commander bellows orders to his troops, insisting they follow the stronghold leader's command to let no one escape alive. So Sam pauses behind a thick trunk, his gaze fixed on a secondary group of enemies moving through the brush. Two pirates stand guard, peering out into the darkness, completely unaware that a monster is watching them from the shadows. So Sam moves like a ghost through the dense canopy, his destination clear even as the perimeter tightens. He realizes the true scale of the operation. They are even slaughtering their own fellow pirates to ensure no one survives the trap. "It's a driving hunt," So Sam observes as he breaks into a sprint, his silhouette a mere flicker against the dark trees. A rare flash of realization crosses his face as he admits to himself that he's never actually been the prey before. The path ahead is dark and foreboding, the rustle of leaves the only sound in the oppressive silence. In the distance, a line of armed silhouettes stands ready, blocking the escape route like a wall of living steel. Without bothering to hide his tracks, So-Sam charged straight toward the group, completely indifferent to whether they were pirates, Danri clansmen, or Namgung vassals. Seeing someone charging toward them, the men panicked and shouted for everyone nearby to be on high alert. So-Sam's eyes narrow with cold intent as he prepares to unleash the full lethality of his hidden weapons. With a sharp tug, the wires whip through the air, shredding the soldiers in a horrific explosion of blood and limbs. He lands in a low crouch amidst the carnage, his silver wires glinting as they retract into his sleeves. A flickering blue status screen appears before his eyes, showing his HP level and the progress of his defensive martial arts. He stares at the notification, nodding with a grim sense of satisfaction that his next level up is finally within reach. More enemies emerged from the trees, shouting in pursuit as they stumbled upon strange noises echoing through the forest. So-Sam watches them with a look of utter contempt, his red eye burning through the layers of bandages. Maybe I can use them, he muses, turning away from the bodies and melting back into the darkness of the forest. Elsewhere on the mountain, a heavy silence hangs over another clearing filled with fallen warriors. Tang Hwa approaches the imposing, dark figure of Tang Wu, asking if he sensed the strange energy as well. Tang Wu growls a low, guttural response, his teeth bared in a snarl as he surveys the area. His eyes are fixed on the horizon as he confirms her suspicions, identifying the tactical maneuver as a driving hunt. He explains that the enemy forces are deliberately forcing them straight toward the treacherous mountain peak. A panic-stricken scout runs toward them, calling out to Great Hero Tang, and insisting there's something he needs to see immediately. Tang Hyeseong, Tang Wu, and the Danri clan elder look on in grim silence as they finally reach the end of their path. The camera pulls back to reveal the small group stranded on a narrow outcrop, a sheer, terrifying drop into a misty abyss yawning before them. The Danri clan elder stares down into the darkness, his face pale and sweating as he realizes they've reached a dead end. "A sea cliff," he stammers, his voice trembling with fear. Another survivor collapses to the ground in despair, his spirit broken as he looks up at the dark sky and cries out in terror. The Danri clan elder's eyes go wide, his face a mask of utter hopelessness as he realizes their retreat has been completely cut off. Beside him, a man clutches his head and screams, his voice cracking with hysteria as he wails that they only came to celebrate a wedding and are now certain to die. In the shadows, the silhouette of Tang Wu looms large, his wild hair and bared teeth making him look like a predatory beast. A close-up reveals Tang Wu's snarling mouth, his teeth gnashing together in a display of savage, unbridled fury. Tang Wu lets out a deafening roar of "Shut up!" his eye glowing with an eerie, toxic green light as his anger peaks. He turns away from the cowering men, his gaze fixed on the dark forest behind them as he declares that even an old-timer like himself hasn't given up yet. Tang Hwa watches from the side as Tang Wu stands defiantly before the group, his presence radiating an overwhelming and lethal aura. "What's wrong with you greenhorns?" he bellows, his face contorted in a terrifying snarl. "We just have to cut down every single bastard that climbs up here." Tang Wu leans in close to the Danri clan elder, his expression terrifying as he asks if the old man thinks they can't handle it, receiving only a stammered "N. No," in response. Tang Wu looks out toward the mountain path, where a group of survivors has gathered in the dark. Beside him, Tang Hwa keeps her daggers ready, both of them wary of any movement in the trees. A frantic soldier stumbles toward them with his hands up, shouting that they've been betrayed. In the background, So-Sam stands perfectly still, watching the scene unfold from behind his bandages. The boy doesn't say a word, his piercing eyes the only thing visible through the cloth. The news of an internal betrayal catches Tang Wu and Hwa completely off guard. The soldier explains that the stronghold leader's own troops have started a total massacre, and they're just trying to flee for their lives like everyone else. Tang Wu's mind races as he realizes this infighting might be the only chance they have to make it out. He looks down the mountain, urging the group to move now while the enemy is busy killing their own. Suddenly, a loud, mocking laugh cuts through the air, addressing the great hero Tang. Two shadows step out from the tree line, cutting off the group's only escape route. A massive, bearded giant looms over them alongside Shifting Shadow, who carries a mace nearly as big as she is. The giant sneers, calling Tang Wu a rat trapped in a jar. Tang Wu grits his teeth and demands to know who these people are. The giant just lets out a short, mocking sound as he prepares to show his real face. With a wide, jagged grin, the man's face began to contort as he shed his disguise, revealing a face that was much younger and far more terrifying. Tang Wu's expression shifts from anger to pure horror as he recognizes the man before him. He screams out the name Du Hiuok, his voice trembling with a fear he hasn't shown until now. Shifting Shadow began to raise her mace, reminding Du Hiuok to stop messing around and just kill the old man. The girl stops in her tracks, her face splattered with blood as she stares blankly at her target. Du Hiuok looks away, his eyes fixed on something in the distance as he mentions there's someone else he's looking for. He tells Tang Wu to calm down, walking toward him with predatory confidence. He stops just out of reach, claiming he has a quick question before the slaughter begins. His mouth twists into a cruel smirk as he brings up the little piece of trash the Tang family has been dragging along. Veins pulse around his glowing eyes as he demands to know exactly where So Sam is hiding. Du Hiuok stood at the edge of the cliff with a twisted, eerie expression that would send shivers down anyone's spine. The plateau is eerily quiet under the moonlight, with only a few lingering figures standing near the cliff's edge. So Sam watches from the darkness, his face wrapped in bandages as he realizes that he is the true prize in this hunt. He pieces together that the reckless slaughter was just a means to draw him out. He narrows his eyes, his gaze cold and calculative. For the first time, the chaotic events of the night are starting to make perfect sense. Memories of that fateful night flash through his mind, confirming that his arrival had completely shattered their plans. He clutches his chest, a strange sound escaping his throat as the thrill of being a target sinks in. His eyes widen with a manic, predatory glee. The idea of being the variable that everyone is hunting is absolutely exhilarating. Out in the open, the group was still whispering and discussing something, scanning the horizon for any sign of their elusive prey. Du Hiuok strokes his chin thoughtfully, convinced that a master powerful enough to unleash such a flash wouldn't simply vanish without a trace. Losing his patience, he bellows into the night, demanding that the coward hiding in the shadows show himself immediately. He screams a final warning, his face contorting with rage as he counts down, threatening to slaughter anyone left if the shadow doesn't appear. A sudden blur of motion cuts through the dark as So Sam makes his move, a single red eye glowing with focused intent. A sudden burst of metallic light caught everyone's attention, tearing through the darkness of the plateau. Du Hiuok's eyes light up with a feral shock as he finally catches sight of a figure emerging from the gloom. The system interface flickers into life, displaying So Sam's current status and the vast array of skills he has at his disposal. A surge of energy floods the interface, blue light washing over the display as the protagonist prepares for his final escape. Du Hiuok squinted, struggling to look into the blinding light as his prey remained bathed within it. The glow vanishes as quickly as it appeared, leaving Du Hiuok staring at the empty cliffside in disbelief. He struggled to process the unfolding scene. In a mere split second, he clearly caught sight of a shadow flickering within that blinding light, standing tall right at the very edge of the precipice. He immediately lunged toward the edge, desperate for any lingering clues, but all that remained were a few pools of blood. Du Hiuok stands at the precipice, looking down into the 2,000-meter void where no sane martial artist would ever survive. At the edge of the abyss, Du Hiuok glared down, gritting his teeth as he wondered if that leap was an act of suicide or a final, desperate gamble. Tang Wu and his companions watched the villain's every move, unable to hide their confusion. A suffocating silence hung over the scene as they stood frozen, waiting to see what he would do next. Lady Hai lies motionless, her face turned toward the ground. She's completely drained, both physically and emotionally, by the tragedy unfolding around her. Du Hiuok scratches the back of his head, looking completely bored with the situation. He mutters about how the whole affair has left him with a bad aftertaste. A jagged, predatory smile creeps onto his face. Since things didn't go exactly to plan, he decides he'll just have to settle for slaughtering everyone left standing. Tang Wu and Tang Hwa stared him down as he stepped forward. Lady Hai finally regained consciousness, her body still trembling from the lingering shock. Tears well up in Lady Hai's eyes as she looks at the man, unable to understand the senseless cruelty. She asks him why he's doing this, her voice barely a whisper. Du Hiuok looks down at her with cold, indifferent eyes. There's no pity in his gaze, only a hollow sort of amusement at her suffering. He looms over the group, mocking Lady Hai for being too dense to understand the gravity of the situation. He moves with a lazy, dangerous confidence. Tang Wu shouted for his granddaughter and Lady Hai to retreat as the pressure in the air grew heavy. He realized they were about to be swarmed by a group of masters. He knew that if he remained burdened by protecting them, there would be no hope of survival. Du Hyuok raises a hand, ordering his people to capture Tang Wu. He's not finished with his games yet, and he wants his main target alive for the finale. A desperate cry echoed through the woods. The Heavenly Demon Castle soldiers hesitated, thrown into confusion by the sudden command erupting from the shadows. Du Hyuok and Shifting Shadow exchanged an annoyed glance. Just then, a voice rang out from behind their subordinates, telling the two leaders to hold on for a moment. The soldiers scrambled to clear a path, terrified of drawing their leader's ire. They know better than to stand in the way of his path. Paga Hyol doesn't bother waiting for them to move and just charges through his own lines. He knocks his own men aside like ragdolls, leaving them sprawling in the dirt. He steps into the light, blood spattered across his open robe as he holds up a sharp metal shard. He asks if they really thought they could start this feast without their grand guest. Tang Wu's eyes widen as he realizes another top-tier powerhouse has joined the battle. The odds, which were already bad, have just become impossible. Paga Hyol smiled, savoring the frustration he was inflicting upon the great master. Tang Wu gritted his teeth in irritation. He knew he was the strongest fighter in this clearing, and he wanted them to know it too. But just before he could flex his power to intimidate them, an unexpected twist from the newcomer threw a wrench into his plans. Paga Hyol reaches into the shadows of his robe and pulls out a wet, heavy object by the hair. Dark fluid drips from it, staining the ground at his feet. He reveals a twisted grin, telling them he brought a little present along for the occasion. The way he says it makes everyone's blood run cold. With a careless toss, he sends the object tumbling through the air. It thuds against the ground and rolls to a stop right in front of Lady Hai. Lady Hai stares at the bundle in a daze, her mind refusing to process what her eyes are seeing. The silence that follows is deafening. Paga Hyol spreads his arms wide, as if he's performing on a stage. He calls for a drumroll to announce the grand prize he's brought for them. It's the severed head of the Namgung clan patriarch, Lady Hai's own grandfather. The old man's face is pale and streaked with blood, his eyes wide in a final look of horror. The sight sends Tang Wu's men into a state of pure panic. They scream in terror, their will to fight completely shattered by the grisly reveal. A close-up of Lady Hai's eye shows her world collapsing as the reality sets in. Her pupil shrinks to a tiny dot, and everything else in the clearing becomes a blur. She collapses onto her hands and knees before the head, a broken sound escaping her lips. She's completely lost to her grief, her mind unable to handle the trauma. Her hand shakes violently as she reaches out, her fingers twitching just inches from her grandfather's face. She can barely breathe, let alone speak. Finally, she pulls the head into her lap, cradling it as she sobs uncontrollably. She calls out for him, but there's no answer from the cold, lifeless eyes. Paga Hyol stands over her, his tall silhouette blocking out the light. He watches her agonizing display of grief with a look of twisted fascination. A small, involuntary sound escapes his throat as he watches her cry. He tries to hold it back, but the comedy of the situation is starting to get to him. He bursts into a fit of manic laughter, his shoulders shaking as he looks down at the broken girl. He finds the whole tragedy absolutely hilarious. His high-pitched cackles ring out through the night, drowning out Lady Hai's sobs. He's doubled over, clutching his stomach as he laughs his head off. He points at her and mocks her for crying over the dead old man. He can't believe the greatest beauty is reduced to this state, and he finds it genuinely entertaining. A wide shot shows the desolate battlefield, littered with the bodies of those who have already fallen. Paga Hyol is the only one finding any joy in the carnage. He smiles broadly, saying that nothing gets him going quite like seeing a beautiful woman's face completely ruined by despair and tears. Du Hyuok and Water Shadow watch their teammate with nothing but contempt, unable to fathom the level of madness they were witnessing. Even for them, this was simply too much to stomach. Paga Hyol looks around, confused by the heavy mood of the room. He asks if he's seriously the only one who finds this whole thing funny. Water Shadow snapped back, calling him a sick bastard, while Du Hyuok hissed at him, branding him a true monster. Paga Hyol's expression shifts to one of anger as he shouts back at them. He reminds them that they've already crushed the Namgung clan, and Tang Wu is next on his list. He leans in, his face contorted with a manic intensity as he counts his victories. He revels in the fact that he now has the heads of two legendary masters. Tang Hwa looked at the lunatic's outburst with mounting unease. She had seen enough of Paga Hyol's madness to know that this night was far from over. The plateau sits in an eerie silence under the moonlight, the calm before a literal storm of poison and death. Tang Wu stands as a dark silhouette against the night sky, green sparks of energy starting to crackle around his body as he prepares his final gambit. His arm begins to glow with a sickly green light, the air around him shimmering with the intensity of his condensing inner power. Tang Wu's eyes burn with a bright emerald flame from beneath his brow. He's no longer just an old man. He's becoming a vessel for the most forbidden art of the Tang clan. With a sudden burst of speed, several glowing needles streak through the air. They wrap around Lady Hai and Tang Hwa, lifting them off their feet as they're thrown toward the cliff's edge. Tang Hwa looks back in utter confusion and terror as she's swept away. She calls out for her grandfather, realizing too late that he's sacrificing himself to save her. The needles act like tethers of light, carrying the two women safely through the chaos. They're being forcibly removed from the battlefield, protected by the elder's last bit of strength. Tang Wu watches them go, his back turned to the enemies he's about to face. He notes that he's poured half of his remaining life force into those needles just to ensure their escape. Tang Wu gritted his teeth, repeating the elder's grim warning to himself. Even with this protection, the descent would be a brutal ordeal that could leave them crippled for life. Tang Wu's face is a mask of grim determination as he stares into the distance. To him, the survival of the clan's future is the only thing that justifies what he's about to do. Du Hyo screams in frustration, demanding to know what Tang Wu thinks he's doing letting the prizes get away. He's not used to having his prey snatched from his fingers. Tang Wu silenced their insults with a thunderous declaration. From this day forth, Tang Hwa is the sect master of the Tang clan. With those words, the old man resolved to stay behind and single-handedly purge this scum. A close-up of wide, terrified eyes shows the sheer weight of the moment. The sect master's voice echoes a final command. She must survive at any cost. Tang Hwa looks on in shock as she's carried away by the green energy. She's caught in the middle of a conflict far beyond her expectations, and her composure is finally cracking. Tang Wu stands paralyzed for a moment, a single drop of blood trailing down his face. He leaves his granddaughter with his final words, entrusting her with a blood debt he hopes she will settle one day. Tang Hwa's scream for her grandfather pierces the air as she disappears over the ledge. It's a sound of pure heartbreak, marking the end of everything she knew. Paga Hyol clutches his head and lets out a guttural roar of denial. He can't believe the old fossil had enough strength left to pull off a stunt like this. He vents his rage on Tang Wu, accusing the elder of snatching his women right from under his nose. He lunges forward, desperate to stop their escape, but it is already too late. Paga Hyol's eyes go wide as a massive, spectral presence rises before him. The air becomes thick and heavy, saturated with a toxicity that burns the lungs. Tang Wu stands at the center of a swirling pillar of green poison, his silhouette warping and growing. The soul-dementing ghost poison hand is finally being unleashed. Paga Hyol stares in disbelief as the elder's energy levels skyrocket to impossible heights. He realizes he's no longer fighting a man, but a literal force of nature. A skeletal fist, glowing with the same eerie green light, clenches tightly. Tang Wu calls out to the dogs of the heavenly demon castle, challenging them to step forward and face their end. Tang Hwa's body has completely transformed into a terrifying, glowing spirit of death. He declares that the only thing he has left is his title as one of the 10 great overlords, and he intends to live up to it. His face is a hollowed-out skull of green flame as he makes a terrifying promise. From this moment on, he will butcher every wretched soul that stands before him. Meanwhile, far below the chaos on the plateau, the sheer face of the 2,000-meter cliff stretches down into the darkness. The wind howls against the jagged rock, a silent witness to the life-or-death struggle of a man currently in free fall. So-Sam is plummeting through the air, his fingers clawing at the stone as he tries to find any sort of purchase. He stabs his sword into the cliffside, sparks flying as metal grinds against rock. He quickly calculates his progress, realizing he's already descended 500 meters. That leaves another 1,500 meters of certain death waiting for him at the bottom. Blood smears across the rock as his body is battered by the descent. He knows that falling the rest of the way is practically suicide, even for someone like him. He remembers his inventory and the bodies he's collected along the way. With his body strengthened by recent level-ups, he thinks he might just have a chance if he uses them as a buffer. A dark, practical plan forms in his mind. If he can use the corpses to absorb the impact and create drag, he might be able to slow his descent just enough to survive. He slams into a rocky outcrop, the impact nearly knocking the wind out of him. He's barely holding on, his descent accelerating as he continues to drop. The ground is still nowhere in sight, hidden by layers of thick mist. He realizes he's lost his grip and screams out as he realizes his sword is slipping away. In a moment of pure desperation, he activates his inventory. A bright blue light erupts from his hand, cutting through the darkness of the fall. Several corpses materialize from the light, falling alongside him like macabre umbrellas. He positions himself among them, using their mass to create a cushion against the air. One of the bodies slams into a ledge below with a sickening thud, absorbing a massive amount of kinetic energy. So Sam uses the chaos of the impact to grab onto a nearby rock. He manages to snatch his sword back midair, his eyes fixed on the next landing point. He's a blur of motion, fighting the gravity that wants to pull him to pieces. He stabs the blade into the cliff once more, the jolt nearly dislocating his shoulder. He then uses another falling corpse to soften a secondary impact against the rock wall. Breathless and battered, he manages to wedge himself into a narrow crevice. He looks up at the towering wall above him, his face covered in dust and blood. He looks down into the abyss, knowing that the others will eventually follow him to the bottom, one way or another. He resolves to survive this and wait for his moment to strike. Back on top, the entire plateau is now bathed in a blinding green radiance that can be seen for miles. The poison arts have reached their terrifying peak. Du Hyuok looks back at the glowing eruption, sweat pouring down his face. He finally understands the true horror of the Sichuan Tang clan's forbidden techniques. Du Hyuok eyes narrow as he watches the green energy coalesce, his mind racing with the realization that the old man is attempting a suicidal gamble with his own life. He looks on with a mix of shock and calculation as Tang Wu is swallowed by a swirling vortex of emerald poison, the sheer scale of the technique pushing back the night. Du Hyuok's composure breaks into a feral scream as he orders his men to attack, desperate to cut down the poison master before the transformation is complete. The soldiers of the heavenly demon castle grit their teeth and draw their blades, their faces pale as they stare into the glowing green abyss of the poison cloud. A tide of warriors charges headlong into the glowing mist, their war cries echoing across the plateau as they seek to overwhelm the elder with sheer numbers. The first wave is met with instant, lethal resistance as green streaks of energy tear through the air, sending sprays of blood across the battlefield. From a distance, the plateau looks like a beacon of death, with cultists swarming the light and screaming for the honor of being the one to kill the soul-chasing poison hand. Tang Wu's silhouette begins to warp and expand within the smoke, his human form being replaced by something far more ancient and terrible. The words soul-dementing ghost poison hand appear as a massive skull made of toxic fumes looms over the plateau, its hollow eyes burning with emerald fire. The charging soldiers are instantly engulfed. They barely have time to scream as the poison begins to dissolve their bodies into a green slurry. Cultists claw at their throats, their armor melting and their skin blistering under the weight of the toxic aura that now saturates every inch of the air. Du Hyuok and the other leaders are forced into a defensive posture, yelling for their remaining men to block the incoming wave of rot and decay. A central pillar of light erupts with a sound like a thunderclap, the green energy expanding in a violent shockwave that levels the trees at the clearing's edge. The blinding flare illuminates the dark forest below, a silent, deadly sunrise that marks the final act of a legendary master. As the light fades, the three primary antagonists, Paga Hyol, the waterway vice-stronghold leader, and Du Hyuok, stand amidst the wreckage, their clothes smoking. Du Hyuok stares at the scorched earth where the center of the blast hit, his eyes searching for any sign of his target through the lingering haze. Du Hyuok stands tall, his pale hair disheveled as he reflects on the power of the attack. He knows that without their antidote beads, they would have been reduced to bone. He hunches over, looking toward Paga Hyol as a violent, heart-wrenching cough racks his chest, his lungs struggling against the lingering traces of poison in the stagnant air. His face is a mask of exhaustion and rage, blood trickling from his nose, as he gasps for air in the wake of Tang Wu's final strike. He looks back at Du Hyuok and Water Shadow, his voice trembling with shock as he asks how they can remain so composed. Water Shadow, his eyes cold behind his mask, stoically prepares for the next phase of the operation, seemingly indifferent to the man's questions. Paga Hyol's expression shifts back to a manic intensity, his eyes wide and bloodshot as the adrenaline of the slaughter begins to take hold once again. His boots crunch on the dry, poison-scorched earth as he slowly regains his footing, the thrill of survival fueling his madness. He lets out a sudden, sharp laugh that echoes through the silence of the plateau, a sound of pure, unhinged relief. Paga Hyol's face breaks into a wide, terrifying grin as he takes a deep breath, declaring that the brush with death has finally made him feel alive. But his opponent became even more deranged, retorting to it all with a burst of laughter that left all three leaders startled. Through the green light, they saw the shadow of Tang Wu dealing with the remaining elders who accompanied them, their pleas for mercy echoing throughout. Tang Wu, now nothing more than a charred husk of a man, remains standing upright. With a wave of his hand, he transforms the surrounding corpses into a dense, toxic cloud. Once nothing but a dry skeleton remained, he carelessly tossed it aside. He glared at the three leaders, exposing their followers by revealing that every one of them was carrying an antidote pouch. The sect master's voice seemed to echo across the clearing one last time, acknowledging that they had prepared meticulously to take his life, even going as far as to plant a mole at such a deep level. His body was but a ghost of its former self, yet Tang Wu's presence remained overwhelming, a stark reminder of his status as one of the 10 great overlords of the Murim. His glowing eyes seemed to pierce through the souls of those remaining, mocking them for thinking a mere bead could truly stop a master of his caliber. Suddenly, Tang Wu lunged forward like a lightning bolt. His speed caught even the three leaders by surprise. A skeletal green hand reached out to crush the intruder, but Water Shadow didn't hesitate. She let out a sharp shout and swung her mace to engage in combat. The ground shatters under the weight of a massive green energy strike, sending a cascade of rock and toxic dust into the air. A blinding white light clashes with the green, the two energies grinding against each other with a sound like tearing metal. The center of the impact is an eye-searing whiteout, a vacuum of power that draws everything nearby into its center. It seemed that Water Shadow's mace strike gained the upper hand as it shattered the cloud of toxic smoke. She flashed a wild, feral grin, her sharp teeth bared as she celebrated breaking through Tang Wu's final defensive barrier. But suddenly, from within the thick, murky smoke, a deadly metallic glint flashed. In a split second, a venomous needle flew straight toward Water Shadow's eyes, causing her to break out in a cold sweat. In that split second between life and death, a hand shot out to snatch the hidden weapon, saving her from certain doom. Du Hyoke roared, his eyes wide and frantic, as he snapped his teammate back to reality for daring to challenge such a master head-on. He mocked the Tang clan's use of hidden weapons, sneering that they shouldn't think a mere needle could take a life just because it was hidden up their sleeve. Tang Wu paid no heed to those words. He flicked out a surge of killing intent straight toward the venomous needle in Du Hyoak's hand. Suddenly, the needle bloomed into a lotus flower, the mechanical device whirring to life and emitting a blinding emerald glow that pushed back the darkness. A massive white-hot explosion tears across the battlefield, the sudden flash blinding any onlookers and carving a new crater into the scorched earth. Seeing his teammate being put in a tough spot, Paga Hyol soars through the air with a trail of purple energy, his gaze fixed on the skeletal, green-glowing silhouette of the elder far below him. He screams for the old man to fight him fairly, his face twisted into a grotesque mask of arrogance and manic bloodlust. He unleashes the shadowed phantom bloom, a devastating cascade of purple energy slashes that descend like falling petals onto the position of his enemy. Tang Wu retorts with a sneer, questioning the honor of his opponents who have chosen to fight him in an uneven, 3-on-1 skirmish. A volley of dark, poison-laced kunai is fired in response, the steel needles cutting through the air and the purple haze of Paga Hyol's technique. Multiple lotus-shaped mechanisms deploy in the air, their golden petals unfolding with a mechanical click as they prepare to detonate. A series of deafening explosions ripple across the plateau, the successive blasts of light and heat turning the area into a chaotic zone of fire and smoke. The shockwave of a nearby blast catches Paga Hyol midair, sending him spinning uncontrollably away from the center of the conflict. He skids to a halt, his pale hair matted with blood and his robes shredded. He glares at his opponent, cursing the petty and deceitful nature of the Tang clan's arts. His eye widens in realization as he senses a shift in the air, his pupil narrowing into a tiny dot as the danger suddenly intensifies. A strand of green energy snags his ankle mid-jump, the sudden tension jerking him out of the air and tearing through his flesh with a sharp, wet snap. Tang Wu's demonic, goblin-like visage looms out of the green mist, his yellow eyes burning with cold triumph as he tightens his grip on the energy wire and whispers, "Caught you." Tang Wu's eye glows a manic yellow as he corners his prey. He's caught exactly what he was looking for. Green energy wires lash out, tethering the target to the spot. He closes the distance in a blurred flash of movement. The long-haired swordsman is completely trapped in the glowing web. Panic sets in as he realizes he can't block what's coming next. A cold green light fills his vision. Tang Wu strikes a vital pressure point with surgical precision. The man's body goes rigid, leaving him unable to move a single muscle. Psychopath mode fully activated, he grabs the helpless swordsman by the head. He decides those eyes aren't needed anymore since they dared to look at HWA. His fingers hover right over the guy's pupil. A sickening crunch and a spray of blood follow. Du Hyuok isn't just watching, he erupts in a massive surge of lightning. Lightning and shadow collide with a deafening boom. Du Hyuok's body crackles with discharging energy, as if he has fully switched into his demonic mode. Tang Wu is shocked to see this guy has so many tricks up his sleeve, using high-level palm techniques instead of a saber. He lunges at the old man, screaming a name that sounds like a death sentence. He unleashes the Thunderclap 100 strikes palm, completely overwhelming the veteran master's defenses. Tang Wu instantly shifts techniques midair, switching to a blood and energy-draining maneuver to counter the assault. The clearing turns into a blinding storm of green and white light. The sheer force of the impact tears up the ground. Tang Wu struggles to hold on as his internal energy starts to fail him. Du Hyuok lets out a booming laugh, mockingly claiming his opponent has finally run out of steam. Off to the side, the silver-haired swordsman finally manages to scramble to his feet as the two masters collide, locked in a violent clash of internal energy. Driven mad by the pain, he starts screaming curses at everyone around him. He channels every last drop of his life force into one final strike. He's determined to drag Tang Wu down into the abyss with him. His sword erupts, sending a massive pillar of purple energy surging straight toward the two of them. It streaks past Du Hyuok and hurtles straight toward Tang Wu. The situation is hanging by a thread, as the master is completely tied up by Du Hyuok, unable to spare a hand to defend himself. With no other choice, he channels a surge of internal energy into his hands for a desperate block, but the sheer force of the attack sends him flying. Fresh blood spatters the rocks as the dust finally starts to settle. Seizing that moment of vulnerability, Du Hyuok lunges forward and strikes Tang Wu in the stomach, forcing him to let out a piercing scream. The sheer, terrifying force of the blow sends the old man's body flying. Before Tang Wu can even regain his senses, Water Shadow is already waiting with her club raised high. The female warrior continues the trio's joint assault, bringing her club down with enough force to cleave a mountain. Tang Wu's body crashed into the ground, sending a cloud of dust billowing up. The three hunters stand frozen, looking out over the silent slaughterhouse. The blinded swordsman is still screaming, blaming the old man for everything. He raises his sword high, staggering forward, eager to finish the old man off. As if sensing something, Du Hyuok stops him. The dust begins to clear, and Tang Wu's silhouette stands firm, slowly revealing itself to the three hunters. Battered and bloodied, Tang Wu emerges from the smoke, his yellow eye glowing with a manic intensity. Every step is heavy, but he doesn't slow down as he stalks through the forest. He keeps his gaze locked on the targets, ignoring the toll the battle is taking on his body. In a sudden flash of movement, he vanishes into the shadows once more. The clearing erupts into a chaotic storm as the three hunters unleash all their might against the monster. Tang Wu unleashes a web of glowing green wires, weaving them through the air like a lethal trap. Massive pillars of green energy burst from the earth, catching the hunters completely off guard. Du Hyuok is left reeling, wondering when he had the time to plant hidden weapons in the ground. More explosions tear through the forest, turning the entire battlefield into a literal minefield. The force of the blasts levels the surrounding trees, leaving the hunters with nowhere left to run. Water Shadow roars, charging through the smoke with her massive club in hand. He brings it down with the force of a mountain, determined to crush the psychopath into the soil. Tang Wu weaves through the destruction with supernatural speed, looking for a single opening. He strikes with surgical precision, targeting the same spot on the giant's weapon over and over again. The air is thick with the sound of clashing steel as the high-speed melee reaches its peak. The water shadow closes in for a lethal blow, her eyes filled with murderous intent. A sickening crack echoes across the cliff as Tang Wu's relentless strikes finally shatter the giant's club. Roaring Tang Wu's name, the perverted Paga Hyol charges in to support his allies. The purple and blue energies collide and merge, forming a violent storm that surges forward, threatening to consume Tang Wu. The two weapons swept through, threatening to shatter the air itself, but the great master soared high into the sky just in time to evade. In the wake of the two weapons, nothing remains except for a small, flickering aura, glowing with a deadly green light. Paga Hyol can only stare in horror as he realizes he's fallen right into the predator's trap. A massive explosion rocks the area, sending a wave of dirt and debris into the air. Barely escaping the duo's onslaught, Tang Wu instantly locks his gaze onto Du Hee-woke, calculating that he must eliminate him, and fast. Calling out the name of his next victim, Tang Wu lunges forward like a man possessed. Time seems to slow to a crawl as his forward momentum is suddenly brought to a halt. The great master turns back with a look of pure terror as Ghost Shadow clamps a tight grip on his wounded arm. Water Shadow looms out from the haze with a sadistic smile, declaring that her game with him is far from over. A crazed scream tears through the night as she lunges forward to deliver her attack. Blood splatters across the clearing as she sinks her teeth deep into Tang Wu's arm. Another scream echoes out, the sound of a man who knows he's been pushed to the brink. Standing on the sidelines, Du Hee-woke collapses to his knees, finally catching a moment to breathe. Coughing up blood, he curses the relentless barrage of hidden weapons. Tang Wu is held back by Water Shadow, yet his eyes remain locked on that bastard Du Hee-woke as he realizes his final chance to finish off the monster is slipping away. He steels his resolve, his gaze turning cold and final as he prepares for a final stand. He decides that honor is a luxury he can no longer afford. With his final ounce of strength, he pours everything into a desperate lunge toward Du Hee-woke to deliver the decisive blow. Determined to sacrifice his own arm to put an end to this, Tang Wu unleashes the brutal, heavenly flower dance, slamming Du Hee-woke straight into the ground. A massive green energy explosion blasts Du Hee-woke toward the abyss. As the light fades, a lone silhouette stands amidst the charred remains of the forest. The great master turns back with a resolute expression, counting the survivors. 2, he said. The remaining 2 were still stunned, unable to process the new turn of events. Of the 3 attackers, only 2 remained. The night falls silent over the Bingyang cliffside, leaving nothing but the scent of blood and scorched earth. Exhausted and bloodied, Tang Wu's steps falter as the weight of the endless battle finally takes its toll. He's reached his absolute limit, his internal energy is depleted, and his hidden weapons are all gone. The old man and Water Shadow step forward to face each other in the middle of the battlefield, both of them battered and bruised. The elder looks at his blood-stained hands, realizing that his time is rapidly running out. He knows that in his current state, his old, broken body is the only weapon he has left to give. The two masters clash once again, unleashing techniques and surges of internal energy that soar to the heavens. Blood sprays across the clearing as the melee continues with a renewed, desperate intensity. The Water Shadow screams in agony as she's caught in the crossfire of a brutal, unexpected counterattack. The battlefield has become a graveyard of broken trees and shattered ambitions. From the sidelines, Paga Hyol begins gathering his internal energy to dive into the fight. Paga Hyol lunges from the shadows, his eyes filled with a manic hatred as he demands the old man die. The elder drops to the ground in a desperate, undignified roll to avoid the lethal blade aimed at his throat. Paga Hyol sneers in disgust, mocking the legendary master for using such a disgraceful and dishonorable technique. The elder looks up from the dirt, a cold, hollow light in his eyes as he hears the word honor. To a man like him, Honor is a luxury that died a long time ago. Survival is the only thing that matters now. He strikes back with the ferocity of a cornered beast, throwing everything he has into a single, devastating blow. Water Shadow is sent reeling, his arrogance replaced by a sudden, chilling realization of the danger he's in. The Elder seizes her with a grip like a vice, pouring his final ounce of energy into the strike. A massive shockwave rocks the cliffside as their powers collide in one final, violent confrontation. They are both sent flying through the air, their bodies torn and bloodied by the sheer force of the impact. As the dust settles, the only sound left is the heavy, ragged breathing of the survivors. A pair of glowing, monstrous teeth bared in a silent snarl are the last thing seen before the darkness takes over. A terrifying, dark aura erupts from the center of the clearing, consuming everything it touches. The Water Shadow can only stare in mute horror at the sheer monstrosity that's been unleashed upon them. Tang Wu looms over them, his features distorted by the manic energy coursing through his veins. He calls them cowards, his voice a guttural growl that shakes the very air around them. With one final burst of power, they clash once again. The shockwaves of their battle threaten to level the entire forest. The entire cliffside is engulfed in a blinding green light as the battle reaches its climax. As the light fades, the first rays of the morning sun begin to crest over the distant mountains. The new day reveals a scene of absolute devastation, a silent testament to the night's horrors. A single drop of blood falls into a dark pool, breaking the unnatural stillness of the dawn. A hand reaches out, gripping the hair of a fallen warrior in the morning light. A lean silhouette stands amidst the bodies, holding the lifeless form of the Water Shadow as if she were a mere doll. Paga Hyol sits paralyzed on the ground, his mind completely shattered by the sight of the slaughter. He can't understand how a single, wounded old man could have wiped out an entire army of elite warriors. The terror finally breaks him, and he lets out a high-pitched, pathetic scream of despair into the morning air. The one-armed monster begins to walk towards him, his steps slow, deliberate, and terrifyingly silent. Paga Hyol begs for mercy, his voice trembling as he tells the creature to stay away. The silhouette of the psychopath is etched against the rising sun, a terrifying image of a predator who has lost everything. The Bangyang cliffside is silent now, the only movement coming from the lone figure standing at the edge of the abyss. A blood-soaked hand grips the cliff edge, and the one who will determine the outcome of the battle slowly reveals himself. Paga Hyol frantically scrambles backward on the ground, his eyes wide with a primal fear as he sees the monster looming over him. He screams for the nightmare to end, but there is no one left alive to hear his pleas. Standing against the golden light of dawn, Tang Wu's silhouette is a haunting reminder of the night's slaughter. The Elder's face is a map of agony and confusion, his hollow eyes reflecting a truth too terrible to bear. On the ground, Paga Hyol is a broken man, his mind unable to grasp the magnitude of the Elder's hidden power. He gazes up at the looming figure, convinced that he is looking directly into the face of his own death. The Elder's presence is overwhelming, a dark force that seems to swallow the very light of the morning. "I told you to stay away," Paga Hyol screams, his voice cracking with a desperate primal terror. The air itself seems to shatter as a new player enters the fray with impossible, lightning-fast speed. A dark blur of motion strikes from the shadows, a silent predator claiming its long-awaited prize. Tang Wu's expression shifts from madness to a sudden, piercing clarity as he feels a familiar presence. He speaks a name with a mixture of hope and horror, recognizing the person standing before him. In a heartbeat, the world turns red as a fist strike finds its home deep in the Elder's chest. Du Hyuok, having now transformed into the likeness of Tang Hwa, smiles as he lands a sneak attack, his eyes burning with the fire of long-held killing intent. She relishes the moment, mocking Tang Wu as he gasps for air in the face of his impending doom. The force of the strike sends him flying backward, a spray of blood marking his final fall from grace. He hits the scorched earth hard, the legendary master finally brought low by the one he least expected. Paga Hyol can only stare in awe, wondering if this lethal woman is the mysterious shifting shadow. With the agility of a predator, Du Hyuok begins to scale the sheer, vertical rock face of the cliff. He looks down at her handiwork with a cold, detached satisfaction that is more terrifying than any scream. High above the battlefield, the Tang Wu body is a broken heap against the backdrop of the rising sun. Du Hyuok stands over him, her voice dripping with venom as she declares their absolute victory. Seeing his enemy defeated, Paga Hyol's cowardice instantly transforms into a sickening, cruel arrogance. He stands over the fallen master, his laughter echoing across the silent heights of the Bungyang cliffside. He leans down to mock the old man, promising that there will be no peace in his final moments. The night ends with a sadistic promise of torture, leaving the legendary Tang Wu at the mercy of his shadows. The blinded swordsman stumbles along the cliff edge, blood streaming from his eyes as he rants about finishing what he started. He's completely blind now, but his hatred is the only thing keeping him upright. Nearby, the Tang Wu hand is shaking violently. He's completely run out of options. But he was no coward, but a true legend. He pointed toward his opponent and made a provocative gesture. Paga Hyol's face stiffened as he screamed that the old man was truly a monster. It seems he won't lose that arrogance even in death. He accepts his fate, deciding that if his life has to end here, he'll go out on his own terms. He was ready to burn away every last drop of his life force if it meant dragging the whole lot down with him. Tang Wu pulled himself to his feet, activated the heavenly flower dance, and caused all the hidden needles he had scattered across the battlefield to glow in unison. The swordsman could only stand there, frozen in shock, as the exploding energy engulfed him. The ground is suddenly covered in glowing petals, each one a lethal hidden weapon. The realization hits the hunters too late. These petals aren't just sharp, they're about to blow. A massive green explosion tears through the cliffside, consuming everything in its path. The blast is colossal, leveling the entire clearing in a blinding burst of light. Amidst the chaos, a figure is blasted clean off the edge of the cliff. It's the Tang Wu, plummeting into the darkness as he calls out for HWA one last time. As he falls, his only regret is that he won't be there to see her get married. His final conscious thought is a desperate prayer for her to survive. Down at the very bottom of the canyon, the world is eerily silent. Hundreds of red butterflies flutter through the gloom, unaffected by the destruction above. A mysterious man sits calmly in the center of the swarm, waiting for the echoes to reach him. He's built like a tank and covered in scars, just sitting there patiently in the dark. He senses something approaching from high above and whispers that it's finally time. A single red eye glows through his dark hair as he waits for Tang Wu to arrive in the abyss. Tang Wu's eyes snap open. He's pinned at the bottom of a crater, gasping for air and wondering how he's still alive. The elder tries to move, but his body is completely unresponsive. His vision begins to clear, focusing on the nightmare around him. He's stuck deep in the impact site, surrounded by cracked stone and his own blood. His internal chi has completely vanished. His death is only a matter of time. He turns his head slightly, scanning the desolate floor of the cliff. The valley is a graveyard, shrouded in mist and scattered with red butterflies. Corpses of guests and pirates are strewn everywhere, covered in those same strange red wings. He notices a sword driven through one of the bodies. It wasn't the fall that killed them. The realization hits him like a second impact. These people were systematically executed. Someone moved through this carnage and finished off every survivor. A shadow looms over him, and a cold dread settles in his chest. So Sam sits calmly in the center of the slaughter, a dark silhouette against the pale light. Tang Wu's eye widens in disbelief. He recognizes those glowing red eyes. It's the boy he thought he controlled, Tang Sam. The protagonist stands over the dying elder, the ultimate predator looking down at his final piece of prey. The entire valley floor is a sea of blood and red butterflies, marking the scale of the massacre. A blood-stained blade rests nearby, a silent witness to the work done here. So Sam stares down with a chilling, empty expression, like he's been expecting this meeting. Tang Wu struggles to reconcile this monster with the disciple he knew. He leans in with a dagger, his gaze fixed on the broken man beneath him. So Sam admits he's been waiting a long time for this specific moment. The elder spits out a curse, reminding the boy that he was the one who gave him the Tang family name. Tang Wu bellows in a final fit of rage, calling So Sam a beast for turning on his own master. His face contorts into a mask of pure, desperate hatred. He screams that he should have finished So Sam off back on the ship when he had the chance. In a last-ditch effort, he calls out to the goo parasite he planted inside the boy's body. He laughs through the pain, asking if his student forgot about the bug eating him from the inside. He describes the gruesome end waiting for him, shredded from within until he bleeds from every opening. The boy doesn't flinch, raising the dagger for the final strike. He calmly reveals that he removed that parasite a long time ago. Tang Wu's eye bulges with shock as his last hope evaporates. The blade descends, piercing straight through his eye. So Sam looks at his hands, reflecting on the madness of this world. To him, the Murim is nothing more than a place where the strong hunt the weak. He sees cities burning in the name of different sects, all fueled by the same bloodlust. Whether it's called justice or villainy, it all ends with a blade in someone's back. In this hierarchy of violence, strength is the only thing that creates order. He used to be a caterpillar, crawling through the dirt while others flew above him. But now, the sun breaks through the clouds over his new hunting ground. He's no longer crawling, the predator has finally emerged. So Sam declares his intention to transcend, killing Tang Wu to become a butterfly in this world of beasts. He embraces his new role as a hunter, who preys on the very martial artists who think they're at the top. He calls the elder his greatest prey while driving the point home. Tang Wu can only let out a final, pathetic denial, as he realizes he's being finished off by the dog he raised. With a final scream of no, the blade sinks in and the elder's life is snuffed out. Immediately, a blinding blue pillar of light erupts from the impact site. The light surges upward, a clear sign from the system that the hunt was successful. It's an overwhelming display of power, washing over the entire valley floor. The energy crackles and hums, lighting up the dark crevices of Bangyang Cliff. From the top of the cliff, the explosion of light looks like a beacon in the twilight. The sky itself seems to react to the massive influx of experience points. So Sam sits at the center of the storm, basking in the raw energy of his victim's life force. The system chime rings in his ears as the light begins to settle. A window pops up. Congratulations, level up plus 10, LV14, LV24. 10 levels in one go, a massive leap by any standard. But as he looks at the notification, he's not entirely satisfied. For someone as legendary as the soul-chasing Poison Hand, he expected a much larger bounty. He sheathes his blade while looking at the mess he made. Tang Wu's body is a total wreck, barely recognizable as the proud master from before. He figures the experience was thin, because the old man was already half dead from the fall. He looks up, considering the enemies still lingering at the top of the cliff. He knows he's no match for the group above right now, and chasing them down would be a waste of time. He opens his quest log to see what's next. The Vagabond Advancement quest is staring him in the face. 99 out of 100 kills completed. He realizes he's just one short of his first major class change. He stares at the blood on his hands, calculating his next move. He knows Tang Wu wouldn't have been the only one to survive the descent. Someone else has to be nearby, hiding in the carnage. He stands in the valley of red butterflies, looking for that final spark of life. A predatory smile crosses his face. He only needs one more soul to reach the next stage. Nearby, a survivor finally begins to stir under the shadow of the cliff. Tang Hwa groans, the pain of the fall finally catching up to her. She opens her eyes, vision blurry and mind racing, wondering where the hell she is. She tries to push herself up, but a sharp, agonizing pain shoots through her entire body. She looks down in horror, realizing her leg is completely shattered and mangled. She gasps for air, trying to piece together how long she's been unconscious. Even through the shock, she's almost surprised to find that she's still breathing. Then she spots something that makes her heart stop, a body pinned against the rocks. It's Lady Hai, and she's not moving, Tang HWA screams her name, desperate for a response. The scene is horrific. Her friend is covered in blood, surrounded by those mocking red butterflies. Despair takes hold as Tang HWA reaches out, her fingers trembling in the dirt. Her face twists in agony as she realizes the true cost of their fall. Tang HWA crawls through the blood-red lilies, her voice trembling as she clings to her grandfather's last command. Her only thought is survival, the need to return to her clan fueling her every painful inch forward. She drags her broken body, the mantra of survival echoing in her mind like a desperate prayer. The realization of her situation is a heavy weight, pressing down on her as she struggles to move. Suddenly, her eyes widen in shock as she sees a familiar figure standing before her. She gasps out a question, unable to comprehend how So Sam could be here in the heart of this devastation. So Sam stands over her, his silhouette framed by the ominous red of the butterflies and the mist. The predatory aura he radiates is chilling, a stark contrast to the companion she once knew. Her confusion turns to a desperate plea for help, her shattered legs anchoring her to the ground. She begs him to take her back to the Tang family, unaware of the transformation he has undergone. So Sam's silence is broken by memories of a time long past, a different world than the one they are in now. A flashback shows Tang Wu lecturing a young HWA about the nature of their clan's internal energy and poison. The elder explains how training as poison humans turns their very essence into a toxic force. He demonstrates this by melting a piece of iron with the sheer heat and toxicity of his energy. The demonstration is meant to inspire, showing the pinnacle of what their training can achieve. Tang Wu encourages her, promising that she will one day reach his level of mastery. He goes further, believing she will eventually surpass him and become a legend in her own right. The memory fades, leaving only the bloodied reality of the present and the cold steel of a blade. HWA stares at So Sam, the truth finally dawning on her as she looks at the man standing over her. She asks the question she already knows the answer to, her heart breaking at the betrayal. The fact that her grandfather gave him his surname only makes the betrayal sting more deeply. Rage begins to boil within her, replacing the fear as she spits out the word traitor. She screams at him, the promise of vengeance the only thing keeping her spirit from breaking. Her cry is one of pure, unadulterated hatred, directed at the person she once considered an ally. So Sam looks down at her, his eyes glowing with an eerie red light devoid of any sympathy. He holds his blade with a cold efficiency, ready to finish what he started. The intensity of his gaze is terrifying, the look of a predator who has found his next meal. HWA continues to scream, her defiance a small spark in the overwhelming darkness. So Sam compares their situation to bugs in a jar, a brutal metaphor for their current world. He describes the heavenly demon castle as a colossal goo jar where only the strongest survive. In this jar, survival is the only law, and killing is the only way to endure. The longer an insect survives in the jar, the more toxic and powerful it becomes. If only one insect remains, it absorbs the toxicity of all the others it has killed. He wonders aloud how much that toxicity will strengthen Tang HWA if she manages to survive. He pauses, a new thought entering his cold, calculating mind as he looks at her. He realizes that killing her now would be meaningless to his goals. She is too weak at the moment to even satisfy the conditions of his system's quest. His words are a final insult, a declaration of her insignificance in his eyes. HWA is speechless, the absurdity of his words adding to the nightmare she is living. So Sam drives his blade into the ground, a symbolic act of his current dominance. He openly admits to killing Tang Wu, challenging her to take the price of his life from him. He leaves her with a choice, to die here in the dirt or to become the toxin that will one day challenge him. So Sam's red eyes glow with a chilling intensity as he leaves Tang HWA with a cold promise. He will be waiting for her to become the toxin that can challenge him. Tang HWA's eye tremors in shock and pain, her breath hitching as she processes his heartless dismissal. She lets out a blood-curdling scream, her face contorted in a mix of physical agony and absolute hatred. Dragging herself through the dirt, she screams a curse after him, swearing on her very soul that she will kill him. Her voice cracks with desperation and rage as she yells his name, Tang So Sam, vowing he will regret the day he spared her life. So Sam walks away from the blood-stained field, his thoughts already turning to the broader conflict, turning the entire Murim into a survival game. He envisions the heavenly demon castle and the inevitable clash between the orthodox and unorthodox factions. In his mind's eye, the various clans are nothing more than insects destined to swarm and consume each other in a giant goo jar. He sees a future where the world is bathed in blood, a cycle of mutual destruction where only the strongest survive. His focus shifts back to his own growth, knowing he must become far more powerful to survive the coming storm. To truly stand a chance against masters of Tang Wu's caliber, he needs to elevate his strength to a completely new tier. A translucent system window appears before him, showing he is just one kill away from completing the Vagabond advancement quest and reaching level 30. He stands alone in the sunlight, realizing that his current pace is too slow. He needs a more efficient way to hunt. A cold, contemplative expression settles on his face as he weighs his next move in this dangerous world. A sharp, predatory grin spreads across So Sam's face as he decides it's time for a change of hunting grounds. He begins to walk toward a distant valley, seeking a place where the air is thick with the scent of battle and the promise of experience points. Far from the red lily field, the mountains stand silent under a twilight sky, but the peace is about to be violently shattered. A massive explosion erupts, sending shockwaves and debris flying through the air with a deafening roar. Paga Hyol, his face pale and eyes wide with fury, crawls through the rubble, cursing Tang Wu for the final, desperate trap. Shifting Shadow surveys the wreckage, recognizing the remnants of the Tang clan's legendary, heaven-shrouding petal rain. He stands amidst the wreckage, noting that Tang Wu's final technique was an incomplete version relying on physical triggers, which is the only reason they both managed to survive. He narrows his eyes, a look of grim realization crossing his face as he considers the old man's tenacity. Looking down into the massive crater left by the detonation, he is impressed by the raw power of the explosion despite its flaws. Shifting Shadow wipes sweat from his brow, acknowledging that they barely escaped the Elder's final act of defiance. Shifting Shadow looks over the carnage and admits they'd be dead if they hadn't used Water Shadow as a human shield. Ash Shadow sits nearby, agreeing that she's one tough lady for surviving an explosion like that. He points out she's still hanging on thanks to her heart guard, even if she looks half dead right now. Shifting Shadow doesn't seem to care. He orders Ash Shadow to take her back to Murim while he heads to the Murim Alliance for the next phase. Ash Shadow nearly loses it at the thought of reporting to their master alone. He begs his partner to go with him, clearly terrified of what Murim might do to him. But Shifting Shadow just takes off in a flash, leaving him behind in a cloud of dust. Ash Shadow is left alone in the wreckage, grit in his teeth and pure panic starting to set in. He's literally clutching his head in a cold sweat, paralyzed with fear about what comes next. Cut to the heavenly demon castle, looming like a dark, ominous fortress carved into the mountains. Ash Shadow stands before the massive, ornate gates of the inner sanctum, looking smaller than ever. He tries to psych himself up, repeating that he can do this and that everything will be fine. He takes one last deep, shaky breath to try and steady his nerves. Then he drops to his knees and prepares to enter the lion's den. Inside, the hall is cavernous, dominated by a giant statue and a silent figure sitting on a high throne. Ash Shadow scurries across the floor toward Murim, desperate to get the report over with. He starts his report with a bold-faced lie, claiming the first part of the plan went perfectly without any issues. He laughs nervously, adding that Water Shadow only took some minor injuries during the operation. Murim just sits there in the shadows, a silent and terrifying presence watching him. Ash Shadow doubles down on the deception, swearing there were absolutely no problems at all. He gets a manic look in his eye as he claims he wiped out the Namgung clan and even took the patriarch's head himself. The silence in the room is heavy as he waits for a reaction. He continued the charade, mentioning that Tang Wu had also been dealt with. Little did he know his master had already appeared behind him. But he's sweating buckets, and his eye is darting around like a trapped animal's. He waits for any sign of movement from the ancient man sitting before him. The silence in the throne room is deafening, making every second feel like an eternity. Murim finally speaks, his voice low and cold, telling Ash Shadow to repeat what he just said. The patriarch turns his gaze toward him, his red eyes glowing with a terrifying light as he asks if the mission was really as perfect as he's claiming. Murim opens the interrogation, asking if the first plan actually went off without any hitches. Ash Shadow gasps, the sheer pressure from his master making it hard to even draw breath. The subordinate manages to confirm it as he stays bowed low before the patriarch. A sudden surge of blue energy ripples through the floor of the dark hall. A second shockwave follows, the cold chi enough to make anyone's skin crawl. Murim begins to pace, questioning why Shifting Shadow even bothered heading to the Murim Alliance. He turns his cold gaze back to the man on the floor, demanding to know why he returned in such a pathetic state. Ash Shadow can barely get a word out, trembling under that gaze. A close-up reveals those red eyes don't harbor an ounce of mercy. Murim makes it clear, if this ever happens again, a quick death will be a luxury he won't be granted. He asks if the message has been received loud and clear. Through a fit of coughing, the subordinate managed a weak, submissive response. Murim stands over the prone figure, looking down like he's already decided the man's fate. He slowly reaches down toward his broken subordinate. He quotes a dark philosophy about all streams returning to the source as he places his hand directly on the man's face. Blue sparks ignite instantly, signaling the start of a forced chi absorption. Murim slowly remarked that there really is no difference between himself and others once the power belongs to him. He feels the man's chi ocean begin to flow directly into her own veins. The body withers. This is the return of all streams to the source. Murim looks remarkably calm while he tells his victim they'll become a part of something greater. Ash Shadow's only eye widened in sheer terror as he watched Water Shadow's life force being drained away. But the very next moment, he regained his composure, bowed low, and congratulated his patriarch. He remained bowed low, sweat pouring down him incessantly out of sheer terror. The sheer weight of Murim's presence is making the man sweat buckets. But Murim isn't done. He's got one more nagging question on his mind. He looms over the trembling man, watching the last of his strength fade. He wants to know the real reason the first plan went south. The subordinate struggles to find the words, his jaw clenched in pain. He reveals there was an uninvited guest who threw a wrench in the whole operation. According to what Shifting Shadow reported to him, this mysterious guy showed up right alongside the soul-chasing Poison Hand. But apparently, he ended up falling off the cliffs of Xianzheng Mountain. The most bizarre part, he was an expert who literally emitted light. Murim pauses, repeating the word with a curious look. Ash Shadow confirms it. It wasn't just a glow, it was a full-on pillar of light. Murim's eyes narrow as he begins to realize exactly what that means. The subordinate starts coughing uncontrollably when Murim finally lets him go. Seeing the man is useless now, Murim calls for his elites Bian and Guangun. Two shadows drop from the ceiling, landing perfectly behind their patriarch. They answer in unison, ready for whatever dark task comes next. Murim orders Bian to take Ash Shadow and head to the bottom of that mountain cliff. He wants the interloper found, even if he has to bring back nothing but bones. Bian accepts. Murim stands over the withered body of his subordinate, the atmosphere in the hall feeling heavier than ever. Without even looking back, he tells Guangwun to send a message to someone called Old Beak. Guangwun warns him that it's a dangerous move and begs him to reconsider the risk. But Murim isn't the type to change his mind, staring off into the distance with those glowing red eyes. Realizing there's no arguing with him, the subordinate just bows his head and accepts the command. Murim stands alone in the massive chamber, the silence broken only by the crackle of his dark energy. He looks up at the ceiling, still fixated on the strange report he just received. He repeats those words under his breath. Light, a pillar of light. It finally clicks for him. The phenomenon described wasn't just some master's aura, it was a literal level up. Far away from the cold palace, a black crow flies over the bustling rooftops of a sunlit city. An old messenger sits on a bench, watching as the bird lands right near him. He's got some rough-looking bandages wrapped around his arm, suggesting he's seen his fair share of trouble. He pulls out a scrap of paper, letting out a small grunt as he reads the contents. He grips the message tight, the weight of the task ahead clearly starting to sink in. The scene shifts to a sunny outdoor tavern where people are going about their day. Right in the middle of it all, a lone woman sits at a table, focused entirely on her meal. This is Miss Yon, and she is absolutely destroying a bowl of noodles without a care in the world. The old messenger approaches her and explains that a letter arrived from him, asking to track someone down. Miss Yon doesn't even look up, telling the old man to hold his horses while she finishes eating. So the guy just stands there patiently, waiting for her to finish slurping down her lunch. She finally drains the rest of her soup in one long go, showing no signs of stopping. She slams the cup down on the table with a satisfied sigh, ready to get down to business. She calls out to the tavern owner, casually asking for the bill. The owner, a stocky guy with a greedy smile, tells her the total comes to 3 coins. Miss Yon starts reaching into her robes to find the payment. The guy watches her closely, a predatory look crossing his face. He starts tusking at her, commenting on how a young lady shouldn't be drinking so much in broad daylight. He even suggests she come back for a hearty snack later, offering to join her for a drink. Miss Yon ignores the creep and pulls out a single gold coin, her expression turning unreadable. She holds it up between her fingers, the gold catching the sunlight as she stares at it. The owner gets annoyed, repeating that he clearly said the price was 3 coins. Instead of paying, Miss Yon just flicks the coin high into the air. It spins against the sky as she watches it with cold, calculating eyes. The guy slams the table in frustration, shouting at her to stop messing around and just pay up. Suddenly, a dark, suffocating aura starts pouring out of her as she asks him a simple question: heads or tails? The guy is totally weirded out, yelling at her for trying to turn a simple payment into a game. Miss Yon's eyes take on a terrifying spiral pattern, showing she's completely detached from reality. She leans in with a look of pure, unhinged malice that would make anyone's blood run cold. The owner's face goes pale, his heart probably skipping several beats as he realizes he's in serious trouble. He starts gagging, his throat suddenly feeling like it's being crushed by an invisible force. As she takes a step toward him, he desperately stammers out a guess, hoping it'll save him. Yon's smile lost all semblance of humanity as she listened to the man's desperate guess. She lifts her foot to see the result. The coin lies motionless on the ground. The result of the gamble is in. The tavern owner went ballistic, screaming in shock that the coin had actually landed on heads. Miss Yon just stares at him with those hollow, lifeless eyes, the silence between them feeling incredibly heavy. She dismisses the whole thing as boring, while the noodle shop owner wishes her a safe trip just to get her to leave quickly. A brief moment of peace returned once the beautiful young lady had departed. The tavern owner slumped over his counter, muttering about how he almost died over 3 measly coins. But little did he know, his time was truly up. Before he knew it, Miss Yon was looming behind him, her index finger driven deep into his skull, a lethal little accident from a true psychopath. Blood pools from the man's head, his wide-open eyes reflecting the sheer terror of his final moments. He collapses to the hard floor with a heavy thud, another victim of Miss Yon's unhinged whims. The old messenger catches up to her, calling out, "My lady," with a mix of fear and duty. She looks at him with a blood-stained finger near her lips, asking if he was absolutely sure it came up as heads. She gives the coin a casual flick with her hand, treating death like a child's toy. The coin spins across the floor, the metallic clinking sound echoing in the eerie silence of the square. She smiles enigmatically at the messenger, asking if it looks like tails to him now. The old man just stands there, sweat beading on his forehead as he tries to navigate her madness. But the attendant's next move shows us exactly why they make such a perfect pair. The old man casually suggests they just kill everyone, treating the slaughter as a simple cleanup solution. She holds up the severed head of the tavern owner, her expression terrifyingly cheerful. The messenger decides to handle the situation himself, drawing his sword to finish the grisly work. Miss Yon watches him walk away, her dark silhouette framed against the clear, peaceful sky. She turns her attention back to the task, asking the old man who exactly they were supposed to find. Her face is a mask of lethal beauty and pure insanity, her red eyes glowing with murderous intent. The scene shifts to the grand headquarters of the Murim Alliance, bathed in the orange glow of a setting sun. Inside the massive hall, leaders from all the major sects have gathered for a critical emergency meeting. The Alliance leader, known as the Taoist Sage of Heaven, officially opens the Murim Great Council. Patriarch Peng Muhyuk of the Hubei Peng clan stands up, demanding to know if the rumors about the Namgung clan are true. Matriarch Tang Hweryong calls him a fool, pointing out that their fellow martial artist wouldn't have died for just a rumor. Peng is taken aback by her blunt confirmation of their comrade's tragic end. The Alliance leader raises his hands, urging everyone to stay calm as the tension in the room spikes. He confirms that their investigation shows the Namgung clan was indeed annihilated by the heavenly demon castle. Wudang sect leader Hian Yang is furious, cursing the bastards who finally dared to strike. Abbot Bangchen of the Shaolin Temple closes his eyes and recites a prayer for the fallen clan members. The Alliance leader notes that the heavenly demon castle has been quiet for centuries, making this sudden reveal even more mysterious. Wudang's leader grits his teeth, acknowledging that their power must be extraordinary to wipe out an entire clan. The Alliance leader clarifies that it wasn't a total extermination, his voice dropping to a very serious tone. He reveals that there is, in fact, one survivor who managed to escape the slaughter. A young woman with orange hair steps forward, introducing herself as Namgung Hai, the second daughter of the clan. The council is stunned, and Matriarch Tang asks the girl to tell them exactly what happened from her perspective. Matriarch Tang asks with intense focus if it was truly the heavenly demon castle that killed everyone. Lady Hai looks down, her face shadowed with grief as she confirms the tragedy to the gathered leaders. She admits that she would have died there as well if it weren't for the intervention of the soul-chasing poison hand. Patriarch Zhujmun of the Zhuge clan listens intently, advising the group that they must proceed with extreme caution. Patriarch Zhuge emphasizes the need to first determine the enemy's exact strength. A sudden burst of green energy strikes the council table, shocking the members. An elder stares in pure terror at the display of raw, lethal power. Matriarch Tang stands wreathed in toxic energy, her expression cold and murderous. A leader slams his fist down, outraged by Matriarch Tang's aggressive behavior. She snaps back that they are the ones who fail to understand. Matriarch Tang points out that their enemies have already destroyed an entire clan. She mocks the suggestion of caution, her hands glowing with poison. Her face twists into a demonic mask as she declares it war. Patriarch Zhuge shouts a warning that war will lead to immense bloodshed. Matriarch Tang asks the Alliance leader if he plans to remain idle. The other sect leaders watch tensely, waiting for a final word. The Alliance leader gives a low, dark chuckle from the shadows. He turns with a predatory grin and bird tattoo, welcoming the conflict. He notes that too much orthodox blood has already been shed. Clenching his fist, he declares that they must pay back in blood. Matriarch Tang shouts in agreement, rising to embrace the violent retaliation. She invokes the immutable rule of Murim, a sword for a sword. The Alliance leader commands the attention of every pillar gathered there. He formally declares war against the heavenly demon castle. Lady Hai stands silently in the background, her expression unreadable. A sinister, jagged smile spreads across Lady Hai's face in the dark. The Alliance headquarters sits quietly under the cold light of the moon. Outside, council members observe that Matriarch Tang's rage has blinded her. The Alliance leader just brought up the rumor about a survivor from the Tang family who fled the Namgung family banquet, and has finally made it back home. He smiled and added, telling Zhuge to overlook how rude the matriarch had been during the council. He's not actually bothered. In fact, the angrier the Tang family gets, the more useful they'll be for his plans. Zhuge realizes the play. Their rage will make them the perfect vanguard to lead the charge in the coming war. The leader lets out a hearty laugh, praising Zhuge for being so sharp. He's already sent out the call to the other sects to make sure all the orthodox factions finally unite. He's ready to end the long era of peace and watch the blood start flowing across the land again. Drawing his blade, he asks if Zhuge wasn't getting a little bored of sitting around anyway. Staring at his own reflection, he admits they're all just butchers pretending to be righteous heroes. Zhuge doesn't argue, he just turns his eyes toward the vast night sky. A single red star burns with an eerie light, standing out from the rest of the galaxy. It's the cursed killing star, and Zhuge warns him that its appearance right now is a bad sign. The Alliance leader watches it, knowing the star only shows up when a lot of blood is about to be spilled. Legend says it's an omen that supernatural monsters and chaotic gods are about to be unleashed. Instead of being worried, the leader just lets out a sinister, jagged grin. He doesn't think one extra star matters in a world that's already built on a foundation of corpses. He politely thanks Zhuge for the warning, though he clearly isn't planning on changing course. Zhuge watches him walk away, the weight of the coming chaos finally settling in. The patriarch repeats those words to himself, a Murim built on blood and corpses. He looks back at the omen in the sky, realizing that in this world it's always been this way.